Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Takigakure, Earth Grudge Fear, and Defection. The Ninja World. Between Konohagakure and Iwagakure lay Takigakure. Inside a dim secret chamber, the elders of Takigakure stood with stern faces. Their eyes were fixed on the two young men standing in the center. The leader spoke in a low and solemn voice, "Toji, Kakuzu. You two are the strongest ninjas of this generation in Takigakure. The village now has a mission for both of you. Assassinate Hashirama Senju, the Hokage of Konoha. Whoever brings back his head and makes Takigakure famous across the ninja world shall become the next leader of the village." After leaving the chamber with Kakuzu, Toji removed his mask. He narrowed his eyes and enjoyed the sunlight shining down on him. He stood over 6 feet tall, wearing a tight black shirt that outlined his lean and powerful muscles. His lower half was dressed in loose white martial arts pants. A long slanted scar at the corner of his eye gave him a wild and untamed look. Toji was a transmigrator, 18 years old this year. 10 years ago, he had been staying up late studying medical PhD exam materials. The moment he opened his eyes, he had crossed into the Naruto world and became an unnoticed orphan in Takigakure. There was no system, no Kekkai Genkai, and his talent in ninjutsu was painfully ordinary. To avoid becoming cannon fodder, he could only choose to train in taijutsu and medical ninjutsu. Fortunately, this body had excellent talent for taijutsu. He successfully rose alongside Kakuzu, who excelled in elemental techniques. Together, they were known as the strongest duo of Takigakure, and formed a fairly deep friendship. But even among the strongest, there were differences. Toji knew clearly that with only him and Kakuzu, trying to assassinate Hashirama was nothing more than a fool's dream. He did not even have the courage to throw a shuriken from 1 kilometer away and run. He glanced at the men beside him. Kakuzu looked little different from how he would decades later. He still wore a mask and had long black hair. The only difference was that his body did not yet bear the countless stitches of the future. "Hey, Kakuzu, what do you think?" Toji asked casually, both hands resting behind his head. Kakuzu frowned. "What do you mean?" "Obviously the mission to assassinate Hashirama Senju. The village's mission must be carried out," Kakuzu replied in a deep voice. "Do you really think that?" Toji stared at him. "You know as well as I do that we're no match for the god of shinobi. The elders know it too, yet they still sent us. Don't you find that strange?" When Kakuzu said nothing, Toji continued with a mocking tone, "If you ask me, the higher-ups want to use Hashirama's hand to get rid of us. We've become too strong. Strong enough to make them uneasy." Kakuzu remained silent, but the flicker in his eyes had already exposed his thoughts. Anyone who could become a jonin in a resource-starved place like Takigakure was no fool. Toji's words had simply shattered the last trace of fantasy he still held toward the village. "A ninja's life is nothing but the fate of being chosen," Toji said with a sigh. Then his tone changed. "But we're different. We're the strongest duo of Takigakure. We have the right to choose." His eyes burned brightly. "So, should we kill them? Right here. Right now?" Kakuzu's stiff face suddenly split into a grin. "Toji, you're a lawless madman. But I like that. Then let's kill them." And just like that, the two immediately returned to the chamber and began a massacre. They killed every single member of Takigakure's leadership. Not one was left alive. The chamber soon filled with the sharp smell of blood. Toji grabbed a black cloth and wiped the blood from his fists clean. Weak, far too weak. As a transmigrator unbound by the ninja world's twisted hierarchy, he felt no burden at all when killing a group of elders. A moment later, Kakuzu walked out from one of the rooms. In his hands were 2 items, a scroll, and a gourd-shaped glass bottle filled with clear water. Toji recognized both at once. They were Takigakure's most precious treasures. The first was the secret technique, Earth Grudge Fear. It was this technique that would later grant Kakuzu immortality and strength close to Kage level. The second was the hero water. Drinking it could increase chakra dozens of times over, but the price was the user's lifespan. "Everything is here," Kakuzu said. "How do you plan to deal with them?" Toji lowered his head and examined the Earth Grudge Fear scroll. To his surprise, it was a combination of summoning and secret arts. One had to first make a contract with Earth Grudge Fear before learning it. The entity itself was only a mass of living black threads without much intelligence. He immediately answered, "First, sign the summoning contract with Earth Grudge Fear. After memorizing the technique, burn the scroll. Once we leave this room, no third person can know this power exists. As for the hero water, we split it equally. Kakuzu casually tossed the bottle to him. Using hero water means death. I have no use for it, so it's all yours. The elder's money belongs to me. Fine. Knowing Kakuzu's love of money, Toji agreed without hesitation. After establishing the summoning contract, the two quickly memorized the contents of the technique. Then Kakuzu formed hand seals and fired a burst of fire release. The scroll was instantly swallowed by flames, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. Once everything was done, Kakuzu looked at Toji and spoke seriously. What are you planning to do next? Burn all the bodies and blame it on Kusa Ninja, Shimo Ninja, Iwa Ninja, or Leaf Ninja. Any one of them would work. Then you can stay in the village and become a hero. He paused, then added in a calm tone, or blame it on me. Just say I killed the elders. Forget it. Toji shook his head. There's no reason for me to stay in Takigakure anymore. The strongest duo of Takigakure becoming missing mean together. That's pretty ironic. He fell silent for a moment, then made an offer. I'm planning to change my identity and develop myself in Konoha. Kakuzu, want to come with me? This was a decision he had made after careful thought. First, Konoha had the best city construction in the ninja world. As long as you had money, you could live a rich and peaceful life. Second, Konoha was full of talent. Earth Grudge Fear was powerful because it allowed one to grow stronger simply by taking the hearts of powerful people. Konoha gathered the most bloodline clans and strongest experts in the world. High-quality hearts would appear endlessly there. Toji would not need to risk himself fighting. He only needed to sit back, profit, and collect corpses. That place held the road for him to rise to the top. Go to Konoha. Kakuzu did not even think before shaking his head. Too dangerous. I'm not interested. I'm going to become a bounty hunter. Just as expected, history had returned to its proper track. Toji shrugged. Then this is goodbye. Good luck, Kakuzu. I'm stronger than you. Worry about yourself instead. Kakuzu scoffed, turned around, and waved without looking back. Don't die, Toji. I hope I'll still see you alive in a few years. Chapter 2, just left the novice village, ran into the final boss. Toji and Kakuzu parted ways there, without exchanging any extra words, simply turning around and walking off in different directions. After packing his belongings, Toji set off on a new journey. He did not rush straight to Konoha. Instead, he took a detour toward Tanzaku Town at the border of the Land of Fire. Tanzaku Town stood where three nations met, drawing all kinds of people as travelers constantly came and went. It was the perfect place to gather information. After staying in Takigakure for so long, Toji had become somewhat disconnected from the wider ninja world, so he settled there for the time being and began collecting useful intelligence. He quickly learned that the major hidden villages had been established one after another. Konohagakure had failed in an attempt to capture the Nine Tails and suffered heavy losses. Madara Uchiha had defected from Konoha. ****. 3 days later, inside a tavern, Toji came across information about himself. It was a bounty notice issued by Takigakure. Wanted, Takigakure missing Nin Kakuzu and Suguru Geto. Bring them back alive for 75 million ryo. Corpses worth 35 million ryo. No reason was listed, but the reward for bringing them back alive was twice as high. They were likely hoping to recover Earth Grudge Fear from him and Kakuzu. Quite the clever plan. Toji took a sip of wine. The name, Suguru Geto, on the bounty was the alias he used while traveling the ninja world. Other than the dead elders and Kakuzu, who had only just parted from him, no one knew his new name was Toji. From the first day he transmigrated, he had already planned to defect someday. For 10 years, he stayed hidden, always wearing masks and coverings to conceal his face. It was all for this day. Once he escaped, he threw all those disguises away. With a new name and a new face, no one would know who he truly was. Of course, this was the ninja world. A ninja's chakra and favored techniques were like anti-counterfeit marks. They could not be hidden, nor easily changed. He planned to head to Konoha, but to be safe, a new name and face were not enough. He needed to create a brand new identity. Toji, a doctor from a distant land, filled with compassion. That was his plan. Entering Konoha as a complete outsider would make it nearly impossible to gain access to ninja hearts, so he needed a profession that perfectly matched his true goal. Doctor was the best choice. Toji's medical skill was actually not bad. As a taijutsu ninja, learning to treat his own injuries was necessary. Combined with his past life as a medical student, and 10 years of gradual study, he had learned quite a few medical ninjutsu techniques. He was not top tier in the ninja world, but it was more than enough to fake an identity and blend into Konoha. And now, he also possessed Earth Grudge Fear. In his past life, Toji often saw jokes online saying Kakuzu would make the perfect surgeon. Now he was about to put that idea into practice. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Back at the inn, Toji clapped his hands and summoned Earth Grudge Fear. A writhing mass of black threads appeared. You're a strange little thing. Without changing expression, he swallowed the black threads whole and refined them inside his body. Earth Grudge Fear immediately fused with his heart, and a strange power spread through his body, transforming and strengthening his flesh. It was similar to the parasites from Parasite, as both existed by inhabiting a host body. The only troublesome part was releasing Earth Grudge Fear. He had to cut openings in his skin so the black threads could crawl out. Toji clicked his tongue softly. So that was why Kakuzu's body was covered in stitches. They were necessary for using the technique. That looks way too ugly. A man had to care about his face. Since he did not need Earth Grudge Fear in battle for now, Toji only made one opening on each hand for releasing the threads. Then, following the instructions of the secret art, he began training. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Now fully skilled in using Earth Grudge Fear, Toji began the first step of his plan. Stealing hearts. He waited outside an underground bounty station and severely wounded 5 ninjas in a row. While they still had some life left in them, he raised both hands and released Earth Grudge Fear, wrapping around their hearts and devouring them. Boom. 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 The hearts beat like powerful engines, giving him vitality, while the chakra pathways attached to them connected through Earth Grudge Fear and granted him new chakra natures. Wind, lightning, water, fire, earth. I have everything now, Toji muttered as he clenched his fist and felt the abundant life force and strength within him. Earth Grudge Fear truly was an incredible secret technique. Even ordinary hearts of average quality had increased his power greatly. But to say it transformed him completely would be false. First, he fought with taijutsu, not ninjutsu. Second, chakra natures taken through stolen hearts did not truly belong to him. They could not merge and evolve into Kekii Genkai, Kekii Tota, or higher forms. In the end, it was still borrowed power. But Toji was not discouraged. With a lifespan close to endless, he had limitless possibilities. After turning in the corpses of those bounty station ninjas for another large reward, he began the second step of his plan. Pretending to be a doctor. Though calling it pretending was unfair. He was genuinely treating people. Starting from Tanzaku town and moving toward Konoha, Toji traveled through villages and towns along the way, using medical ninjutsu to heal the sick and injured. He only charged a symbolic fee of 1 ryo, and to everyone he met, he told the life story he had created. A gambling father. A sick mother. An old master doctor who passed on his inheritance. A homeland destroyed by war. A dream to bring peace and take away pain. His sorrowful tale moved listeners to tears and made them respect him even more. 1 month later, his fame steadily rose throughout the land of fire. People praised him with titles like Divine Dr. Toji, Bodhisattva Toji, Saint Toji. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Feeling the time was right, Toji finally arrived at Konoha. Standing at the village gate and looking into the distance, he saw the familiar Hokage rock. But at this time, only Hashirama's face was carved upon it. I've finally reached Konoha. Many emotions filled Toji's heart. 10 years. He had finally walked from one village to another. At this point, Konoha was still in its early stage, and the village was not yet large. The Umbu and police force had not been established, but guards and barrier techniques were already in place. Because of Madara's recent defection, the village atmosphere was tense. So the moment Toji approached, a ninja with pale white eyes immediately stopped him. Stop. Who are you? Byakugan. A ninja from the Hyuga clan. Toji calmly replied, my name is Toji. I am a doctor. A doctor. The Hyuga ninja hesitated. You have chakra. When traveling everywhere to heal people, I need some way to protect myself. You, wait here. I need to report this above. No need to report it. Just then, a loud and cheerful voice suddenly rang out as a tall man wearing red ninja armor strode out from the village. I've long heard of the famous Dr. Toji. Welcome to Konoha. The man who arrived was none other than Hashirama Senju, the god of shinobi himself. Toji. He never expected that right after leaving the novice village, he would run straight into the final boss. Chapter 3, Only those who earn recognition can become Hokage. Hashirama-sama. Hokage-sama. The guards at the village gate quickly bowed in respect. Toji's heart beat faster. Facing Hashirama directly gave him the feeling of standing beneath a blazing sun. It was not fear, but the suffocating pressure created by the gap in strength. He was too weak. Hashirama was too strong. Toji knew clearly that if his plan of stealing hearts were exposed, then no matter how many hearts he carried inside him, no matter how strong Earth Grudge Fear made him, Hashirama could erase him with one casual slap. He had to be careful. More careful than ever. After a brief pause, he steadied himself and spoke calmly. So you are the famous Hokage of Konoha. That's right. I am the Hokage. Hashirama waved his hand. I had a feeling Dr. Toji would come to our village someday. I didn't expect you to really appear. I never thought someone like you would know the name of a nobody like me. Well, I was near Tanzaku town at the time, cough, cough. Hashirama nearly let something slip, then coughed awkwardly to cover it. This isn't the place to talk. Please come with me. Toji almost forgot. Hashirama was also an old gambling addict. Most likely, the men had just finished gambling in Tanzaku town and heard of him while returning to the village. That was good news. The persona he had carefully built had already entered Hashirama's mind first. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Following Hashirama into Konoha, the surroundings gradually became lively. Though the village had only existed for 5 years, it was filled with growing energy and fresh life. In the Senju clan district, Toji saw many half-grown children chasing each other through the courtyard, laughing and running everywhere. It was hard to imagine that in only a few years, the mighty Senju clan would fade until almost no trace remained. Toji looked around, but there was no sign of a blonde girl with twin ponytails, which left him slightly disappointed. By generation, he should be old enough to be Tsunade's father. Walking behind Hashirama, he passed through the clan corridors and finally arrived at the Senju guest room. After a few polite exchanges, Hashirama was the first to ask, Toji, are you a ninja? Yes. I come from a very distant land and travel while treating people. Without the strength to protect myself, I would not have survived until now. Toji gave a reason no one could doubt. Thanks to years of assassination missions, he was skilled at hiding chakra. Even the Byakugan could only sense that he had chakra, not how much or what nature it was. What he revealed now was merely the chakra level of an ordinary chunin. That makes sense. Hashirama nodded. Toji, do you still have any family alive? No. All of them died in war. Then why not stay in Konoha? Treat this place as your home. Hashirama openly invited him. But Toji did not agree immediately. The best hunters often appear as prey. If he nodded too quickly, it would seem cheap. After thinking for a moment, he asked, I am only an unknown man. Yet since the moment we met, Hokage-sama has shown great interest in me. Why is that? Hashirama scratched his head and answered honestly, because, your medical skill is excellent. Konoha needs talented people like you. To be honest, I heard stories about you on the road. I've also seen the way you save people. Your ideals match mine. We both want peace in the ninja world and want to drive away pain. If you stay in Konoha, many of our ninjas will suffer less. It was such straightforward honesty. There are no other doctors in the village. There are, but not many. Most are from my Senju clan. We don't even have a proper clinic, and many times they're too busy. And from what I can tell, your medical skill is better than theirs. For ordinary villagers, getting treatment is even harder. I see. Toji pressed his lips together, then sighed. Before today, I believed Hokage only needed overwhelming strength. Now I see that is not true. Hashirama looked confused. Toji, what are you talking about? What matters more than strength is earning the recognition of others. Only someone recognized by the people can become Hokage. After hearing those words, Hashirama seemed dazed. Not strength, but recognition. Seeing the men nearly fooled by simple praise, Toji laughed inwardly. Absolute strength brought absolute confidence and obedience. Only someone like Hashirama, who truly possessed such power, would recruit a stranger so openly and gain everyone's trust. If it were Tobirama instead, he would make up for lacking that same presence through systems and rules. Forget recruiting an outsider, the first thing Tobirama would do was drag him in for questioning. The great Hokage did not threaten me with force, but considered everything from the villager's point of view. Toji smiled and struck while the iron was hot. I recognize your ideals. I will stay in Konoha and never betray the Hokage's trust. Wonderful. I knew Dr. Toji was the right person. Hashirama laughed happily, then pulled out a scroll from somewhere. This is one of the medical ninjutsu collected by the Senju clan. Mystical palm technique. I'll give it to you. What a generous Hokage. Joining the village came with a precious medical ninjutsu as a gift. Thank you. Toji accepted it at once. The two chatted a little longer, and during the conversation, Toji casually mentioned that his clan possessed traits such as long life and slow aging. Hashirama could only sigh again and again at how vast the ninja world was, filled with endless wonders. This direct hiring by the final boss had ended perfectly. As they were parting, Hashirama pulled another paper from his clothes and shoved it into Toji's hand. This is the deed to a 2-story building in the central business district of Konoha. You can live upstairs, and the first floor is perfect for a clinic. Joining the village came with ninjutsu and a house. Coming to Konoha really had been the right choice. Toji did not refuse and accepted everything. At this point, the second part of his plan was complete. Only the third and final part remained: establish Konoha Hospital, then become its director. As long as he became director, he would have endless ways to obtain the hearts of strong people over time. The medical ninja system in Konoha Hospital would not truly be built until the era of the second Hokage. The Warring States era had only ended 5 years ago. Compared to combat ninjas, medical ninjas needed specialized healing techniques, large amounts of knowledge, and the intelligence and will to apply that knowledge in practice. Konoha currently lacked that foundation. That was why Hashirama had sincerely recruited an outsider like him. Toji did not mention the hospital yet. Moving too fast would raise suspicion, even in someone as carefree as Hashirama. Right now, he was still an outsider who had not truly integrated into Konoha. First, he needed to perform well under the eyes of the Senju brothers and earn what Konoha valued most, the recognition of the villagers. And with Earth Grudge Fear, the one thing he lacked least was time. So he was very patient. Chapter 4, Earth Grudge Fear Surgery. After leaving the Senju clan district, Toji wandered around the commercial street for a while. Along the road, he saw a signboard that felt strangely familiar to him as a transmigrator. Ichiraku Ramen. He walked inside and found that the owner was not Toji, but an unfamiliar middle-aged man. "Boss, what should I call you?" "My name is Ichiraku." So Toji's father was really named Ichiraku. Toji sighed inwardly, then ordered, "Boss, 1 signature ramen. Add 3 extra slices of chashu. And 1 cup of Kirin sake." "Coming right up." A moment later, a steaming bowl of ramen was placed before him. Toji picked up a mouthful with chopsticks and tasted it, and flavor burst across his tongue. 5 stars. Compared to life in Takigakure, where money still could not buy good food, life in Konoha had finally brought him enjoyment again. Toji quickly finished the bowl, then after paying, introduced himself, "Boss, I'm opening a clinic right next door soon. If you ever feel unwell, come find me. Because of this bowl of ramen, I'll give you 50% off." "Ah, all right." Ichiraku accepted the card. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Very soon, Toji put up the clinic sign. Its name was Konoha Gospel Clinic. That night, he began studying the Senju clan's mystical palm technique. It was a healing art that used chakra to recover internal and external injuries. By releasing chakra from the palms, it increased the healing speed of wounds or diseased areas, while during treatment, the amount of chakra had to be adjusted precisely depending on the severity of the condition. It required excellent chakra control. "So that's how it works." Toji nodded, then clapped his hands. Mystical palm technique. At once, a soft green glow appeared in his palms. He had learned it. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. If Toji had to name his cheat ability, it would be that he learned taijutsu and medical ninjutsu extremely fast, and could even improve techniques into his own style. If he had to compare himself to someone, he was probably a specialized version of Tobirama. Tobirama excelled at forbidden arts and spacetime ninjutsu, while he specialized in taijutsu and medical ninjutsu. Toji had thought about this before and reached one conclusion. Perhaps because of transmigration, both his yin and yang chakra traits had been enhanced. His mind was sharper, his spirit stronger, and learning specialized skills took half the effort. So this is mystical palm technique. Toji took out a kunai and cut a small wound across his skin. Then he placed his glowing hand over it, and the injury healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was entirely the effect of mystical palm technique, without relying on Earth Grudge Fear's black threads to stitch the wound shut. That meant when battle came, he would not end up like Kakuzu, covered in seams all over his body. Clean. Refined. Elegant. Lost limbs could be reattached through Earth Grudge Fear, while internal injuries could be healed with mystical palm technique. A perfect balance of inner and outer recovery. After spending so much energy, drowsiness rushed over Toji, so he washed up and fell into deep sleep. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. On the opening day of Gospel Clinic, business was cold. The reason was villagers did not know whether this doctor who had suddenly appeared in the village was truly reliable. Toji was not worried. He calmly sat and waited. With the savings he had built up in Takigakure, he did not lack money. Then at noon, the first customer arrived. It was Ichiraku Ramen's owner, Ichiraku. "Dr. Toji, my lower back feels a little uncomfortable." Toji clapped his hands. Massage technique. Then he clapped again. Mystical palm technique. "Hey. I'm healed." Dr. Toji, you're amazing. That will be 100 Ryo. That same afternoon, after returning home, Ichiraku praised Toji's medical skill to everyone he met. By evening, even Hashirama personally came to visit. Inside the clinic, he dramatically acted out being healed from an illness, then publicly praised Toji's medical ninjutsu without restraint, showing full admiration. Both civilians and ninjas saw it. With the power of celebrity influence, the names of Toji and Gospel Clinic spread quickly through Konoha. Word passed from one person to 10, then from 10 to 100. The villagers gradually lowered their guard and accepted this outsider. Toji's reputation only continued to rise. Half a month later. Tobarama returned to the Senju clan grounds with Toka Senju, whose arms had been severed. His expression was grim as he looked toward the clan's medical ninja. Can her arms be reattached? The medical ninja was sweating heavily as he shook his head. Toka-sama's injuries are beyond what mystical palm technique can heal. Tobarama's face darkened. The ninja village system had ended the chaos of the Warring States era. There were no major wars now, but small conflicts between villages never stopped. Half a month ago, he had led a team to scout the border of the Land of Lightning, and during that mission, Toka had been ambushed by Kimo ninja. So there is truly no way. Tobarama fell silent. Toka had followed him and his older brother since the Warring States era. She was also the woman he cared for. For a ninja, losing both arms was humiliation beyond words, and it also meant the complete end of a ninja career. He feared that once she woke up, she might lose the will to live. Tobarama, what happened? Urgent footsteps sounded in the corridor as Hashirama pushed the door open and immediately saw the tragic scene. Tobarama spoke in a low voice, "Brother, I failed to protect Toka. She was attacked by Kimo ninja." Hashirama stepped forward and looked at her painful condition, yet even he was helpless. He could not share his own power with his clansmen. Even someone standing at the peak could still feel loneliness and helplessness. Such severe injuries. Hashirama muttered softly. "Take her to Gospel Clinic and try there." Gospel Clinic. Tobarama was stunned. "What is that?" "While you were away, a doctor skilled in medical ninjutsu came to the village." Hashirama quickly waved his hand. "No time to explain. Bring Toka and follow me." Though suspicious, saving Toka came first, so Tobarama lifted her in his arms and followed immediately. Toji had just finished treating the previous patient when he looked up and saw Hashirama striding in fast. Alongside him was that white-haired, red-eyed old monster. No, by age standards, he should probably call Tobarama big brother. He stepped forward. "What happened, Hokage-sama?" "Toji, take a look. Can her arms still be reattached?" Toji only glanced once before replying, "Bring her with me." Soon after, Tobarama laid Toka on the operating table. Beside her were her two severed arms, bloody and mangled. The sight was shocking. Toji inspected the wounds carefully. The cut surface is clean. Separation time exceeds 24 hours. Residual lightning chakra remains. Tobarama, who had stayed silent the whole time, stared at him and finally asked, "Can you treat her?" "Yes." Toji answered cleanly. At the same time, his heart began beating faster with excitement. He had been waiting for a chance like this. To truly gain a place in Konoha, rise into leadership, and control the future Konoha hospital, Hashirama's approval alone was not enough. One day, Hashirama would die fighting Madara, and the future ruler of Konoha would certainly be Tobarama. Only by gaining Tobarama's trust could he truly stand firm in Konoha and live securely for decades. And from the way Tobarama treated this woman, the chance was right in front of him. Toji pulled out a surgical blade and, without hesitation, sliced open his own palm. Earth Grudge Fear. Chapter 5, A Ninja is judged by actions, not by heart. Twisted black threads burst out from Toji's palm. He had never revealed the existence of Earth Grudge Fear in Konoha before, so the moment Tobarama saw it, his brows jumped sharply. Unease rose in his heart, and he instinctively moved to stop it. But Hashirama raised a hand and blocked him. "Brother." Tobarama's voice carried urgency. Hashirama only glanced at him calmly and shook his head. "Trust Toji." Ignoring the brothers, Toji focused fully on controlling Earth Grudge Fear. At first, only a single strand of black thread separated from his palm, but in an instant it split again and again, becoming more than 10 dense strands. The threads pierced precisely into Toka's torso, then stitched her severed arms back onto her body at perfect angles with delicate precision. But that alone was far from enough. The limbs could be reattached, yet the nerves and chakra pathways damaged by lightning release could not be restored through Earth Grudge Fear alone. Toji's expression remained calm as he gave a low shout. "Mystical palm technique." Soft green chakra from the healing technique flowed down along the black threads and entered Toka's body point by point, carefully repairing and reactivating her shattered nerves and chakra channels. The entire process flowed smoothly in one motion. Less than a minute had passed. Mystical palm technique. Tobirama lowered his voice in shock. Brother, you even gave him that. Hey, Toji truly is impressive. Hashirama folded his arms proudly, as if the one performing the surgery were himself. He can apply mystical palm technique through that yang-style creation. It's like using 10 hands to cast healing at once. Both the speed and precision have risen to another level. About 5 minutes later, Toji withdrew his hands with a tired face. Looking at his work, he nodded in satisfaction. Sending chakra through Earth Grudge Fear had been a brand new experiment even for him. The surgery was successful, my lords, he said slowly. I have reconnected all of the patient's nerves and chakra pathways. The parts that were fully dead have been replaced with my heavenly mercy threads. But for at least 3 months, her arms absolutely cannot be strained. The Senju brothers looked at each other. Even someone as knowledgeable as Tobirama could only describe what he had witnessed as miraculous. He stepped forward to examine her, and seeing that Toka's breathing had become steady, he relaxed slightly before asking the question on his mind. Heavenly mercy threads, what are they? It is one use of my inherited secret art, heavenly mercy fear. Toji wiped his hands and spoke calmly. They are chakra threads filled with vitality. When necessary, they can replace parts of the human body. Because the name Earth Grudge Fear sounded dark and hateful, it clashed badly with his image as a divine doctor and saint. So he had casually given it a temporary disguise. Fortunately, the patient only suffered damage to the arms. If it had been the internal organs, even I could not have saved her. Vitality. Hashirama nodded thoughtfully. It seems you have great talent in yang release. Yang release? What is that? Toji asked, pretending not to know. It is the power of yang, born from the body's life energy. It grants life to form. It is also a chakra nature, Hashirama explained, and the admiration in his eyes deepened. Toji, you have fate with the Senju clan. My clan is also skilled in yang release, but no one has ever materialized it to directly repair organs. Then he suddenly raised his voice. Tobirama. Yes. Tobirama straightened instinctively. In the field of medical ninjutsu, you need to learn from Toji. Stop researching those strange techniques all day. You couldn't even heal someone important to you. Yes, brother. And thank him properly. Tobirama extended a hand toward Toji with a solemn expression. Thank you, Toji. I am Tobirama Senju, the Hokage's younger brother. Thank you for healing Toka's arms. I owe you a favor. Seeing the usually stern old fox standing there so obediently after being humbled by medicine, Toji nearly laughed inside. No matter what, he had gained a favor from Tobirama. Hashirama patted his brother's shoulder. Haha, no matter how you look at it, this is a happy ending. Toji, your work should be done for today, right? Yes. It is off-duty time now. Good. My treat. Tonight we celebrate at Yakiniku-Q. Since someone else was paying, Toji naturally had no objection. Yes, Hokage-sama. After work, don't use titles. Just call me Hashirama. Yakiniku-Q was one of Konoha's most popular gathering spots. Inside a private room, even the cold-faced Tobirama looked a little drunk. He muttered nonsense, I remember the old days. Hashirama, it looks like we've eaten enough. I'll head back first and continue researching medical ninjutsu. Toji stood up and excused himself. He still wanted to continue training Earth Grudge Fear. After Toji left, the drunken look on Tobirama's face vanished instantly. His usual calm expression returned. Brother. Tobirama, you're not drunk. A ninja is never truly drunk. Tobirama shook his head, then asked, Toji arrived in the village half a month ago. Hashirama swirled his drink with sleepy eyes as he replied, not exactly. I saw him healing people around Tanzaku town even earlier. And before that. Is he really just from some distant land? And heavenly mercy fear. I have never heard of such a secret art. Those twisted black threads, what I sensed was evil chakra. Ominous chakra. Tobirama narrowed his eyes. Just like the Sharingan. Hashirama's hand paused. His tone turned serious. Tobirama, I know what you're thinking. But remember this. Judge a ninja by actions, not by heart. If you judge by heart, no ninja is flawless. These past 2 weeks, Toji has helped the village greatly. Many villagers have received treatment from him. I believe a man like that cannot be evil. Brother, you are being foolish. Tobirama sighed lightly. Sometimes saving people is only done to kill better later. If Toji is a spy, and leaks the village's intelligence, or has other motives, then the number who die because of him will far exceed the number he saved. Bang. Hashirama slapped the table. Tobirama, you're still so suspicious. You were like this with Madara, and now you're like this with Toji. For the village, such caution is necessary. Tobirama did not back down. All right, all right. Hashirama softened and waved his hand. I'll keep watching Toji. And besides, with me here, even if Toji truly is a spy from another village, so what? So what? That was a good question. Tobirama realized that as long as his brother lived, no one in the ninja world except Madara Uchiha could cause real damage to Konoha. That was the absolute confidence of the god of shinobi. But if one day his brother... Tobirama sighed and refused to imagine such a terrifying possibility. He silently drank another cup. This is my problem. That's better. Hashirama slapped his shoulder. Toji joining the village is absolutely a good thing. You need to let go of your prejudice against outsiders. Get along with him well. Exchange ideas about medical ninjutsu. In this field, he is talented. Chapter 6, I, Tobirama, recognize you as the strongest. Toji did not hear the discussion the Senju brothers had behind his back. After returning home, he immediately began training Earth Grudge Fear, as this was the foundation of his survival in Konoha. With the display he gave before the brothers today, the image of a genius medical ninja had already been firmly established. Toji felt secretly fortunate. Normally, power gained through dark methods came with terrible costs, but the only price of Earth Grudge Fear seemed to be that it looked a little ugly. After repeated experiments, he had gained a full understanding of its traits. It possessed enough force to pierce the human body with ease, its hardness could block a kunai, and its toughness made it difficult to tear apart. These qualities reminded him of the stand stone free from JoJo. Both fought using threads, and both could develop endless applications depending on the intelligence of the user. My total chakra isn't impressive, Toji muttered to himself. The amount of black threads I can create in battle is limited. Besides improving technique, I need to increase my chakra reserves and break that limit. And Kekkei Genkai hearts. Wood release, dust release, ice release, storm release. If I obtain those rare hearts, Earth Grudge Fear could undergo another complete leap. Kakuzu probably never got them because he didn't know where to find them, but I know where those hearts are, and I know how to obtain them. The candlelight flickered, casting Toji's shadow across the wall like a giant shifting monster, while the flames brightened and dimmed, making his face move between light and darkness. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A new day arrived, and the sun rose as usual. Toji also appeared at Gospel Clinic on time, but the difference was that someone new had entered his daily life. Tobirama. Early that morning, Tobirama arrived with the awakened Toka to offer thanks, and he also brought expensive gifts such as Nara deer antlers and Akimichi barbecue vouchers. While Toji treated patients, Tobirama quietly observed nearby, and when treatment ended, he began subtly probing for details about Toji's past. That was simply how suspicious Tobirama was. Being grateful was one thing, investigating Toji was another. Like student, like teacher. Toji grew tired of dealing with it. The moment one lie began, countless more were needed to support it. Carefree Hashirama might not notice anything strange, but the man before him was Tobirama, Konoha's greatest mind. Although he had imagined such scenes many times on the road to Konoha, he had not come here to play mind games with Tobirama. This can't continue. Worried that flaws would be exposed, Toji decided to strike first. Tobirama, I plan to develop a medical ninjutsu. A medical ninjutsu. Tobirama hesitated briefly before replying, I'm not skilled in that field. If needed, I can ask someone from the clan who specializes in medicine to speak with you. No need. It's only an idea. Toji smiled lightly. Hashirama said you're talented in ninjutsu development, so let's discuss it. Then he changed the subject. Yesterday, while treating Toka, I was thinking. If yang release chakra can heal injuries, then could a ninja who possesses yang release predict where an attack will land and gather chakra there beforehand? If struck, the damage could be reduced to the minimum. If such a technique existed, even if an arm were severed, the cells could remain alive long enough for a doctor to reattach it. Tobirama, what do you think? As expected, Tobirama's attention was hooked immediately. As a genius in ninjutsu development, he understood the concept at once, and his brows tightened as he considered the possibility. It doesn't need perfect precision, Toji said slowly. Only the general location. That would preserve basic survival and nerve activity, creating favorable conditions for treatment later. Arms, legs, torso, internal organs, prearranging yang release chakra into body sections. Medical ninjutsu had two greatest difficulties. Yang release. And precise chakra control. The Senju clan naturally did not lack yang release. What they lacked was refined control, and that alone had stopped many people. Tobarama's tightly drawn brows slowly relaxed, and his eyes grew brighter. It might work. This technique isn't difficult. And my elder brother? What about Hashirama? Nothing. Tobarama brushed it aside, keeping secrets as always. He has related experience. He may be able to guide the development. Toji only smiled. Even without saying it, he knew the effect of this technique was something Hashirama could already perform naturally without hand seals. This was the future A-rank medical ninjutsu created by Kabuto, in healing wound destruction. He had merely introduced the concept early. Tobarama could not help but praise him. Toji, in the field of medical ninjutsu, I, Tobarama, recognize you as the strongest. You flatter me. What do you plan to name this technique? Tobarama was visibly excited as he asked. If completed, this would be a life-saving jutsu perfectly suited for the Senju clan. The name. Toji showed a trace of mischief. How about reversal technique? When the enemy thinks victory is certain, the situation is turned around. That is reversal technique. Reversal technique. Excellent name. Tobarama agreed immediately. I'll return to the clan and establish the basic framework first. The detailed refinements can be left to you. All right. He came quickly and left just as quickly, and soon Tobarama disappeared from sight. Appealing to people's interests was an art. With Hashirama, one had to speak of the will of fire and dreams of peace. With Tobarama, one had to speak of ninjutsu development, and how evil the Uchiha were. A month passed in a flash. During that time, Tobarama visited several times, bringing calculation drafts of reversal technique to discuss with Toji. Through the cooperation of the two, a brand new A-rank medical ninjutsu was created. Inside the Senju clan grounds, Hashirama looked at the scroll recording reversal technique and beamed with joy. Good. Tobarama, well done. My blood wasn't spilled for nothing. He had contributed as well, since the effect of the technique shared similarities with his own body. During development, Hashirama had repeatedly cut himself with kunai to demonstrate self-healing. The main credit belongs to Toji. Tobarama did not claim the merit, but spoke honestly. I only handled the smaller details. Many key problems were solved by him. As expected of Toji. Hashirama acknowledged his contribution and handed the scroll back. Pass it down. Let all clan members of Jonin level and above learn it. Even if they cannot cover the whole body with yang release chakra, they must at least learn to cover vital areas in danger. Understood. Hashirama then became serious. Toji helped our Senju clan design such a technique. Tobarama, how do you think we should repay him? Tobarama paused, then said carefully, how about granting him land within the clan district and allowing him to found his own clan? Didn't Toji say all his family died in war? From now on, Konoha is his home. Give him clan land. When he marries and has children in the future, his bloodline can continue naturally. Without realizing it, Tobarama's attitude toward Toji had quietly changed. At first, he had been wary and suspicious. Then came recognition through working together. Now he wanted to bind this talent firmly to Konoha through the honor of founding a clan. Good idea. Hashirama nodded. I approve. Later, I'll go to the Hokage residence and discuss where Toji's clan land should be placed. Tobarama turned to leave and spread reversal technique through the clan. But Hashirama suddenly stopped him. Wait. What is it now, brother? Now that we've finished talking about Toji, it's time to talk about you. Me. What issue could I have? Your wedding with Toka. Make it happen in the next few days. Chapter 7, The Fabricated Zenin Clan. Early in the morning, Toji received a wedding invitation from the Senju clan, and the moment he saw it, he was stunned. In his understanding, the original story had never mentioned Tobarama having a wife or children. He had always assumed that white-haired old fox would spend his whole life alone, burying himself in ninjutsu development and political struggles. But now, Tobarama was getting married. The course of Konoha's history seemed to be moving in an unpredictable direction. Did reconnecting Toka's arms create a butterfly effect? Toji was not sure. Perhaps Tobarama still would not have descendants. Or perhaps Tsunade would gain a few more cousins. Toji changed into a newly bought formal robe and headed for the Senju clan grounds. The road was packed with noise and excitement, and everywhere carried the atmosphere of celebration. The Hokage's younger brother, who was also one of Konoha's elders, was about to marry, and the entire village treated it as the hottest topic around. It was as if this marriage symbolized that Konoha's peace would continue for a long time. Hashirama placed great importance on Tobarama's wedding. It seemed he wanted to make up for the regret that his own marriage to Mito had been held hastily during the chaos of the Warring States era, so he spent a huge amount of money and held a feast for the entire village. Tables stretched from inside the Senju compound all the way to the commercial street. There was no divide between ninja clans and civilians, no divide between high and low. Anyone could sit down, eat wedding food, and share in the joy. Of course, important guests were still treated differently. Standing at the main gate, Toji handed over his gift money. After counting it, the Senju gate attendant shouted loudly, "Toji, 10,000 ryo." He was then led inside and seated near the front. This was not Toji's first time entering the Senju grounds, but even so, the sight inside widened his eyes. The Uzumaki clan from the distant land of whirlpools had sent people. Even the Uchiha clan, who had conflicts with the Senju, had sent representatives. The Hyuga, Sarutobi, Shimura, Yamanaka, Nara, Akimichi, all the famous ninja clans of this era had gathered at once. Toji finally saw the glory of Konoha at its peak. If he wanted to see a scene like this again, he would likely need to wait more than 60 years. 60 years. He drifted into thought for a moment. Asterisk. Tobirama's wedding soon began. This was a wedding, but it was also a social arena of power and status within the land of fire. Between courses of fine food being served, a messenger of the fire daimyo approached Hashirama. "Hokage-sama, the daimyo wishes to marry his daughter to your son." Toji overheard the conversation. The son of the Hokage marrying the daughter of the daimyo. If that happened, the Hokage and the daimyo would become family. The relationship between Konoha and the land of fire would become even tighter, and future growth would face fewer obstacles. Princess Tsunade. The title princess truly had meaning. Toji knew Hashirama had a son. That meant Tsunade's mother was naturally the daimyo's daughter. Beside the messenger stood a blonde girl whose features resembled Tsunade by 70%. Hashirama then called over his son, Takayuki Senju, a black-haired young man in his teens who looked energetic and sharp. Before many elders, the two were formally engaged and would marry once they came of age. Sitting nearby, Toji silently watched it all. Once again, he had personally witnessed history taking shape. The banquet continued. Drunk and cheerful, Hashirama swayed over to Toji and casually threw an arm around his shoulder. "Toji, how has life in Konoha felt these days?" "Konoha is good. The villagers speak kindly. I quite like this place." "Haha, I'm glad to hear that." Hashirama's playful tone faded as he grew serious. "Many villagers have benefited from you recently. They all speak well of you. The reversal technique you developed has also helped our Senju clan greatly. I need to thank you properly." Toji's expression stayed calm. "If I can reduce separation and death in this world, then for a doctor like me, that itself is something worth being happy about. There is no need to thank me. You may not need it, but I must give it." Hashirama's tone became bold and impossible to refuse. "You said your clan was destroyed in war. In that case, rebuild it here in Konoha. I plan to grant you land in the village so your clan can rise again. The location is a little remote, so don't mind that." "Hashirama, this." "Enough, don't refuse." Hashirama cut Toji off directly, then asked, "I've never asked you before. What is your clan called?" Toji paused slightly. He had expected that with Hashirama's personality, the men would eventually want him to take root in Konoha and rebuild a family line. He simply did not expect it to happen so soon, even before he became director of Konoha Hospital. "Zenin," he blurted out. "My clan is called the Zenin clan." "Good." Hashirama immediately promised him. "When the Hokage residence reopens, I'll register the Zenin clan." Asterisk. And just like that, Toji somehow created a clan that had never existed, then became its clan head. What surprised him even more was that the land Hashirama granted him was beside the Naka River. In other words, he might have taken the future territory of the Uchiha clan. What a strange fate. Toji sighed softly. He then announced that Gospel Clinic would close for 1 week. Next, he hired a large number of skilled craftsmen and began major construction on the newly granted Zenin clan grounds. As a long-lived ninja, marriage, children, and spreading a bloodline would only distract him from his path. For a very long time, the Zenin compound would likely contain only one resident. Himself. Still, the necessary construction could not be neglected. First, he needed a private and hidden place completely under his control. There, he could build a secret laboratory for future Earth Grudge Fear research and conduct certain human experiments that could never see daylight. Second, it was also for the Senju brothers to see. The more effort he put into rebuilding the Zenin clan, the more reassured Hashirama and Tobirama would become. 1 week later, Hashirama personally led people there and hosted the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Toji raised a plaque carved with the words Zenin and firmly hung it above the main gate. A brand new clan had officially been founded in Konoha. He felt emotional. So fast. In only a few months, he had truly planted roots in Konoha. After greeting everyone, he held a housewarming feast according to custom. Guests all brought gifts. The clan representatives knew he was favored by the Hokage, so none of the gifts were cheap. Among them, the most special gift was the lifetime free ramen coupon Ichiraka gave him, the same kind future Naruto would have. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Inside the reception room, Hashirama joked half-seriously, "Toji, once you're done with all this, you need to return to work at Gospel Clinic. During the week you were gone, many people complained. I'll return as soon as possible." Toji agreed, then slowly added, "However, Hashirama, I am only one person. Many times, I simply cannot handle everything." Hashirama scratched his head with some guilt. "That's true. I've troubled you. I'll do my best to gather everyone's strength and solve the issue. I'm not complaining." Toji interrupted him. "Hashirama, I have a suggestion to solve the village's medical problem. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 8, As Hokage, your authority is unlimited. Please, go ahead." 1 second earlier, Hashirama had still been full of alcohol and half drunk. The next second, he became completely serious, a faint mist of evaporating alcohol visibly drifting into the air. Toji looked at the scene and was left speechless. Hashirama cared about the village to an absurd degree, almost like a certain dark-skinned man whose true lover was his country. Poor Mito was basically getting cheated on. Ahem. Toji coughed lightly. "I plan to establish a true ninja hospital in Konoha." He then explained the core concept. Gather medical ninjas from each clan and place them in one specialized institution under unified management. The hospital will mainly serve ninjas. Of course, if there is spare capacity, it can also treat ordinary villagers. Hashirama scratched his cheek awkwardly as he replied, "The truth is, I thought about this before, but everyone rejected it. It seems no one wants doctors from their own clan treating outsiders." Exactly as expected. Ninja hospitals, ninja academies, police forces, systems that later generations considered normal were still unfamiliar and unwelcome in this era. The Warring States era had only recently ended, and Konoha had existed for just 5 years. The many clans that once hated one another had only barely been gathered together. Resources were not integrated. Strength was not shared. Even the most basic civilian systems still resembled isolated islands from wartime days. Hashirama's personality was too soft. That was why such systems had not been implemented in Konoha's early years. Only after that ruthless white-haired demon took power. "Hashirama." Toji spoke in a tone carrying subtle temptation. "As Hokage, your authority is unlimited. This is a great matter that benefits both village and people. How can it be abandoned simply because others resist? The larger direction can be decided first. The details can be improved later. If people refuse to share resources, then find the reasons and solve them one by one. The sooner Konoha Hospital is built, the sooner the village benefits." Hashirama listened in a daze. His expression shifted from hesitation to resolve. Then, with murderous momentum, he said, "You're right. As Hokage, I should be firmer in some matters. Tomorrow, I'll gather everyone at the Hokage residence and explain this." Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The next day. Inside the Hokage residence conference room, Hashirama summoned representatives of the major ninja clans and announced the proposal to establish Konoha Hospital. "I oppose this." "Agreed. There has never been such a precedent. Our clan has only one medical ninja. How can we send them away?" As expected, resistance was strong. Tobirama crossed his arms and was about to stand up to support his brother, but Hashirama suddenly leaned forward with both hands on the table. His attitude was unusually firm. "Everyone. This is no longer the Warring States era." The elders present changed expression, and the room's murmurs instantly quieted. "I do not wish for barriers between clans. Everyone should work together for the village. No person of any clan should think only of sacrificing for clan interests. They must place the greater good first, contribute to the village, and protect the people of the village. Everyone in this village is one family." Hashirama swept his gaze across the room. Everyone visibly trembled. In the end, it was an elder of the Uchiha clan who broke the silence first. "I support the Hokage's proposal." The others glared at him. "You Uchiha do not even have medical ninjas. Why are you joining in?" "However," the elder continued, "this new Konoha hospital needs someone to oversee the whole operation. Hokage-sama, who do you think is suitable?" The room filled with discussion again. Seeing Hashirama's uncharacteristically strong stance, everyone knew this matter could no longer be stopped. Konoha Hospital was destined to become an important institution. If each clan's healers were centralized, then future treatment of injured clan members, mission recovery, medicine distribution, all of it would depend on the hospital. That meant the hospital's leader could not be a puppet controlled by one faction. It had to be someone who could balance all sides and consider every clan's interests. Some looked toward the Senju. Some glanced at the Uchiha. Many simply watched one another, afraid this power would fall into hostile hands. Hashirama finally relaxed and blurted out, "What about Toji from Gospel Clinic?" Toji. Unexpected, yet reasonable. Everyone had attended his feast yesterday, and all had approved of his conduct and character. Once again, the Uchiha spoke first. "I support Toji becoming director. The man's ability is obvious to all. Our Hyuga clan also supports him." Agreed. Approved. With two major clans leading the way, voices of agreement rose one after another. Hashirama looked thrilled. He slammed the table and stood up. "Good. Since Toji has everyone's support, the matter is settled." He raised a hand for silence and solemnly declared, "Konoha Gospel Hospital is officially established today. Toji will serve as its first director and will fully oversee hospital affairs. Each clan must assign medical ninjas. All names are to be submitted to Toji within 3 days. Asterisk asterisk asterisk." That same afternoon, after only half a day back at work, Toji was summoned to the Hokage residence. Hashirama eagerly handed him 2 sheets of appointment papers. Appointment, Toji Zenin, first director of Konoha Gospel Hospital. Toji looked at the papers and slightly raised a brow. Hashirama's efficiency was surprisingly fast. Hashirama patted his shoulder. "Toji, from today onward, Gospel Clinic has been upgraded into a hospital. You are the first director. I feel my ability may not be enough for such a position." Toji pretended to decline. The old tradition of refusing 3 times. Enough already. Hashirama waved it off. "You are what everyone wants. They all recognize your ability. Don't refuse. Come with me." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed away from the Hokage residence. Toji used his taijutsu movement and barely kept up. "Hokage-sama, where are we rushing to?" "To build the hospital, of course." "Build the hospital?" Toji was taken aback. Before he fully processed it, Hashirama had already brought him to a large empty plot in Konoha's core district. Then Hashirama clapped his hands, slammed them onto the ground, and shouted. With style. Hospital construction jutsu. He was not even pretending anymore. He really could just shout a name and make it happen. Whatever he named, the move became the effect. Rumble. The earth shook violently. Dust filled the air at once. Then Toji truly witnessed the terror of the god of shinobi. Across nearly 100 acres of land, thick wooden pillars burst from the ground. Rows of wooden buildings rose one after another. Within moments, an enormous hospital had already taken shape. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 9, Organ Donation Consent Form. As expected of the god of shinobi. Terrifying indeed. A massive hospital capable of treating nearly 1,000 people at once had been built with such ease. Hashirama dusted off his hands. His breathing was steady, with no sign of chakra exhaustion at all. He looked proudly at the orderly and sturdy structure before him, where even patient rooms and partitions were already complete. Toji, what do you think of the hospital I built? Toji's eyes swept across the astonishing building. It was far larger than the one he remembered Tobirama leading in the future. It's excellent, though some rooms still need adjustment. He paused before adding, but isn't this hospital too large? Hashirama did not deny it. He smiled and nodded. For the village's current population, yes, it is a little too large. But I believe Konoha will only continue to prosper. These spaces will be useful sooner or later. His eyes looked into the distance. When the ninja world finally enters a lasting peace, even people from other nations will come seeking treatment at Gospel Hospital. When that day comes, perhaps even this size will not be enough. Ha ha ha. That unique optimism belonged only to the god of shinobi. Toji listened quietly and did not crush his dream. He only wanted to live his own life peacefully. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Once the main hospital building was complete, construction teams immediately moved in. Under Toji's direction, the interior was renovated according to the modern layout he had designed. Medical ninjas transferred from every clan gradually arrived. Funds from the Hokage residence were also delivered one after another. Toji mobilized those resources and purchased large quantities of the most advanced medical equipment in the ninja world to furnish the wards. Naturally, it was an enormous expense, and Toji had no intention of honestly spending every bit of it on public work. He quietly skimmed off a portion for personal use. Once attention faded, it would be used to buy equipment for his secret experiments. After that, Toji's life became extremely regular. He rebuilt Konoha's medical system. Primary doctor responsibility. 3-level ward rounds. Tiered nursing care. Department registration. Ninja priority treatment. One new rule after another was implemented. At the same time, he trained the medical ninjas drawn from the various clans. Konoha's medical resources were finally integrated, and efficiency greatly increased. The villagers praised it endlessly. The advanced medical ninjutsu and noble ethics Toji displayed also won the approval of many medical ninjas. Following the guidance of this director, they gradually let go of clan prejudice and identity barriers. They sincerely threw themselves into building Konoha's medical future. Half a year later. Toji wore plain glasses and a custom white haori. It had been gifted to him collectively by villagers he had treated. They said his heart was as pure and spotless as white itself, that he was Konoha's angel. During these 6 months, he had spent nearly all his time inside Gospel Hospital. No matter how small the matter, he handled it personally. When patients fell into despair or stood on the edge of collapse, he spoke gently and patiently, helping them untangle the knots in their hearts. Those who had lost all hope regained the courage to live. When poor people could not afford treatment, he donated all of his director's salary to help them. He never asked for repayment. Everyone said Toji was a good man, a living saint whose character rivaled the Hokage himself. Hashirama had brought peace to Konoha. Toji had brought healing. No one mentioned any more that this gentle and kind saint had only arrived at Konoha earlier that year. Everyone now saw him as a true villager of Konoha. Toji was currently walking toward the Hokage residence. Many villagers bowed their heads or warmly greeted him along the road, and he answered every one of them patiently. Director Toji, good afternoon. He gave a slight nod. Good afternoon. Toji-sama, have you eaten? Why not come eat at my house? I've already eaten well. Thank you for your kindness. The recognition of the villagers was his most precious wealth. With that thought, Toji entered the Hokage office. From inside his robe, he took out the proposal he had carefully prepared and handed it to Hashirama. Organ donation consent form. After reading it, Hashirama's expression became strange. Corpse recovery, organ donation, body cremation. Toji, what made you think of this? What he proposed was something unheard of, a complete new method for handling ninja corpses. Facing the question, Toji answered calmly, during these 6 months, I have witnessed too many ninjas die because of organ damage. Such internal injuries often cannot be saved. Yet one life's continuation could give many others a second chance. If a ninja beyond saving donates organs, at least 7 or 8 severely wounded ninjas could survive. Liver. Both lungs. Kidneys. Pancreas. Small intestine. And the heart. For the donor and their family, it means life continues in another form. Without donation, there is no dissection. Without dissection, medical ninjutsu cannot improve. Toji spoke with complete sincerity. Of course, ninja corpses are secrets. For clans with Kekkai Genkai such as the Uchiha clan and Hyuga clan, their Sharingan or Byakugan may first be reclaimed. Only ordinary organs would then be donated. All donated organs and corpses would be kept under unified management by Konoha Hospital. Specialized ninja guards would protect them. Then Toji produced another form. This one was already signed with his own name. With righteous resolve, he declared, I have already signed. If one day I die unexpectedly, please preserve my body in Konoha Hospital. Let inexperienced medical ninjas dissect my corpse for practice and donate my organs to any ninja in need. Toji. Hashirama was moved. You truly are Konoha's moral example. Hot blood rushed to his head. As Hokage, unwilling to be outdone, he immediately picked up a pen and signed his own name. As Hokage, I won't lose to you in this matter, Toji. Success. A relieved smile appeared on Toji's face. Thank you for recognizing this, Hashirama. Some hearts were still beating in another person's chest, yet already belonged to him. And the greatest of those hearts was Hashirama's. As Hokage, I should lead by example. Hashirama then sighed. But Toji, I doubt many people will sign this form. Toji replied lightly, I understand. But as long as even one person is willing, it has meaning for the village. And for those in need, it brings hope. Soon after, the Hokage stamped organ donation consent form was posted at both the Hokage residence and Konoha Hospital. The names of Toji and Hashirama were especially eye-catching. ****. With his hands behind his back, Toji looked down from above at the villagers gathered below like ants. They crowded around the notice board, creating a noisy commotion. They admired the selflessness of the Hokage and Toji, yet they also kept their distance. After all, organ donation, allowing medical ninjas to cut open one's corpse, to people of this era, such ideas were far too advanced. Too shocking. Toji stood by the window expressionlessly, watching the crowd below. His eyes were as calm as still water. This form had been tailor-made for hot-blooded fools like Hashirama. His target had only ever been one person. Hashirama Senju. As for whether the other villagers signed or accepted such a radical proposal, it doesn't matter. Chapter 10, Ninja Academy. The next day, Tobirama had just returned from a mission in the Land of Lightning. Still wearing combat clothes covered in dust, he came back to the village and, without pausing for even a moment, went straight to the Hokage office. With a grave tone, he brought news serious enough to worsen the unstable situation of the ninja world and throw all of Konoha into anxiety. Konohagakure sent an elite ninja force led by Kinkaku and Ginkaku to capture the Nine Tails. The elders present exchanged looks. The office fell into complete silence. Hashirama was the first to break it. Did they succeed? His voice carried surprise and curiosity, but not the slightest tension. It was as if he were casually asking how a neighbor handled a wild beast entering their yard. They failed. The intelligence in my hand says they suffered heavy losses and were driven back by the Nine Tails. I see. Hashirama sighed in admiration. The Nine Tails really is strong. Brother. Tobirama's face hardened. Now is not the time for jokes. Kumo's intention in trying to capture the Nine Tails is dangerous. If we ignore this, they will eventually threaten Konoha. We should strike first and destroy their war capability. Hashirama rejected it immediately. War only brings deeper suffering to the civilians of both nations. It does not truly solve conflict. I hope ninjas can help one another without borders. He then turned to a young ninja of the Sarutobi clan beside him. Sasuke, arrange for an envoy to go to Konohagakure. Ask if they need medical support. Brother. Tobirama nearly exploded. Not taking advantage of a weakened enemy was one thing. But helping them instead. Enough, Tobirama. My decision is made. Hashirama's tone brooked no argument. You've worked hard carrying out missions in the Land of Lightning lately. Take some time and rest. After arguing the entire morning, Tobirama finally left the Hokage residence with a long sigh. On the way back to the clan grounds, he happened to notice a notice posted outside Gospel Hospital. What is this? A nearby villager eagerly explained, Tobirama-sama, it's an organ donation consent form. Organ, what? A bad feeling rose in Tobirama's heart. When he read the contents and saw the signatures of Toji and Hashirama, his face turned green. He immediately went upstairs to find Toji. Toji was bent over his desk writing, not even lifting his head. Tobirama, have a seat. No need. Tobirama's tone was unfriendly. Toji, what is the meaning of that form? There are many medical ninjas in the hospital with too little experience. Toji calmly set down his brush and looked up. They need ninja corpses as anatomical teachers to better master medical ninjutsu. As for organs, some ninjas suffer explosive tag or kunai damage to internal organs. Normal healing methods cannot save them. Only transplantation can. I have already proposed that when carrying out missions, we recover the corpses of enemy ninja whenever possible. That would greatly ease pressure on both cadaver training and organ reserves. Listen to the explanation. Tobirama calmed down. After thinking carefully, he realized he had been the impatient one. After all, when conducting forbidden research in private, he too required ninja corpses. It was only seeing his brother's name that made him think badly at first. Toji smiled gently. Tobirama, you saw Hokage-sama's name and imagined unpleasant things, didn't you? That's understandable. No one likes the thought of a loved one's corpse being cut open by surgical blades. But his tone shifted, and for once he showed a sly smile. Hashirama is the god of shinobi. Who could possibly kill him? It's only a signed form to set an example for villagers. It changes nothing. No. Tobirama shook his head. If it were that man. Then he narrowed his eyes. And what about you? You signed too. Are you prepared for that? My greatest wish is to erase war and drive suffering from this world. Toji's expression remained calm. I am very safe in the hospital. But if something truly happens to me, and my organs can help people in the village after my death, I would feel at peace. Tobirama stared at him for a long time. At last, he exhaled deeply. I never expected there would be someone like you in this ninja world. Fine. He extended a hand. Give me a pen. What are you doing? You said it yourself. It's only setting an example. If it can ease the village's medical burden, then as Konoha elder and the Hokage's brother, I should lead from the front. Toji showed hesitation and kindly warned him. Tobirama, you are different. You often leave the village for missions. If something truly happens, then even though we are friends, I will strictly follow the agreement on the form. I'm strong. Tobirama crossed his arms and forcefully shoved aside the concern. Hearing that, Toji immediately handed over a pen. Buy one, get one free. Even the suspicious Tobirama was willing to sign. What an unexpected delight. Very soon, Tobirama's name was added to the form. Toji carefully stored the little death note. I'll keep the original copy. Your name will also be posted on the hospital notice board shortly. Without fully understanding how, Tobirama had somehow signed the form. Just as he was about to leave, Toji stopped him. Tobirama, I have another proposal I'd like to discuss with you first. Tobirama instantly became cautious. If you have a proposal, speak to the Hokage. Not me. Just a discussion. I heard from villagers that the Land of Lightning has been very active lately. Is it true? Yes, Tobirama answered shortly. It was the same matter they had argued about that morning. Toji's expression also turned serious. This concerns me as well. If war breaks out between Konoha and Kyomo in the future, the hospital has enough beds, but we do not have enough medical ninjas. You want to train more medical ninjas? Exactly. But not from already bloodied adult ninja. You people are too rough-handed. You mean? A spark exploded in Tobirama's mind. Something vague was suddenly taking shape. Toji continued, we can copy the gospel hospital model. Gather suitable children from ninja clans and civilians alike. Train them together in one place. Those with healing talent become doctors. Those with combat talent gain strength to protect the village. Everyone gets a bright future. Boom. Tobirama's body shook. In only a few sentences, Toji had turned his unclear inspiration into a practical system. Ninja Academy. Tobirama muttered to himself, Hiruzen, Danzo. Their ages are just right. He already had disciples, but before now, training only happened casually in the forest outside the village. There had never been a fixed place. During the Warring States era, ninja taught only their own clan children. Children of other clans were future enemies. Training ninja was a private matter. Even after the village was founded and outsiders began to be accepted, old customs still remained. Even Tobirama himself had never fully considered creating a ninja academy. Only now did true clarity strike him. This can work. Tobirama spoke solemnly. It should be implemented as soon as possible. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 11, Uchiha Civil War. A few days later, news that the village was about to establish a ninja academy swept through Konoha like a sudden storm. In less than half a day, everyone had heard of it, and everyone was talking about it. The order came without warning, personally announced by Hashirama himself. The deadline was set for 1 month. Before January 15th of Konoha Year 6, all children of proper age who met the requirements had to receive compulsory education. The admission standards were simple. They had to be able to refine chakra and use at least one of the following: ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu. Even if they failed to meet the standard, children who showed clear potential could still enter the reserve list. The civilians of Konoha reacted with overwhelming excitement. They rushed to register their children's names. It had to be said, though being a ninja was dangerous, it was also a profession with extremely high income. Before this, for civilians to become ninja was nearly impossible. For them, this was a chance to change fate. It was also a way to gain the power to protect themselves in troubled times. But for the ninja clans, it was a completely different matter. This was another unprecedented shock. If we send our children to the ninja academy, will the ninja raised there belong to the village or the clan? Did we raise them all these years for nothing? Such doubts filled many hearts. However, once Hashirama again showed an unusually firm attitude, the major clans yielded once more. They all stated they would strictly obey the village's order. Only one clan remained silent from beginning to end. The Uchiha clan. Beneath Naka Shrine. Inside the underground chamber, a stone tablet covered in mysterious characters stood quietly there. Tengu murals were carved into the walls. An elderly clan elder stood before the tablet. The burning brazier cast light over the two people in front of him. To his right stood a beautiful female ninja with flowing purple hair and a Han cut. Naori Uchiha. To his left stood an arrogant male ninja. Naka Uchiha. Simply put, the former represented the moderate faction, while the latter represented the radicals. Naka's expression was dark. Sending our people to some ninja academy. This is obviously a trick by the Senju to target the Uchiha. If I knew the Senju were this shameless, I would have followed Madara-sama and left with him back then. Naori frowned after hearing him. Naka, you're too extreme. Since the clan chose to remain in the village, then we should support the village's arrangements. Do not think so poorly of the Hokage. When Madara-sama was still in the village, he never once doubted the Hokage's character. And besides, the clan has truly benefited from Gospel Hospital. Naka's eyes turned cold. How is that the same thing? In any case, I absolutely refuse. Seeing soft words fail, Naori's tone also hardened. Naka, I am the acting clan leader. You'll regret this, Naori. Grinding his teeth, Naka turned and stormed out of the shrine. Bang. The heavy door slammed shut, venting his rage. The elder looked worried. Naori, this. Her face stayed expressionless. Ever since Madara-sama left, the people led by Naka have been unwilling to accept it. But everyone made their choice back then. What meaning is there in regretting it now? Clan matters should be solved within the clan. Do not let the village interfere and laugh at us. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Konoha Year 6, January 1st. A new year began. At dawn, the sun slowly rose over the horizon. Golden light spread across every corner of Konoha. Villagers changed into new clothes and filled the streets, their laughter and joy echoing through every lane. They celebrated the new year while silently praying that this hard-won peace would continue through Konoha's 6th year, and far beyond. Toji had finally gotten a rare holiday. Wearing a pure white haori, he walked through the streets, exchanging New Year greetings with villagers. After strolling around, he went to visit the Senju clan grounds. By the time the formalities were done, evening had already arrived. Toji returned to his own Zenin clan territory. Compared to the lively world outside, the Zenin grounds remained quiet and empty. Toji had transplanted an entire grove of 10-year-old bamboo there. Passing through the silent bamboo forest and following the stone path to the end, one would reach the main house. After pushing open the door, Toji skillfully opened the hidden panel in the corner wall. His figure flashed forward as he entered the underground chamber, a place even the Byakugan could not peer into. The secret door then closed silently behind him, shutting out all the noise from the outside world. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The underground space was vast. It was both Toji's laboratory and his training ground. The place was filled with bottles and containers of every kind, giving off a dark and oppressive atmosphere. Toji clasped his hands together and muttered in a low voice. Earth Grudge Fear, release. The skin along his spine split open inch by inch. Several twisted tendrils of Earth Grudge Fear slowly emerged, stretched outward, and writhed through the sealed underground chamber with an ominous presence. It was terrifying enough to make anyone's skin crawl. If the villagers, who had grown used to his gentle and warm image, were to witness this scene, they would likely faint on the spot. But unlike Kakuzu's Earth Grudge Fear, Toji had carefully refined the appearance of his own. He did not seek usefulness alone. He also valued elegance and style. When spread apart, the tentacles resembled stone free. When gathered together, they looked like a ghoul's cocoon. Earth Grudge Fear, clone. Part of the black tendril separated from Toji's body. After twisting and writhing, they transformed into 4 figures roughly the same size as him, each wearing a Plague Dr. Bird mask. The clones moved on their own, serving as laborers. They continued digging deeper underground, expanding the hidden chamber. Following a year of focused training, Toji had already mastered many applications of Earth Grudge Fear. Creating clones was just one of them. Unlike normal clone techniques, these clones used one of the hearts inside his body as their core. Each carried a matching chakra nature and a portion of his own chakra. They could be directly controlled in combat or act independently by following commands, making them highly practical. Bang. 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 The clone's tendrils lashed out. Hard layers of stone and soil were torn apart like paper as dirt scattered downward. The underground chamber kept expanding deeper and wider. A clone with earth nature formed hand seals and gathered the loose soil, shaping it into stairs and walls. Toji only gave the clones a brief glance before focusing on further developing Earth Grudge Fear. He raised a hand and fired one tendril into a white laboratory mouse on the operating table. The mouse convulsed violently, then suddenly became still. After that, it moved stiffly according to his commands. The experiment proved that Earth Grudge Fear could control animal bodies to a certain degree, but their movement flexibility would decrease. Expressionless, Toji took out a notebook and wrote down the result. Animal testing has reached its limit. The next step is human experimentation. Earth Grudge Fear allowed him to gain different chakra natures. But the corresponding technique still had to be learned personally. Toji knew very well that his talent in ninjutsu was average. Learning slowly through time and repetition would be inefficient, and there was no guarantee he could master them. Next, he needed to test whether Earth Grudge Fear could control living ninja like puppets. If successful, he might be able to extract a target's experience with ninjutsu and secret arts through direct control, saving himself years of training. Alive, they would be his puppets. Dead, they would be his hearts. But inside Konoha, suitable test subjects are hard to find. Toji was extremely cautious about doing human experiments while Hashirama and Tobirama were still alive. The former would never allow forbidden methods like body experiments or stealing hearts. The latter was deeply suspicious by nature and would never permit anyone except himself to conduct taboo research. That was a contradiction with no middle ground. Once those two powerful ninjas were gone, things would be different. Using ninja from other villages as test material would be best. Using Konoha ninja would only create trouble. Toji had no desire to become a warning example like Orochimaru. While thinking this, he suddenly sensed dozens of chakra signatures in the distance. Though faint, his sharp perception still caught them. Toji looked in that direction. That place is Naka Shrine. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 12, I'll beat you back to reality. Toji brought his hands together. The Earth Grudge Fear clones twisted violently. Their solid forms dissolved back into countless thin black threads, all of which returned to his body. Mystical palm technique. The torn flesh across his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, only a faint mark remained, almost impossible to notice. After finishing all that, Toji's figure flashed. He vanished instantly. A crescent moon hung in the night sky. Heavy clouds blocked most of the moonlight, leaving the surface of the Naka River shrouded in endless darkness. At Naka Shrine, two groups of Uchiha clan ninjas stood on opposite sides of the shrine gate, several meters apart and locked in a tense standoff. What is this supposed to be? Toji frowned slightly. Since arriving in this world, he had not interacted much with the Uchiha. He had only treated a few injured clan members at Gospel Hospital. First, getting too close to the Uchiha would easily attract the suspicion of Tobirama. Second, in this era, aside from Madara, there was no one in the clan worth his special attention. This sword-drawn situation was unexpected. Toji held his breath and completely concealed his presence, blending into the night itself. Silently, he moved to the edge of the forest and observed in secret. Even without ninjutsu and relying only on taijutsu, he had once stood beside Kakuzu as one of Takigakure's strongest. Hiding his aura and moving unseen during assassination missions was second nature to him. Naori Uchiha was born 15 years before Konoha's founding. Beautiful in appearance and kind and gentle by nature, unlike many other Uchiha, her mental state had always been stable. She awakened the Sharingan at age 9. By 12, she had already reached the 3-tomo stage. During the Warring States period, she followed Madara and Izuna into countless battles. Decisive and ruthless on the battlefield, she earned the title, Purple Reaper. She was widely recognized as the strongest Uchiha beneath Madara and Izuna. After Madara left Konoha, she naturally became acting clan leader. If nothing changed, becoming the official leader was only a matter of time. Facing her was Naka Uchiha. He stood with his younger sister Yanagi Uchiha and 30 clan members. Across from them were 50 people under Naori's command. Naka, stop this. Naori sighed and spoke seriously. Do you really want to destroy the peace our clan struggled so hard to gain? The one who should stop is you, Naori. Naka snapped back without restraint. You don't even have the courage to oppose the Senju, yet you stand there pretending to be clan leader. Today I am taking my people and leaving. I'd like to see who can stop me. He had planned this carefully. Using New Year's night, when the village defenses were weakest, he intended to lead part of the clan into defection and seek Madara. By the time Konoha reacted, they would already be long gone. But at this critical moment, Naori had blocked the road. I won't let you go. Her eyes gradually turned cold. If you defect, every clan member who stays in Konoha will bear the consequences. I will not allow that. This is my last warning. Stop now. Seeing words had failed, Naka drew his sword at once. Fight your way out with me. Izanagi, activate. Naori looked at him coldly. Naka Uchiha. I'll beat you back to reality. The 3-tomo deep in her eyes spun rapidly. Then merged into the shape of a 3-leaf flower. It's the Mangekyo Sharingan. Toji was stunned. The Mangekyo Sharingan was the next stage beyond the Sharingan, the ultimate power of the Uchiha. He had not expected anyone besides Madara to possess it. Toji touched his own eyes and muttered, "What a waste." He felt a trace of regret, then shifted his attention back to the battlefield before the shrine. The fight was completely one-sided. Leaving aside the difference in numbers, Naori alone, with the Mangekyo Sharingan, was invincible against the Uchiha present, who had only awakened 3 Tomo Sharingan at best. Before long, casualties began to appear. The Uchiha who had fallen into madness showed no mercy despite fighting their own kin. For the sake of their beliefs, whether peace or freedom, they struck each other with the intention to kill. Then, Izanagi activated. At the cost of sacrificing the sight of one Sharingan eye, it could turn events unfavorable to the user into something that never happened, while only allowing favorable outcomes to become reality. A supreme genjutsu that rewrote reality itself. Soon, the Uchiha who had fallen into pools of blood rose to their feet again. But after reviving, could they change the outcome? The answer was no. Naori raised her index and middle fingers together to her lips. A line of blood slowly ran from her Mangekyo eye. In an instant, every rebel ninja who had activated Izanagi, including Naka, froze where they stood. Time seemed stretched infinitely. Yet also frozen for only a moment. When Naka regained movement, the arrogance and violence in his eyes were gone. Only lifeless calm remained. My path was wrong. Naori, you were right. As soon as he finished speaking, he dropped to both knees and accepted his defeat. Thud. Like a chain reaction, the defectors one after another fell to their knees as well. At the edge of the battlefield, Naka's younger sister Yanagi was badly wounded. Witnessing the scene before her, her eyes nearly split with rage, and despair filled her heart. She could not accept that her brother and comrades who swore to abandon Konoha with her, who would rather die than lose freedom, had now bowed to Naori. Hatred and unwillingness surged in her chest. The 2 Tomo in her eyes spun rapidly, merging and faintly transforming toward a 3 Tomo Sharingan. She burned this humiliating scene into her memory, gritted her teeth, broke free from those around her, and while Naori was distracted elsewhere, used the last of her strength to rush into the forest of death outside Naka Shrine. She would leave Konoha. She would pursue freedom beyond Senju oppression. She would follow the footsteps of Madara-sama. Inside the dark and silent forest of death, Yanagi gathered what little chakra she had left into her legs. With a push of her toes, a branch bent beneath her weight, then snapped back and launched her more than 10 meters forward. The passing wind shook loose falling leaves. At the end of her vision, she could already see faint moonlight touching the ground. The road to salvation was right ahead. Almost. Yanagi clenched her teeth and forced herself onward. As long as I cross this forest, I can leave Konoha. That's far enough. At the very moment she was about to escape, a cold and indifferent voice sounded beside Yanagi's ear. Every hair on her body stood up. Before she could react, darkness swallowed her vision. Her consciousness sank into blackness, and she lost awareness completely. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 13, Bloodline Disease. Knock, knock, knock. Naori knocked on the gate of the Zenin clan estate, not far from Naka Shrine. A short while later, Toji opened the door. He still wore those plain prescription-less glasses, and though his expression remained gentle, there was now a trace of confusion. You are, from the Uchiha clan. It's very late. May I ask what brings you here? My name is Naori Uchiha. Toji-sama, forgive me for disturbing you so late. Naori placed both hands before her lower abdomen and bowed slightly, lowering herself completely. We have injured people in the Uchiha clan who need your treatment. Please rest assured, we will pay triple the normal fee. It's not about the money. Toji stepped slowly out into the courtyard. Gospel Hospital accepts patients 24 hours a day. Why not bring the wounded there directly? Because, this concerns private clan matters. We do not wish to make it known to everyone. Toji adjusted his glasses. I see. Understood. Please lead the way. Soon enough, Toji was taken to the Uchiha district. Inside a large room, it was packed with injured people. The air was heavy and oppressive. He immediately got to work. Burn wounds caused by ninjutsu were wrapped in mystical palm technique chakra. Cuts and torn wounds from ninja blades were stitched using Earth Grudge Fear threads released from his palm. Of course, outwardly he still called it Heavenly Mercy Fear. Compared to the version released from his back, this one looked ugly, but its chakra presence was extremely weak. To others, it felt harmless, like an average Chunin's level. Thank you, Dr. Toji. Many thanks. Please come visit the Uchiha sometime. The injured clan members were grateful and friendly toward Toji. The Uchiha clan had no medical ninja. During the endless wars of the Warring States period, they respected strength, but they also deeply respected healers. A skilled medical ninja was a second life to them. Even now that peace had come, that tradition remained. Toji answered them one by one. At the same time, he silently marked one person in particular. Naka Uchiha. Interesting. This chakra, are they blood relatives? ******. In the corridor, Naori stood with arms folded, leaning lightly against a pillar to rest. Hearing footsteps, she opened her eyes. Her blurred vision slowly focused again. When she saw who it was, she asked, Toji-sama, how is it? Have all the treatments finished? Just call me Toji. He nodded lightly. Most of them were seriously injured, and many have gone blind. They need proper rest. But there is still one person left untreated. Naori instinctively asked, who? You. Me. She froze for a moment, then shook her head. I'm not injured. I don't need treatment. Please trust my professional judgment. For once, Toji's tone became firm. To discover an injured patient and ignore it would be an insult to me. Naori hesitated, then finally gave in. Very well. Please come with me. *****. Toji brought Naori to the former gospel clinic and gestured for her to lie on the operating table. Miss Naori, judging from how you moved all the way here, my judgment was correct. You've suffered serious internal damage. Even though you tried to hide it, your unsteady steps, poor distance judgment, and trembling pupils, these are all signs of cerebellar injury. Naori's pupils suddenly contracted. Even her breathing faltered for a second. Toji raised a hand and activated mystical palm technique. His palm rested against Naori's temple as gentle chakra slowly flowed into her body. While probing and observing, he kept speaking, when I traveled the ninja world, I encountered Kekkei Genkai dojutsu users. After overusing their eyes, they showed the same symptoms as you. I studied this. The foundation of dojutsu is ocular power, and ocular power is, in essence, a special chakra released from the brain. Overusing it is the same as squeezing your brain dry. People become dizzy. They lose balance. Their body coordination worsens. Even normal movement is affected. Your symptoms are far more severe than those of the clan members I treated earlier. That leaves only one conclusion. Miss Naori's power is greater. And naturally, the backlash and strain of your eye techniques on the brain are also stronger. Toji's voice was warm and calm. Naori looked into his eyes and could feel the sincerity there. Her tense body gradually relaxed. He continued, this is essentially a chronic bloodline disease. Frequent use of your eye techniques causes irreversible brain damage. However, the human body has some healing ability. If you do not use any eye techniques for at least 3 months, your body will slowly recover, though it won't return to perfect condition. Naori let out a long breath. Instead of asking about herself, she asked, Toji, aren't you curious what happened tonight at Naka Shrine? I'm not. His expression did not change. I only do what a doctor should do. Those clan members who lost their sight used a misguided eye technique. To guide them back, I also used my own eye technique. It was my first time using it. While I am stronger than them, facing so many clan members at once still injured my eyes. Naori spoke on and on. Beneath her cold exterior was a burning heart. Toji listened quietly. After a long while, he withdrew his hand. Miss Naori, this round of treatment is complete. When you return, please follow medical advice. Come back in 1 week for the second stage. It should continue for around 1 month. That is when the treatment effect will peak. I understand. Naori stood up. The triple treatment fee will be delivered to the Zenin clan tomorrow. Normal payment is enough. I only take what I should. *****. Naori stepped out of the clinic. Her blurred and doubled vision was gone. Her steps became light again. Feeling the improvement in her body, she softly said, Toji is a good person, and a man with principles. He is worth befriending. She quickly returned to the clan grounds and summoned a young clan member. Setsuna, have the numbers been counted? Yes, Naori-sama. Setsuna Uchiha lowered his head, unable to hide his gloom. Yusuke, Masayuki, Taku, 5 clan members are dead. Yanagi is missing. The clan members closest to her said Yanagi was badly wounded and ran toward the forest of death. The clan elder has already sent people to pursue her. Yanagi escaped. Naori's brows tightened deeply. The worst situation had still happened. If clan members died in internal conflict, she could still conceal it and claim it was internal business. But if a ninja fled, that meant defection. Since the Uchiha produced a missing nin, it had to be reported and the person captured. Go notify Ayano and have her bring another elite squad. Yanagi is badly wounded. She cannot go far, and she cannot move quickly. We must bring her back before dawn. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 14, Uchiha, Sharingan, Ambition. Inside the Forest of Death, Ayano Uchiha led her clansmen in pursuit of Yanagi. But the result was disappointing. The traces Yanagi left behind did not stop at the forest. They went beyond it. And crossed the borders of Konohagakure. Clearly, she had escaped the village. Ayano stared at the footprints near the forest's edge. One squad stays with me and continues the chase. The rest of you return. Tell Naori-sama that Yanagi has already left Konoha's territory. *****. Within the underground laboratory of the Zenin clan, Toji appeared once more in that secret space. Tonight's sudden events had been unexpected, but everything still remained under his control, and he had gained quite a lot from it. First, he had earned the friendship of the proud Uchiha clan. Whether ordinary members or clan leader Naori Uchiha, they had all fully recognized his value. Especially Naori. From the way she willingly shared information with him inside Gospel Clinic, it was clear she already viewed him as someone trustworthy. Second, and most importantly, was tonight's greatest reward. Toji slowly stepped forward and stopped beside the experiment table. Bound tightly on top of it was the woman the Uchiha were desperately searching for. The missing rogue ninja, Yanagi Uchiha. At the very moment she was about to escape, Toji had struck from ambush and captured her, bringing her here to the underground laboratory. At the same time, he had released Earth Grudge Fear to create the illusion that she had successfully fled. Though he did not know sealing techniques, Toji relied on his understanding of the human body to precisely sever her chakra nerves. Combined with physical restraints, Yanagi was now meat on the cutting board, completely unable to resist. Uchiha. Sharingan. Toji took out his research notebook and opened a brand new page solely for the Sharingan. His diagnosis of Naori earlier had not been made up. It was a conclusion reached through the eyes of a modern medical student, combined with the future conditions of Mangekyo users. Itachi's symptoms involve cerebellar damage, causing intracranial bleeding and stomach lining complications. And the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, at its core, solved the issue of cerebellar degeneration. The eye power becomes stronger, yet the cerebellar damage disappears on its own. Ninjas really are fascinating. Toji had immense interest in the Sharingan. As one of the most powerful Kekai Genkai in the ninja world, he had every reason to analyze it, or even control it. But certainly not by crudely gouging out Yanagi's eyes and transplanting them into his own sockets. That method was vulgar. Primitive. Completely lacking elegance. Without Uchiha blood, forcibly using the Sharingan only becomes a burden. The future Kakashi had already proven that. The path Toji intended to walk was the path of deconstructing the Sharingan itself. Everything that evolves has internal connections. Ninjutsu and Kekai Genkai were no exception. When he treated Naori at Gospel Clinic, he had already observed her Sharingan and gathered partial data. Since he did not want to arouse suspicion, he had avoided looking too closely and instead used the excuse of future follow-up treatment to continue observing her later. The secret of the Sharingan. Toji lowered his gaze toward the still unconscious Yanagi. Then he connected several advanced precision devices to her body one after another and began collecting data. Toji was not arrogant. If anything, he considered himself humble. He believed his research talent was only average. Studying the Sharingan would certainly be a long process, but one thing he had in abundance was time. *****. Konoha Year 6. The second day of the new year. Inside the Hokage office, Naori stood in the center of the room. Before her sat Hashirama with his chin resting on both hands in the Hokage chair. Behind him stood Tobirama, his sharp eyes fixed on her. Tobirama spoke coldly. So you're saying, an Uchiha Jonin with a two-tomo Sharingan defected because she wanted to follow Madara Uchiha? Naori bowed slightly. I deeply apologize. I already sent people to capture her, but even by this morning, we still failed to bring her back. The atmosphere in the office became heavy. Tobirama pressed further. Is that all? Was it truly only one person? All right, Tobirama. Hashirama raised a hand to stop the men, then pointed to a chair before him. Naori, sit down. I'm glad you came to report this to me first thing today. Actually, last night when I was about to sleep, I sensed the disturbance near Naka Shrine, but I didn't interfere. I believe Uchiha matters should be decided by the Uchiha themselves. That missing nin. Yanagi Uchiha. The fact she chose to follow Madara means the village has not done enough. Tobirama, we should reflect on ourselves instead of only blaming others. Ignoring his brother's objections, Hashirama lightly settled the matter. Yanagi Uchiha's case will be handled by the Uchiha themselves as a clan mission. What I care more about is the matter of Uchiha children entering the ninja academy. Naori had not expected the defection issue to be brushed aside so easily. She quickly answered, the clan has completed the count. There are 33 children of proper age prepared to enroll. That's wonderful news. Hashirama burst into laughter and slapped the armrest. As expected of the Uchiha, one of the great clans of the ninja world. Your numbers are thriving, and the village's future looks bright. Then his tone suddenly shifted. The position of Ninja Academy principal. I want you to take it, Naori. What? Tobirama and Naori cried out simultaneously. Before Tobirama could protest, Hashirama shot him a look that silenced everything, then turned back to Naori. Naori, I'm entrusting the academy to you. As for course design, admissions, testing, graduation procedures, and post-graduation assignments, you can discuss all of it with Toji. He has unique insight in this area. Toji. Again, Toji. Naori froze slightly in surprise. She had not expected the Hokage to value him so highly. It almost looked as if he already considered him an advisor. After calming herself, she accepted the task and left the office. Once she was gone, the carefree Hashirama's eyes suddenly shone with intelligence. He began explaining, what happened at Naka Shrine last night was resolved by Naori. She proved both her strength and her loyalty. I believe part of the Uchiha were dissatisfied with the village opening the ninja academy. That caused the trouble. Which is exactly why I want Naori as principal. First, she is very strong. Not much weaker than you, Tobirama. Second, the Uchiha clan needs reassurance. Tobirama voiced his concern. But I'm worried Naori Uchiha will train all the students into extremists. Don't be so suspicious all the time. Hashirama patted his shoulder. Look at your big brother. I'm excellent at judging people. I was right about Toji before, and I believe Naori will do well too. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 15, I'm not some devil either. Naori had been entrusted with the task in a critical moment. With less than 2 weeks left before the official opening of the Ninja Academy, she needed to get everything ready as soon as possible. So that very night, she once again visited the Zenin clan estate and explained the situation to Toji. The Hokage appointed you as principal. Toji muttered with a strange expression. What was counterintuitive was that in the original timeline, future pillars of Konoha such as Hiruzen and Danzo were not part of the first graduating class of the academy. They had become ninja before the academy was ever established. But because of his interference, the Ninja Academy had been founded at least 10 years early, and its first principal had changed from Tobirama to Naori. History had split onto another road. Everything was in chaos now. Still, he quickly calmed himself. No matter how the future changed, he would continue growing at his own pace. Sorry. I drifted off for a moment. As for building the Ninja Academy, I do have some suggestions. Toji handed Naori the framework of the original academy system. While explaining it, he quietly inserted one personal addition. I recommend regular physical exams for academy students. Focus especially on children with young release talent and give them specialized training. Make full use of their gifts. Naori looked genuinely amazed. This unprecedented ninja academy had been given a complete structure in just 1 hour of conversation. Student recruitment. Course planning. Graduation placement. Everything had been considered. It gave her the refreshing feeling of suddenly seeing the sky after clouds had parted. Naori sighed in admiration. Toji, you really should become the Hokage's advisor. Looking down at the notes she had written, she said, so the most urgent matter now is recruiting suitable chunin to serve as academy teachers. They don't need to be top-tier fighters, but they must have good character, be loyal to the village, and treat students from every clan equally. Correct. Your understanding is right. Toji poured tea for both of them and took a sip. I can probably spare one afternoon each week to teach at the academy. A public lecture is fine. Teaching a dedicated medical class is also fine. I've written that down. Naori added his name to the roster. Then a trace of sadness appeared on her face as she took out a sealed scroll and handed it to Toji. This is. I read the donation notice at Gospel Hospital. It said, without donation, there is no dissection. Without dissection, medical ninjutsu cannot improve. Hearing that, Toji looked again at the scroll in her hands. He already had a guess. Naori continued, inside are the bodies of 2 of my clansmen. They died during a mission. Their families agreed to donate them for hospital research. It can be considered another form of protection. That should be called cadaver, right? Please treat them with respect. Only you may use them. Do not publicize it. Do not hand them to other medical ninja. Consider it the Uchiha quietly doing our part for the village's medicine, and also my thanks for helping last night. Toji reached out with both hands and solemnly accepted the scroll. His face was full of seriousness as he declared, I will not allow cadavers to be dishonored. I will do everything I can and not betray their trust. Thank you. Naori clearly did not want to linger on the subject. She rose, said goodbye, and left the Zenin estate. The moment she was gone, Toji did not hesitate for even a second. He turned around and walked straight into the deepest part of the underground laboratory. He opened the sealing scroll and took out the two corpses. Tags hung around their necks, Yusuke Uchiha. Masayuki Uchiha. Heh. Ha ha ha. In the empty underground chamber, Toji laughed freely. This was an unexpected windfall. He had never imagined the Uchiha would deliver two corpses directly to him, and out of concern for family shame, they had even specifically requested that no information leak out. The identity he had carefully built once again brought him rich rewards. Died during a mission. Not quite. I saw what happened yesterday. He took out a scalpel. With swift and decisive movements, he sliced open their chests. Two hearts that had already stopped beating came into view. Behind him, tendrils of Earth Grudge Fear extended outward. Toji sensed them carefully. Both fire release. One Jonin. One Chunin. Snap. Earth Grudge Fear swallowed the Jonin's fire release heart in one bite and completed the replacement. A powerful surge of strength flooded Toji's body. The quality of a Jonin's heart is far beyond a Genin's. There were levels even among chakra. Madara's Great Fire Annihilation required over a dozen water release users combining water wall to block it. That was the difference in chakra quality. Higher quality chakra meant greater power even in equal amounts. The same applied to Hashirama's would release compared to Yamato. A fire release heart from an Uchiha Jonin and one from a rogue Genin were worlds apart. Konoha is sacred land to me. Toji could not help but sigh. If Kakuzu wanted a heart like this, he would need to risk his life in battle and offend the Uchiha, perhaps all of Konoha. How dangerous. Unlike himself, all he had to do was be a good person, and hearts would keep arriving endlessly. After changing hearts, Toji carefully examined the two corpses. As expected, their Sharingan had already been removed. Only 4 empty eye sockets remained. Even so, Uchiha bodies still held immense research value. Speaking of research, Toji put on a plague doctor mask and walked toward the operating table. Yanagi Uchiha had been unconscious for a full day and night. At last, she slowly opened her eyes. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The moment Yanagi awoke, she instinctively struggled. There was no blindfold. No gag. She stared blankly around her. For a moment, the memory of escaping mixed with the dark nightmare around her, but within seconds, her mind cleared. Then she saw him. A strange man in black robes wearing a plague bird mask. Yanagi's pupils shrank as she instinctively tried to form hand seals for Great Fireball Jutsu, but both hands were restrained. Her chakra points had been sealed. She did not even have enough chakra to activate the Sharingan. Every means of resistance had been taken from her. Trapped in despair, Yanagi instead became calm and stared fixedly at the masked figure. Toji slowly spoke, not bad. Among all who have come here, your quality is the best. Where is this place? Who are you? This is my laboratory. As for who I am, that is not important. I can be Madara Uchiha. I can be Naori Uchiha. Or I can be your Konoha's Toji, or even Ichiraku, some nobody no one remembers. In short, you are now my experimental subject. TCH, coward hiding behind a mask. Yanagi sneered. What do you want? Kill me. Take my Sharingan. Relax. I'm not some devil either. Toji's tone remained calm. Essentially, I only want to make an equal exchange with you. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 16, Orochimaru. Yanagi clicked her tongue and said in a mocking tone, an equal exchange. I've never seen a fair deal start with a sneak attack and tying someone up so they can't move. Toji calmly explained on his own, if I remove your restraints, you'll attack me immediately. To stop you from doing something that's stupid, I can't let you loose yet. At the very least, he needed to master either curse marks or Fuinjutsu first. He silently added that in his mind. Heh. Since it's an equal exchange, what do I get? And what do you want from me? Do you crave power? Do you crave truly being alive? Toji's words were like a devil's whisper wrapping around Yanagi's ears. Her heart suddenly tightened. An unexplained sense of dread spread quietly through her chest. To members of the Uchiha clan, the word power carried an irresistible temptation. Especially after Yanagi had personally witnessed Naori single-handedly crush every clansman who used his Anaji and force them to kneel in submission, that desire had only grown stronger. You want power enough to rival her, or even surpass her, don't you? You don't need to resist me. Everything you desire, you will obtain in the end. After a long silence, Yanagi's breathing became heavier. A wild grin spread across her face. He. One day, I'll rip that mask off your face. No refusal meant consent. Toji ignored her provocation as he took out 2 metal pads and placed them against both sides of her temples. Now it's time for you to cooperate. What do you want me to do? Feel anger. I've always been angry. ****. Konoha Year 6, January 15th. In the blink of an eye, the first opening day of the Ninja Academy had arrived. The school gate was packed with people. Parents crowded outside, sending their children in, their faces full of hope and anxiety. Meanwhile, Konoha's F4 sat together inside the principal's office. Hashirama looked out the window at the lively scene overflowing with youthful energy. Joy was practically spilling from his face. How many children enrolled? Naori reported, a total of 123 students passed the initial screening or were accepted as reserves. The top-ranked student is from the Uchiha clan. Kagami Uchiha. Good. As expected of an Uchiha genius. Hashirama exclaimed with a smile, then asked, are the teachers and schedules all arranged? Everything has been prepared. Naori nodded and continued, the academy selected capable chunin from each clan who are loyal to the village and patient with children. First-year students will focus mainly on foundational education, especially physical conditioning and strengthening ninja basics. In addition, the academy and Gospel Hospital will jointly conduct entrance medical examinations for all new students. Those found to possess yang release chakra will, with permission from both themselves and their families, be assigned to the medical training class and raised as future medical ninja. You've thought this through very well. Hashirama praised them warmly. Toji, Naori. With both of you here, Konoha is truly blessed. You flatter us. Toji rose to take his leave. I'll go oversee the students' medical examinations first. ****. Toji showed exceptional patience when it came to the student checkups. Even with his packed schedule, standing watch at Gospel Hospital during the day and returning to his laboratory at night for research, sleeping less than 8 hours a day, he still insisted on personally examining every child one by one. He was preparing to build his own foundation. Life in Konoha felt incomplete without the bond of teacher and student. Since he had no teacher, he could only take students of his own. Of course, that was only a joke. His true reason was simple. He needed assistance. Whether helping manage the hospital's affairs or unknowingly taking part in portions of his research, they could save him an enormous amount of effort. Toji had endless time, but what he lacked was energy. With a gentle smile, he said to the children before him, one at a time. Line up properly. No need to rush. ****. After an entire afternoon passed, the examination reports were gathered into Toji's hands. He looked expressionlessly at the list of students who possessed yang release chakra. As expected, the results were not ideal. Several familiar names appeared in the report: Hiruzen Sarutobi, Kohara Yudatane, Torafu Akimichi. There were only 19 students with yang release aptitude in total, mostly concentrated among the Akimichi clan and Senju clan. Hiruzen and Kohara were already students of Tobarama, and the Akimichi clan was more inclined to have their children follow combat paths. Their yang release talent was meant to be used for expansion jutsus, not medical ninjutsu. As for the Senju students, even if they were willing to become medical ninja, Toji would never raise them as his trusted inner circle. He opened the second report. There were very few reserve students. Only a single name sat alone on the entire list. H.M. Wakako Matsumoto. Name: Wakako Matsumoto, female. Age. Note: lacks conventional ninja talent, but possesses a strong desire to learn and intense interest in ninja science. Accepted as reserve candidate. Civilian background. Strong thirst for knowledge. Mentally mature. This was the perfect student template in Toji's eyes. And the true reward of today's trip. Coming here wasn't a waste. ****. Toji sent the marked list to Naori, then near dismissal time held the first meeting for the medical class in an empty classroom. Only 5 students arrived, 4 from the Senju clan and Wakako. One of the Senju students was none other than Takayuki, Hashirama's son. The moment Toji saw Wakako, his expression froze slightly. It was no wonder. Purple eyeshadow lined the corners of the girl's eyes. Her skin was pale. A white snake rested quietly on her shoulder. Image. For an instant, Toji felt as if he were looking at Orochimaru. The shock vanished quickly. He soon regained composure, but already had a vague guess about her identity. Orochimaru and Tsunade were of the same generation. Their parents being around Takayuki's age would not be strange at all. Fate truly is strange. Toji adjusted his glasses and began, "My name is Toji. I am your medical instructor. Besides your normal classes, gather in this medical classroom every Friday afternoon. I will teach you medical ninjutsu. After graduation, the village will assign you to specialized and important positions. Wakako, you will serve as class leader of the medical class. Collect everyone's homework before each Friday and deliver it to my office at Gospel Hospital. That's all." Toji ignored the eager expression on Takayuki's face and paid no attention to Wakako's confusion. Without wasting a second, he started teaching immediately. Lesson 1. You must memorize the 3 rules of medical ninja. First, a medical ninja must never give up treatment before their patient is dead. Second, a medical ninja must never stand on the front line of battle. Third, a medical ninja must never die before any member of their squad. This week's homework, copy each of the 3 rules 100 times, then write a 1,000-word reflection on your understanding of them. No using clones to do the writing for you. No asking anyone else to write it for you. If I catch anyone cheating, you'll be expelled from the medical class immediately. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 17, Hidden Jutsu, Earth Grudge Cursed Seal. Inside the Senju clan residence, Hashirama, Mito, and Takayuki sat around the dining table. Like a normal father, Hashirama asked with concern, "Takayuki, what did Toji teach in class today?" Takayuki looked a little annoyed. "Sensei made a civilian girl named Wakako Matsumoto the class leader, and he also taught us the 3 rules of medical ninja, but he didn't teach any medical ninjutsu. He just made us copy the rules." Hashirama and Mito listened with interest. Hashirama nodded and commented, "In Konoha, no one understands medical ninja better than Toji. Just listen to him." "That's right," Mito added from the side. "There's a reason behind his arrangement. He wants you to remember the role of a medical ninja. Medical ninjutsu is extremely hard to master, and once you choose this path, you give up the usual combat direction. Staying alive is the most important thing." "I understand, father." "Mother." Hashirama then asked, "That girl, Wakako. Is there anything special about her?" Takayuki thought for a moment. "She's an orphan. There's a snake wrapped around her shoulder. Other than that, nothing really special." The couple exchanged a glance and both showed a look of understanding. Toji probably felt sorry for her, so he made her class leader to take better care of her. He truly has great compassion. *****. A week passed in the blink of an eye. When Toji returned to his laboratory, the lights inside were still on. While he was away, everything had been handled by the Earth Grudge Fear, following his instructions to watch over Yanagi and take care of her daily needs, though anything more complicated was beyond it. At its core, the Earth Grudge Fear, created through Yang release, only had the intelligence of a 3-year-old. To ensure Yanagi could cooperate with the experiments in good condition, Toji loosened some restrictions. She was no longer confined to the operating table. Instead, she could move within a small 6-square-meter room, wearing shackles. Of course, the condition remained the same. The shackles stayed on, and her chakra was still sealed. When she saw him again, still wearing the plague mask, she walked over on her own. During this time, Yanagi's behavior had been relatively calm. Especially after gaining some freedom, she had cooperated more with the experiments. The problem was that once she cooperated, it became difficult for her to maintain the anger needed to stimulate her eyes. At times like this, she would even ask him to slap her or choke her, using rough physical pain to forcefully trigger her ocular power. Toji found this method too crude and unreliable. So instead, he removed fish, eggs, milk, and beans from her diet, keeping her in a long-term state of nutritional imbalance. At the same time, he injected controlled doses of adrenaline to stimulate her brain and suppress rational thought. Using the most scientific methods to enhance the most unscientific Uchiha. Yanagi frowned and asked impatiently, "So how long are you planning to keep me here? When will you remove these shackles? When will my chakra be restored?" "Chakra, not yet. But the shackles can be removed today," Toji replied. Earlier that day, he had already submitted a request to Hashirama to learn Fuinjutsu. His reason was simple. Before treating patients, sealing their chakra would prevent interference with medical chakra and improve results. Hashirama agreed readily and said he would give an answer tomorrow. The reason he didn't agree immediately was simple. Even the god of shinobi was not all-powerful. He didn't know Fuinjutsu. In all of Konoha, only Mito was proficient in them. The method Toji currently used to seal chakra was similar to the Hyuga's gentle fist. By striking the 361 chakra points, he could temporarily block chakra flow. The flaw was obvious. If the opponent was strong enough, or if the restraints loosened even slightly, Yanagi could break free instantly. And once she regained her chakra, whether she would immediately use Izanagi was not something he could gamble on. Only a true Fuinjutsu would be reliable. So why was he giving her freedom today? Even Yanagi was stunned. Are you serious? Toji answered with action. Hidden Jutsu, Earth Grudge Cursed Seal. A thin tendril shot out from his palm and pierced into her mouth. Under his precise control, it went straight to her still beating heart and latched onto it. GHK. What is this thing? For the first time, fear appeared on Yanagi's face. No matter how unstable her mind was, she was still human. The moment that black tendril entered her body, instinctive nausea and fear surged up. You can think of it as a curse mark carved onto your heart, similar to the Hyuga caged bird, Toji explained calmly. If you lose control, it activates, and you die. Now, you're free. Swish. With a sharp motion, tendrils shot out from his back and cut through her shackles. I know your clan has a jutsu called Izanagi that can rewrite reality, so your chakra will remain sealed for now. That's the foundation of trust between us. Yanagi rubbed her sore wrists and let out a cold snort. You call this freedom? Don't worry. When I take off your mask, it'll be after I gain enough power. The Earth Grudge Cursed Seal was a jutsu Toji developed based on previous animal experiments. He hadn't lied about its effect. It was indeed a curse mark. The only flaw was that the tendril attached to the heart could potentially be removed by force. Not perfect, but good enough for now. But there was one thing he didn't tell her. With further research, this jutsu would one day evolve into Hidden Jutsu, Earth Grudge Parasitism. At that point, it wouldn't just destroy the heart. It would allow Toji to control a living ninja, just like he controlled the lab mice. However, based on previous experiments, controlling the body could easily kill the host, and Yanagi was far too valuable. He wasn't going to treat her as disposable material. She was a specialized subject for studying the Sharingan. Toji pushed those thoughts aside. Move your body a bit. Then it's time for your adrenaline injection. Yanagi furrowed her brows. You talk too much. Use a smaller needle. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The next day. At the hospital, inside the director's office, Wakako stood at the door with a white snake wrapped around her arm and knocked. Toji-sensei, I've brought the medical class homework. Come in. Toji was still wearing his white haori, working at his desk. When she entered, he paused and pointed to the table. Leave it there. Yes. She placed the homework down. Then suddenly, the white snake reacted. As if drawn by something, it lunged toward Toji. Shiro. Wakako's heart skipped as she instinctively tried to stop it, but she was too late. Because of Shiro, she had been bullied since she was young. Whenever she went out with it, people mocked and scolded her, calling her a freak. Sometimes she was even beaten because of it. But Shiro was the only family she had left after her parents died. No matter how much she was judged or hurt, she never once thought of abandoning it. Wakako braced herself. He's definitely going to hate me. But what she expected never happened. Toji looked at the white snake coiling around his arm. There was no disgust at all. Instead, he supported his arm gently and stroked the snake's head. What a lovely creature. It's called Shiro, right? Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 18, If you want the child, start with the mother. Toji-sensei, he's so gentle. Wakako took a moment before coming back to herself. She nodded softly. Yes, sensei. Her name is Shiro. Toji smiled slightly. All things in this world move toward a balance of yin and yang. Snakes are cold-blooded, yet it chooses to stay close to you. That means. Wakako, there's warmth in your blood. You're a warm person. He played with the white snake for a bit, then handed it back to her. That's also why I chose you as class leader. Someone with warmth in their heart won't be a bad person. My students don't need talent, but they must be good people. Toji-sensei. Wakako's eyes turned red. This was the first time in her life someone had praised her so openly. People only saw the snake beside her. They whispered and called her cold, unlucky, a freak. No one had ever told her like this, in such a gentle but firm voice, that she was warm. Respect, and something close to devotion, quietly took root in her heart. At that moment, she wanted to become someone like him. Toji didn't say anything more and lowered his head, flipping through the homework one page at a time. What kind of deep understanding could 10-year-old children write about the 3 rules of medical ninja? He didn't really care about the content. He was just using this as an excuse to act like a teacher who praises his students, and to build more natural contact with Wakako. After all, her future child would be a rare genius in the ninja world. And if you want the child, you start with the mother. You wrote this very well, Wakako. Toji closed the notebook. I wasn't wrong about you. You have your own understanding of the rules. Your file says your ninja talent is average, but you're very interested in the science of ninjutsu. Wakako steadied the moisture in her eyes and returned to her usual calm expression. She lowered her head slightly, a bit embarrassed. Yes. I'm not very good at ninjutsu. I don't care whether my students have talent in ninjutsu. Toji's tone was serious. Everyone has something they're good at. They shine in their own field. What I want to know is, why are you interested in ninjutsu science? She hesitated. Because. I simply like it. Then she added quietly, my talent isn't good, so I want to create something I can use. And because of Shiro. I used to get bullied by older kids. So I want to learn medical ninjutsu. Even if I can't win, I can heal myself quickly. Toji listened without much reaction. He only thought that Orochimaru launching the Konoha crush might partly be connected to the bullying his mother experienced when she was young. The ninja world was like this. It was full of bullying. Konoha was no exception. From commoner children to clan princesses, almost everyone had gone through something similar. People here believed only the strong deserved respect. The law of the jungle ruled everything. That was why his kindness stood out. As for Wakako's scientific talent, it was still uncertain. Compared to the obsession of Orochimaru in the future, her reason for pursuing science was still simple and lacked depth. I see. I understand now. Toji's expression remained gentle, but his tone turned firm. Wakako Matsumoto, I don't pity you. Pity is an insult to the strong. And in you, I see the qualities of someone who can become strong. I specialize in medical ninjutsu, but I also have my own ideas when it comes to developing other jutsus. Wakako, will you become my student? I've always been your student. I don't mean just in the medical class. Toji met Wakako's gaze. I mean even after graduation, you'll be assigned under me and take part in my research. Of course, this may not be fair to you. Graduation is still far away. During that time, you might meet someone better than me. I'm not skilled in most combat jutsus either. You can take some time to think before deciding. No. Wakako answered without hesitation, I want to be your student. In my eyes, there is no teacher better than you, Toji-sensei. Toji smiled softly and removed his prescription-less glasses. Under Wakako's stunned gaze, he gently placed them on her nose. This is your first gift from your teacher. Wear them. From now on, those who bullied you won't dare to look down on you again. Wakako's fingers touched the frame, still warm. Her voice trembled slightly. Thank you. Toji-sensei. I don't like too many words. Between teacher and student, meaning is proven through actions. Toji stood up and took a notebook from the shelf behind him. I will hold my students to the highest standards. That applies to the medical class, and to ninjutsu research as well. This notebook contains one of my core studies. Starting today, you will study it every day. I will test you regularly, until you are qualified to officially join my research. He paused, a faint hint of emotion in his voice. The subject is curse marks. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Curse marks had existed in the ninja world for a long time. But they were extremely rare. Only major clans studied them, and their results were treated as closely guarded secrets. There were roughly 2 types. Binding curse marks, and sage transformation marks. No matter which type, the one who truly advanced them in the future was Orochimaru. Toji's own research into curse marks was slow, and his results were limited. Some things were like math. If you couldn't do it, you simply couldn't. Without talent, even endless time wouldn't guarantee results. Taking Wakako as his student wasn't just to show the Senju brothers his connection to the village, it was also a quiet gamble. After all, she was the future mother of Orochimaru. What if the talent for curse marks came from her? A teacher stealing a student's work would be shameful. But a student who admired her teacher would willingly offer her results, just to gain approval. All he had to do was smile and watch it happen. Binding curse marks would let him push further in his experiments on Yanagi. Sage marks would greatly increase his power. Either one was worth it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. On the way back to the academy from the hospital, several people who used to bully Wakako crossed paths with her. One of them was about to step forward and cause trouble, but his companion quickly stopped him and whispered, "Look, her glasses." The lenses reflected a faint glow in the evening light. Their expressions changed instantly. "Why is she wearing Toji-sama's glasses?" One of them grew nervous. "Should we get her a gift and apologize?" "TCH, what are you scared of? She wouldn't dare get back at us. What if she tells Toji-sama? What if the hospital refuses to treat us in the future? A doctor was someone you could never afford to offend. Unless you wanted no way out when you got injured. Toji-sama wouldn't treat patients differently. But I heard she's already in the medical class. What if she becomes a doctor too? Yeah. Toji-sama won't do anything to us. But that freak Wakako will definitely take revenge at the hospital. Stop talking. Let's just go apologize. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 19, 5 Elements Seal. This week's special lesson for the medical class focused on training the students' chakra control. The methods were the most classic ones, tree climbing and water walking. By the end of it, everyone looked worn out and covered in dust. Takayuki got up from the ground and brushed off his clothes. He had always thought medical ninjas only needed to work gracefully in hospitals, so he hadn't expected the training to be this rough. When class ended, he walked up to Toji. "Toji-sensei, my father asked you to come to our house after class." Toji nodded slightly. "Got it. I'll head over now." Then he turned to the class. "Wakako, I'm leaving this to you. Keep an eye on everyone and continue training. Starting today, everyone stays 1 extra hour after school. I'll check next week." *****. Hashirama was still working at the Hokage building, while Tobarama was away on a mission in the Land of Lightning. With both familiar faces absent, the one who received Toji was Toka. After walking through a long corridor, he finally met Mito. Seeing the red-haired woman, Toji recalled information about the Uzumaki clan. They were born with immense chakra reserves and were masters of powerful fuinjutsu. The village they founded, Hokage-sama, was an ally of Konoha. In the future, Konoha would place their symbol on the back of its flak jackets to honor that enduring bond. Back when he was still in Takigakure, he had once accepted a mission to hunt down an Uzumaki ninja. In the end, he killed the client instead, which led to the mission being cancelled. That way, he avoided directly clashing with the Uzumaki clan. Toji had always been cautious. He would never gamble on whether his target might use the Reaper Death Seal. Mito-sama. His manners remained flawless. At this time, Mito had not yet become the Ninetails Jinchuriki. She did not possess the ability to sense malice, which saved him quite a bit of trouble. That kind of ability was too abstract. He couldn't be sure his thoughts would stay completely hidden. "Toji, you're here." Mito smiled and nodded. "Hashirama already told me everything. You want to learn fuinjutsus for medical use?" "Yes, Mito-sama. Normally, fuinjutsus are secret arts of the Uzumaki clan. If they were to spread, it could cause unimaginable consequences in the ninja world. But I've seen what you've done for Konoha. I trust you will use them properly. I will devote myself to applying fuinjutsu to medical purposes." Mito nodded slightly. "There are many types of fuinjutsus. Which kind do you want to learn? If you're unsure, tell me your intended use in medical practice. I'll teach you something suitable." Toji thought for a moment, then spoke slowly. "I once encountered a ninja who had fallen under a genjutsu and lost control of their mind, while also suffering physical injuries. The patient kept producing chakra uncontrollably, which conflicted with my medical chakra and caused further damage. I want to learn a fuinjutsu that can interfere with chakra production. It should allow only a small amount of chakra to flow. Once it exceeds a threshold, the body becomes unstable and cannot refine chakra." He would set the threshold to the amount needed to activate Izanagi. He needed to ensure Yanagi's chakra stayed below that line. Mito considered it briefly, then said, "That's not difficult. The 5 elements seal fits your needs perfectly." She then began explaining the technique. This was an A-rank sealing jutsu. By injecting chakra through all 5 fingers, a sealing formula was constructed. It could disrupt the target's existing seal structure, interfere with chakra generation, and even affect the activation of certain jutsus. Only the 5 elements unseal could remove it. Toji listened carefully. The 5 elements seal had a very high priority. In the original story, Orochimaru used this exact technique to disrupt the 4 symbols seal on Naruto. This was exactly the kind of jutsu he needed. "I'll show you." Mito raised both hands as blue and purple chakra ignited at her fingertips. Purple represents sealing. Blue represents unsealing. The lesson passed quickly, and before he knew it, it was already evening. Even though Toji's Ein release was stronger than most, spending half a day learning an A-rank Fuinjutsu still left him dizzy. His mind was tired, but he had finally crossed the first step in Fuinjutsu. In his head, he estimated his progress. 5 elements seal. Progress, 1 out of 100. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. As Toji walked out of the Senju compound, he was in a good mood. Fuinjutsus were completely different from regular ninjutsu. They formed their own system and were extremely difficult. Just getting started with an A-rank jutsu proved he had decent talent. Ein seal, 4 symbols seal, reverse 4 symbols seal, contract seal. Toji murmured. There's no end to learning. On his way back to the Zenin compound, he ran into Naori, who had just finished work as well. Miss Naori. Oh, Toji. She stopped and walked toward him. Want to grab a bowl at Ichiraku Ramen? He pulled out his well-preserved lifetime free meal coupon and waved it. I've got a free pass. In the eyes of the villagers, including Hashirama, Toji was almost like a living saint. Noble in character. Strict with himself. That image naturally inspired admiration, but it also created a gap. It made him hard to approach. Every now and then, showing a more human side made him feel real. It deepened the bonds people had with him. Naori blinked, then smiled. Inviting a girl to dinner and choosing ramen isn't exactly refined, Toji. Seems even you have your careless moments, but since it's you asking, let's go. She stepped forward and walked beside him toward Ichiraku Ramen. How have you been recovering lately? Toji asked on the way. My work as the academy principal is quite stable. No need to go on combat missions. I don't have to activate my Sharingan, and with your treatment, my eyes have been feeling much better recently. That's good to hear. The Mangekyo Sharingan was a reflection of the heart. The abilities it awakened were tied closely to the user's personality. Whether deducing personality from abilities or the other way around, Toji could tell that Naori, who possessed Izanagi, had a calm and gentle nature. Unlike most Uchiha, what she sought was a peaceful life. He had already noticed that during her last follow-up visit. Naori hadn't gone through pain or battle. She simply worked steadily at the academy, yet her eye power was quietly improving. That kind of talent was both terrifying and enviable. Soon, the two had reached their destination. Toji went ahead and lifted the curtain of the ramen shop. Ichiraku peeked out, and when he saw Toji, his face lit up. Toji-sama, you're here again. Just call me Toji. He waved the coupon. I'm using this again today. You don't mind, do you? Of course not. Ichiraku laughed and waved his hand. I'm happy you come here. Ever since people heard you visit often, more villagers have been coming too. Business has been great. Then his eyes shifted behind Toji, landing on Naori. He grinned. Oh. This is the first time you've brought a lady along. Today, everything for the two of you is on the house. 2 signature tonkatsu ramen, extra chashu, and soft-boiled eggs for the 2 guests. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 20, I can't do things like deceiving a woman. And bring another bottle of Kirin sake. This time, it was Naori who added the line herself, not minding the teasing at all. Under Ichiraku's enthusiastic arrangement, Toji and Naori were led into a private room. A thin curtain separated them from the noise outside, leaving just enough space for a quiet, personal atmosphere. Naori picked up the sake bottle and gently shook it in front of Toji. Will you have a drink with me? Because the Uchiha were highly emotional by nature, they had a strong need for alcohol. Some in the clan even claimed drinking was a form of training unique to them, as the stimulation from alcohol could help enhance their ocular power. Even Naori was no exception when it came to drinking. I can, but only a little, Toji said honestly. Too much alcohol affects the brain. It might interfere with my work the next day. I need to be responsible for my patients. Then just have a little with me. Naori nodded in understanding. She knew he was truly busy, so busy he barely had time to rest. Aside from her follow-up treatments and going home to sleep, all his time was spent either at the hospital or the academy. Even so, he still made time to sit here and have a drink with her. Naori looked at Toji quietly and thought, he really is someone worth becoming friends with. Cheers. Their glasses clinked softly. Toji took small sips, while Naori tilted her head back and drained her glass in one go, the faint sound of swallowing echoing in her throat. My apologies. She wiped the corner of her lips with a tissue. He smiled gently. It's fine. You look good when you drink too. You have to stay composed as the academy principal, so it's good to relax after work. Naori suddenly said, does this count as a sharing sides of ourselves others don't usually see? I can tell you're not as cold as you appear. But what part of me are you referring to? I thought you only ate food pills or those perfectly measured hospital meals. I didn't expect you to come out and eat ramen like this. Naori was the type who flushed easily. After just one drink, a soft red tint spread across her cheeks, and her tone became more relaxed. Living like that would be too dull. Toji chuckled lightly. I have my own standards when it comes to food. Ichiraku ramen is genuinely good. Out of all the places I've been, it ranks in my top 3. Naori reached out and refilled both their cups. Toji, would you mind telling me about your past? Just how much has those eyes of yours seen? I thought you'd ask about Yusuke and Masayuki instead. Her hand paused midair, and she shot him an annoyed look. You really don't understand the mood at all. Sorry. Before talking about distant pasts, I prefer to settle the present first. Then, more sincerely, Toji added, recently, 3 patients with organ failure were saved thanks to those 2. On their behalf, thank you. And thank the Uchiha clan as well. Naori let out a soft sigh and drained her glass. A trace of melancholy entered her voice. I understand. I'll pass this on to their families. Actually, if it weren't for me. Before she could continue, Toji cut her off, his words unusually direct. You don't need to regret your decision, and you don't need to feel guilty. Any choice made after careful thought becomes the only correct answer the moment it's made. Right or wrong is just something others impose. You. Naori stared at him, thinking over his words. You're not just saying that to comfort me, are you? I can't do things like deceiving a woman. Toji said it calmly, then clapped his hands once. The sharp sound snapped Naori's hazy thoughts back into place. Now then, let me tell you about my past. I've never shared it with anyone since coming to Konoha. When I was young, I stepped on an explosive tag set by the enemy. It detonated, and my mother shielded me, suffering grave injuries. She didn't survive after being taken to the hospital, and I was also on the verge of death. Luckily, I met a highly skilled doctor who saved my life. From that day on, I made 2 vows. To become the greatest doctor, and to end this chaotic era. Toji spoke without changing his expression, telling a story he had just made up. 1 bottle of beer. 2 bowls of ramen. They sat there the entire night. Naori rested her chin on one hand, tilting her head slightly, her gaze never leaving Toji's face as she listened. At some point, she suddenly felt her cheeks grow warm and looked away. Her eyes drifted to the nearly empty bottle on the table, and she poured the last of it into 2 cups. Come, cheers. They raised their cups and clinked them again. Glug, glug. Naori drank, then swayed slightly and leaned back against her chair, closing her eyes. Toji quietly watched her lose consciousness. Ninjas didn't get drunk. So why was she acting like this? He leaned forward slightly. Miss Naori, wake up. Are you drunk? You should drink in moderation. Too much isn't good for your eyes. After saying that, he stood up and stepped closer a little. I'll use the mystical palm technique to sober you up. Don't, Naori murmured softly. Just take me back to the clan. At least pretend a little restraint. Toji helped her up, pushed aside the curtain, and walked out of Ichiraku ramen. The night air was cool, and a gentle breeze brushed past them as he supported the drunk woman and they walked slowly down the road. Naori's long purple hair brushed against Toji's face every now and then, leaving a faint ticklish feeling. There was no sharp smell of alcohol. Instead, a light, subtle fragrance lingered. But he remained unmoved. The scene might have been charming, but it didn't shake his resolve. He simply escorted Naori all the way back to the Uchiha compound. It was late, and few people saw them. The one who opened the door was Ayano. Toji-sama, thank you for taking care of Naori-sama. She bowed respectfully and said in a softer voice, she may seem relaxed since becoming the academy principal, but recently she's been troubled by clan matters. I haven't seen her this at ease in a long time. Thank you, Toji-sama. May I ask what kind of troubles? Well. Ayano hesitated briefly, then decided it wouldn't hurt to tell him. A rogue ninja named Yanagi Uchiha has appeared within the clan. Naori-sama has been trying to bring her back. I see. Toji nodded. A rogue ninja, troubling indeed. Unfortunately, there's not much I can do to help in this matter. Then I'll take my leave. When she wakes up, remind her to rest well. I will. After he left, Naori slowly opened her eyes. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Meanwhile, Toji returned to his underground lab and walked straight toward Yanagi. She noticed the thick syringe in his hand, and her expression changed instantly. Didn't we agree on a thinner needle? You deserve a larger dose. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 21, Slave of Power. Time passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Toji's life was calm. Every day, he moved between Gospel Hospital and the underground lab of the Zenin estate. Fuinjutsu, curse mark research, development of the Earth Grudge Fear secret technique, and Uchiha human experiments all drained his energy completely. The only variation in his routine came on weekends. He would go to the ninja academy to teach the medical class, playing a game of teacher and student with Wakako. The second change involved Naori. Her treatment had already ended, yet she didn't cut off contact. Instead, every weekend, she would take the initiative to invite him to dinner and request a checkup. Toji didn't refuse. Maintaining a good relationship with the acting head of the Uchiha clan, a powerful ninja who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, was beneficial to him. The checkups were legitimate. He regularly conducted brain examinations for her, while also observing her Sharingan and collecting first-hand data. Naori was very strong, but her story only lived on through word of mouth among later generations of the Uchiha. Toji believed her bloodline illness carried the same risks as Itachi in the future. If she didn't undergo early screening and proper care, she might suddenly fall ill and die one day. As time went on, their relationship grew closer. But that closeness was only from her perspective. For Toji, he had no energy to spend on women. Aside from that, he didn't offer any further suggestions regarding the village's development, such as establishing the Umbu or the police force. First, one should act within their role. Interfering too much would easily lead to him being labeled as ambitious. Only by focusing on medicine and education could he maintain his image of being detached and selfless. Second, for someone secretly involved in kidnapping and human experimentation, organizations like the Umbu or the police force were nothing but obstacles. They would only increase the risk of exposure. Toji's goal had never been to strengthen Konoha. Everything he did was for himself. On this day, 6 months later, the weather was clear. At last, Toji successfully mastered his first Fuinjutsu since arriving in this world, the 5-element seal. He refined chakra, guiding it through specific hand patterns and concentrating it at his fingertips. Whoosh! 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 On each of his 5 fingers, faint purple flames ignited, gently swaying. Still not very smooth, but it worked. Toji turned and walked into the underground room, heading toward Yanagi. The next moment, without warning, he pressed his hand, filled with sealing power, directly onto her face. In the original story, Orochimaru used the 5-element seal on Naruto's abdomen, disrupting the stability of the 4-symbol seal. By the same logic, to suppress Yanagi's Izanagi, the seal had to target her eyes. "Hey, what are you doing?" she cried out in pain, about to react, but Toji had already withdrawn his hand. "You're free." After saying that, he released the chakra points that had been sealed on her body, allowing her to refine chakra again. "What did you do to me?" "A Fuinjutsu." Toji didn't hide anything, speaking plainly. "Your chakra now has a limit. If you try to activate Izanagi, your chakra will instantly become unstable, and the jutsu will fail. TCH. I already said I wouldn't touch my own eyes." Yanagi closed her eyes and licked the corner of her lips. Her body instinctively began refining chakra again, and when she opened her eyes, the crimson Sharingan appeared. At first, it was only 2 tomo. But then, all the extreme emotions she had built up since being captured, carefully guided by Toji, surged into her mind like a broken dam. They struck her brain and stirred the sensitive nerves unique to the Uchiha. The 2 tomo in her eyes spun wildly, twisting and distorting, until they finally stabilized and a 3rd tomo formed. 3 tomo Sharingan. Their efforts had not been in vain. Toji calmly watched Yanagi, whose face was filled with joy. The sudden leap in power was obvious in her expression, yet she still held onto her reason. She wasn't overwhelmed by the surge of strength or her long-held anger, and didn't attack him. This result was exactly as he expected. The success of his research was worth noting, but far from enough to make him lose composure. At her core, Yanagi's talent was average. At 20 years old, even after witnessing the collapse of her beliefs, she had only reached 2 tomo. That alone showed her natural limit. Everything he had done was simply pushing an average person beyond that limit. 3 tomo was only the beginning. In the long run, the gap to the Mangekyo Sharingan was still vast. "How does it feel?" Toji asked. Yanagi stood there, murmuring in a daze, "So this is the power of 3 tomo, it's truly addictive. My brother, after gaining this power, he chose to rebel against that woman. But..." She snapped back to her senses, and a greedy look appeared in her eyes. "It's not enough. This is nowhere near enough. I want more. I want even greater power." Even her brother, who already had 3 tomo, had been forced to kneel before that woman. So what chance did she have? The Uchiha were reckless, often losing themselves when emotions ran high, but they weren't fools. Based on reality, she knew her own limits. No matter how hard she tried, she could never become the person she imagined on her own. Toji had imprisoned her and taken away her freedom, yet during this time she had lost nothing. Instead, her Sharingan had advanced further. Without him, she would likely still be wandering the ninja world, searching desperately for Madara-sama's whereabouts, all while being hunted endlessly by both her clan and the village. You said it before, didn't you? That you'd let me reach Naori's level, even surpass her. Seeing the undisguised greed and desire on Yanagi's face, Toji understood. He had succeeded. He now had a willing servant. In the end, what a person desires most is what enslaves them. The Hyuga were slaves to freedom. The Uchiha were slaves to power. Curses and Fuinjutsu alone could not bring true submission, but if you used what they craved most as bait, they would willingly obey. After experiencing the thrill of a leap in power, Yanagi could no longer forget it. Once tasted, it was impossible to turn back. Of course, Toji said calmly. You'll have it. His tone was full of confidence. Through long-term contact with Naori, he had already uncovered parts of the secret behind those eyes. Not just a small part. A deliberate understatement on his part. When, she asked. Too much stimulation will damage your brain. For a while, you need to settle down and adjust your body to its best state. Then Toji shifted the topic. I've shown my sincerity. Now it's your turn. Yanagi recalled what he had previously said about equivalent exchange, and a bloodthirsty smile curled on her lips. What do you want me to do? Ninja, Toji answered simply. Use any method. Bring me ninjas who have lost the ability to move, but must still be alive. The stronger, the better. No more than 2 at a time. Don't act too frequently. You'll attract attention. Bring them to me on the last day of the month. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 22, Danger. The experiment exposed. Every gain came with a cost. Toji had earned his place in Konoha through consistent effort and discipline, but in doing so, he had also lost a certain degree of freedom. Without Hashirama, Konoha could still function for a while. At least until other forces learned that the god of shinobi had fallen, the surface peace wouldn't easily break. But without Toji, Gospel Hospital simply couldn't run. Many high-level surgeries could only be performed by him. Not just within Konoha, even nobles across the Land of Fire had heard of the hospital, and appointments were always fully booked. If he kept leaving the village after asking for leave, sooner or later, someone would grow suspicious. Toji wouldn't allow that kind of uncertainty. This meant he could only secretly leave Konoha late at night, when he returned to the Zenin clan estate to rest. The time window was short, and the risk was high. The bandits in the immediate vicinity of Konoha had long been wiped out by eager ninjas. If he wanted fresh experimental subjects, he had to go far. The maximum range his Earth Grudge Fear clone could operate independently was around the Forest of Death. And right now, since Hashirama was still alive, Konoha hadn't set up its barrier yet. Once that barrier was in place, even sneaking out at night would become impossible. So, the first task Toji gave Yanagi was to gather human test subjects for him. All right. She agreed without hesitation. She didn't care what those captured ninjas would be used for or what fate awaited them. She only knew that helping him meant getting closer to greater power. But. She paused, frowning. Where is this place? And how am I supposed to deliver people to you? She hadn't seen sunlight for over 3 months. Aside from the clock in the lab, she had no sense of where she was. The meals she received daily were standard nutrition packs. The taste was fine, but they gave no clue about her location. If it were seafood, it would be the land of water. If it were camel meat, the land of wind, that was her simple way of guessing. Do you know Genjutsu? Toji asked. Yes. Then control your target with Genjutsu and bring them to the Forest of Death. I'll mark the exact location on a map. After that, you don't need to worry about anything else. Once you leave, clean up your tracks. Don't leave any trace. The Uchiha are searching for you across the entire ninja world. The Forest of Death. Yanagi's expression changed. This place, don't tell me it's near the Forest of Death. Logically, she had been captured there. The place she was held should have been far away. Yet the delivery point he gave was the same place. That's not something you need to concern yourself with. Toji's tone turned cold. In his mind, a proper underground organization required absolute obedience from its lower ranks. Unnecessary questions should not be asked. The boss's identity had to remain completely hidden. All communication should go through intermediaries to prevent anyone from tracing it back and exposing everything. In this crude organization of just him and Yanagi, that intermediary was his Earth Grudge Fear clone. Say, you're not a ninja from Konoha, are you? Toji ignored her probing and spoke on his own terms. Get ready to lose consciousness. When you wake up, you'll be near the forest of death. That's also where future handoffs will take place. Yanagi clicked her tongue. I was unconscious when I got brought here. Now that I'm leaving, can't you at least let me walk out awake? Toji didn't respond. Instead, he picked up a thick syringe and walked toward her. Fine, fine. Do whatever you want. Asterisk. Under the cover of night, Toji controlled his Earth Grudge Fear clone and sent Yanagi away. The 5-element seal, the Earth Grudge Fear curse seal, and the lure of the Mangekyo, everything had already been set in place. This first chess piece he released into the ninja world would bring him a steady supply of experimental subjects. Still, this method was too crude. Once Konoha established its barrier, he would have Yanagi deliver the required materials through more legitimate means, using Gospel Hospital as the channel. The night passed quietly. Asterisk. The next morning, Toji went to Gospel Hospital as usual, only to find Takayuki waiting at the entrance. As soon as he arrived, the boy stepped forward. Toji-sensei. Takayuki, what is it? My father asked you to come see him. All right, I'll head over now. Toji turned and made his way to the Hokage residence. Hashirama knew how busy he was, so he hadn't summoned him like this for quite some time. Something must have happened. As he walked, Toji quietly thought it over. Asterisk. Soon, Toji arrived at the Hokage's office. Inside were Hashirama and Naori. Tobirama had been back in the village for a while, but he had been keeping a low profile, rarely showing himself. He didn't even appear for this meeting. The last time all 4 of them gathered like this was when the Ninja Academy had just been established. Toji, you're here. Sit. Hashirama gestured for him to take a seat, his expression gradually turning serious. Since everyone's here, I'll get straight to the point. Recently, I've received reports that prisoners have been going missing from Konoha's prison. Some families have even come to me to file missing person requests. I personally went to the prison to ask, but the guards all claim they know nothing. Toji, Naori, do you have any idea what's going on? Even though many departments had yet to be established, the prison had already been built early on. That was unavoidable. Even in Konoha, the most civilized place in the ninja world, peace had only recently begun. Crime rates in the surrounding areas were still high. Many missions involved capturing or eliminating criminals. Hashirama, being kind-hearted, didn't order immediate execution. Instead, he required them to be captured alive, giving them a chance to repent. Prisoners going missing. Toji's heart tightened for a moment. If one had nothing to hide, there was nothing to fear. His first instinct was that his own actions had been exposed. But then he calmed down. He hadn't touched the prisoners, nor had he acted on hospital patients yet. This had nothing to do with him. Which meant, someone else in the village was secretly abducting people. Given the situation, a thought formed in his mind. Toji spoke in a measured tone, Hokage-sama, this matter might be related to Tobirama. Tobirama. Hashirama froze, his expression growing even more serious. How could this involve him? Toji, explain. Toji calmly laid out his reasoning. Konoha's prison is heavily guarded. Ordinary people couldn't possibly take prisoners away without being noticed, unless the guards are deliberately hiding it or they've been placed under genjutsu. But even after you personally question them, they still refuse to speak, and there are no signs they've been under genjutsu. That leaves only one possibility. The person responsible holds a special status. One that makes the guards unable, or unwilling, to speak. In this village, someone who can do that, the only one I can think of is Tobirama. It's likely he took the prisoners from the prison to some unknown location, and ordered the guards to keep it secret from you. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 23, Bruised and Beaten, Yet Unashamed. Tobirama was born 28 years before Konoha was founded. This year, he was 34. After marrying Toka, he did not gain the peace he had expected. The image of her hands being severed haunted him like a nightmare, clinging to his mind and refusing to fade. He had been searching for a way to truly calm himself. Was it what his older brother suggested, learning medical ninjutsu from Toji? No. The reversal technique he developed together with Toji was powerful, but it was not perfect. When facing an opponent who was too strong, one would still die before any healing could take effect. People die when they are killed. That was a truth in the ninja world that had remained unchanged for 1,000 years. But ninjas were beings who constantly broke common sense. They could control wind, fire, water, and earth. They could stitch flesh and mend bones. So could they go one step further, break the boundary between life and death, and bring the dead back to life? That way, if someone important to him or the village died one day, there would still be a final safety net. This twisted thought, blurring the line between life and death, quietly took root in his heart. From a tiny seed, it quickly grew, spreading into a towering tree that blocked out the sky. Tobirama began to act on it. He knew very well his older brother would never allow such a thing, so he had to keep it hidden from Hashirama. In secret, he set up a laboratory on the edge of the village. During breaks between missions, he used his authority to quietly take prisoners from Konoha's prison. Hashirama was kind. But Tobirama was never soft-hearted. He directly used those prisoners as experimental subjects and began developing the forbidden jutsu in his mind, one that could overturn life and death and twist the laws of nature. He named it Edo Tensei. *****. Immersed in his research, Tobirama did not go to the Hokage building for discussions. Instead, he went to his secret laboratory. A burly man was tied to the experiment table. The moment he saw Tobirama, fear spread across his face. His body trembled uncontrollably, and muffled cries escaped from his sealed mouth. Too noisy. With a swift motion, Tobirama struck, killing the man cleanly. After a long and complicated preparation process, he placed his hand on the corpse and formed hand seals. Summoning jutsu. The markings instantly spread across the body. And yet, nothing happened. Tobirama calmly withdrew his hand, showing no frustration. If the boundary between life and death could be broken in just a few attempts, that would be the real absurdity. Just as he was about to deal with the corpse, he suddenly sensed something. His head snapped toward the corner of the lab. Who's there? From the shadows, Hashirama, dressed in his Hokage robes, slowly stepped forward, his face terrifyingly dark. Tobirama, you've gotten quite bold. Be big, brother. Tobirama felt as if struck by lightning. He froze, then instinctively said, listen to me. It's not what you think. He had considered the possibility of his experiment being exposed, but he never expected this day to come so quickly. Why did it turn out like this? A trace of annoyance rose in Tobirama's heart. It was likely his frequent absence from meetings lately that had made his brother suspicious. But he had no other choice. He was already 34 this year. How many 30 years does a person get? For a ninja, reaching this age was already considered long-lived. His prime had passed. His physical condition and stamina were inevitably declining. Not everyone was like his older brother, Hashirama, who only seemed to grow stronger after turning 30. He had to seize every single day. Only then would he have a chance to complete the Edo Tensei within his lifetime. If I were 10 years younger, I'd have enough time, and I wouldn't have been discovered by Big Brother like this. But no matter what Tobirama thought, Hashirama's anger came crashing down. You don't need to explain. His voice was heavy with disappointment. My eyes may not be Sharingan, but I can still see clearly. Tobirama, I told you a year ago to learn proper medical ninjutsu from Toji and to stop researching these strange forbidden jutsus. As Senju ninjas, we should act openly and upright. You clearly treated my words like nothing. Developing forbidden jutsus is one thing, but you've gone even further and dared to carry out human experiments. His gaze fell on the corpse, and his expression grew even darker. If it were only about developing forbidden jutsus, he might have let it slide. But human experimentation crossed a line he would never tolerate. Once that line was crossed, a person would only keep falling. Today it was criminals. Tomorrow, it might be ordinary villagers. If it ever reached that point. Even Hashirama himself didn't dare imagine what he would do to his own younger brother. I'll have to discipline you properly in father's place. *****. Not far outside the underground lab, Toji stood side by side with Naori. Naori spoke softly, Hokage-sama is very angry. Tobirama-sama, this time, it won't end well for him. It should be like that, Toji replied calmly. No matter the reason, human experimentation is an evil taboo. Even I wouldn't allow something like this to happen in Konoha. He said it without the slightest change in expression. If possible, no one would want to conduct forbidden experiments under the watch of the god of shinobi, but in this chaotic world, only Konoha had the stability needed to support large-scale research. That was true now, and it would still be true in the future. Soon, Tobirama came out, bruised and battered. Like a child who had done something wrong, he was practically dragged away by Hashirama and taken back to the Senju compound. Right after that, another Hashirama walked out of the underground lab and approached them. That one just now was Hokage-sama's wood clone, Naori explained. Toji nodded. At the same time, he noticed a massive scroll hanging behind Hashirama. Could it be the prototype of the future scroll of seals? He speculated silently. Toji. When Hashirama saw them, his expression eased slightly. He wasn't the type to vent his anger on others. Hokage-sama. Reporting Tobarama's human experiments wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. It was something Toji had carefully thought through. First, it would create some trouble for Tobarama. Then, when Tobarama was in a difficult position, he could step in and help, earning goodwill. Second, he wanted to see how Hashirama would deal with his own brother, so he could use it as a reference. Since Tobarama, in a way, was Konoha's golden child. Lastly, Toji wanted to take this chance to look around Tobarama's lab and see if there were any surprises. Hashirama let out a sigh. Your guess was right. Tobarama really has been secretly conducting human experiments to develop forbidden jutsus. I gave him a harsh beating and ordered him into confinement for 3 months. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 24, Edo Tensei. I plan to seal the forbidden jutsu Tobarama has been researching, and destroy the lab along with it. That way, he won't get any bad ideas in the future. But a lot of the equipment in there looks expensive. Destroying it all would be such a waste. Hashirama looked at the two of them. Toji, Naori, go take inventory. Anything the hospital or ninja academy can use, move it out. I'll destroy the rest afterward. Yes. Corpse collectors? No. More like professional cleanup crew. Toji and Naori stepped into the laboratory, and a cold, decaying stench rushed at them. Naori instinctively held her breath. If someone stays in a place like this for too long, they'll probably end up falling into darkness. The environment can change a person. Toji nodded in agreement. That's true. His own underground lab, aside from not having any dead bodies yet, was just as gloomy and oppressive as this place. Luckily, he wouldn't be changed by his surroundings. Because he himself was already the worst kind of fallen. *****. Even though what they were doing now wasn't exactly dignified, it really felt like mice falling into a grain store. Naori picked out quite a few basic instruments. Toji, on the other hand, went straight for the high-end equipment he could never afford, even after skimming funds from the hospital. Tobarama really lives up to being the greatest inventor in the ninja world. He's loaded. Toji carried away each piece of equipment he liked. As he walked, he reached a workbench and immediately spotted a corpse that hadn't been dealt with yet. Toji's gaze sharpened. He noticed the summoning jutsu markings still left on the surface of the body. Hashirama hadn't explained what forbidden jutsu Tobarama was researching, but based on what Toji knew about him, among all the forbidden jutsus he would develop in the future, only one required human experimentation during its creation. Edo Tensei. At its core, it was a summoning jutsu. However, in Toji's memory, the completed version wouldn't leave behind any visible markings. The fact that such clear traces remained meant it was still in its early stage. Hashirama hadn't destroyed these markings. Maybe he was careless. Or maybe he trusted Toji too much. And Toji, of course, wouldn't betray that trust. What a pleasant surprise. Thanks to his enhanced release, Toji's memory far surpassed that of ordinary people. It was almost photographic. Without drawing attention, he memorized the entire set of summoning markings. After the research notes were destroyed, even Tobarama himself, the original creator, might not remember this prototype jutsu as clearly as he did. Toji stood by the workbench and began studying it. These summoning markings formed the underlying framework of Edo Tensei. As long as one could figure out the logic connecting it to the Pure Land, it would be possible to summon the dead to fight. The theory wasn't complicated, but actually developing it was far from easy. The key lay in space-time talent, the ability to sense the existence of the Pure Land. Toji thought about how similar abilities often appeared in other animes. The closest comparison to Edo Tensei would probably be the heroic spirit summoning from the Type Moon series. Heroic spirits correspond to the dead. The Throne of Heroes corresponds to the Pure Land. Could incantations replace hand seals? Cross the ring of deterrence and appear, guardian of Konoha. Toji smirked slightly at his own joke. Still, it could be a possible direction for development. Who knows, maybe the Sage of Six Paths might even hear such a summoning chant. Because of his interference, Tobarama's research into Edo Tensei had been forcibly halted, and all related experimental data would be completely destroyed by Hashirama. With the prototype summoning jutsu in his hands, he now stood, at least in theory, at the very forefront of its development. A forbidden jutsu that would take 3 generations, Tobarama, Orochimaru, and Kabuto, to finally perfect. How far could he go with it alone? What kind of brilliance could he bring out of it? Edo Tensei. Toji stared at the corpse in front of him, the light in his eyes flickering unpredictably. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Outside the lab. Hashirama asked, have you finished moving everything? Toji reported, yeah. All usable equipment has been taken. The high-end instruments were sent to the Gospel Hospital, and the basic ones were sent to the Ninja Academy as teaching tools. Good. Hashirama let out a bitter sigh before continuing, this way, Tobirama didn't completely do something wrong. At least his mistakes can help patients and students. Then his tone turned serious. You two, step back. Having already seen his strength, Toji immediately pulled Naori far away. Hashirama clapped his hands. Wood style, wood golem jutsu. The surrounding trees grew wildly, forming a small wooden golem. Its size rivaled the first stage of Susanoo, and a ferocious wooden dragon coiled around it. Under Hashirama's control, the golem entered the underground lab and began destroying everything without discrimination. Moments later, seeing that most of it had been torn apart, Hashirama clapped again. Wood style, deep forest emergence. The ground trembled as countless roots burst upward and twisted violently. In an instant, the entire underground lab was crushed into pieces. Above it, the land turned into a lush forest park. The level of secrecy was like grinding everything into dust, then burning it to nothing. In short, Tobirama's laboratory completely disappeared from this land. Toji watched Hashirama's back and buried the desire deep within his heart. The god of shinobis would release, it was truly captivating. With this, it's over. Hashirama sighed, then turned to them. Thank you both for your hard work today. Please don't spread word of what happened today. Tobirama has gone down the wrong path. I will properly teach him when we return. I'm asking this as his older brother. After speaking, he bowed deeply. Yes, Hokage-sama. Naori was moved by his sincerity. As for Toji, he was basically moved too. Hashirama really had put all his talent into combat. His political sense was almost zero. If he truly didn't want outsiders like them to know about this, he shouldn't have brought them here in the first place. But still, the simple people of Konoha were easily swayed by his sincerity. Just like how they also accepted Toji's own sincerity and kindness. The group parted ways. Hashirama returned to the clan to deal with his younger brother. Naori went back to the academy to distribute the equipment. Toji returned to the Zenin underground lab to set up the newly acquired high-end instruments. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Dusk. Confined within the clan grounds by Hashirama, Tobirama gazed at the setting sun with a distant look. Toka didn't know what he had gone through. She simply stayed quietly by his side. He glanced at her, then gently pulled her into his arms. The two stood in silence, watching the sun sink below the horizon. With someone important beside him, something to lean on, Tobirama's thoughts slowly settled. On the way back, he had thought about many things. Was he really wrong? Even after being beaten by his older brother and having his childhood memories stirred up, deep down, he didn't believe he was wrong. Tobirama didn't resent Hashirama either. He understood that their original intentions were the same. Both wanted to protect the people around them, to protect this newly built village. They had simply chosen different paths. His brother walked in the light. He, however, had to sink into the darkness, to build an unseen line of defense for Konoha. For that goal, sacrificing the lives of a few criminals was necessary. After sorting out his thoughts, Tobirama felt clarity wash over him. He made a firm decision in his heart. The development of Edo Tensei must continue. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 25, Lend Me Your Power. While Tobirama resolved to continue his experiments, he also understood that if he were discovered by his older brother again, it wouldn't end with just a beating and 3 months of confinement. So what should he do? How could he ensure that the development of Edo Tensei continued in secret? Although he still remembered the summoning markings, reconstructing them would take a long time. Within Konoha, he no longer had any way to obtain experimental subjects, nor any room for error. Outside the village, there was no stable environment for research. Just then, a figure flashed through Tobirama's mind. Toji. His brother trusted him, and he had his own insights when it came to developing jutsu. More importantly, he was the director of Gospel Hospital. In theory, that was the easiest place to obtain human subjects. Tobirama needed to find a way to bring Toji over to his side, to stain that pure white Haori of his. He had to make him understand that Edo Tensei was the final line of defense against death, that medicine alone could not protect Konoha, and that killing could serve a greater salvation. In the end, he needed Toji to stand with him. Toji treated him as a friend. And here he was, already thinking about how to use him, to drag someone upright and kind, someone devoted to saving lives, into his dark plan. The thought made Tobirama feel despicable. But for Konoha, I have to use your strength. I'm sorry, Toji. To protect Konoha at all costs, that is my resolve. My ninja way. Tobirama repeated those words in his heart. After a while, his wife Toka's voice pulled him back. Tobirama, what happened this afternoon? You seem distracted. Tobirama looked toward the fading light in the sky. I did something. Big brother gave me a harsh lesson, and I've also been confined for 3 months. Was it right or wrong? I can't tell, Toka. Then tonight, when Hashirama-sama returns, apologize properly first, she said gently. And for these 3 months, stay at the clan grounds. Teach your students. Spend time talking with your friends. All right. Tobirama readily agreed. The people around him only needed to enjoy peaceful days, but he had to think about much more. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Even after making his decision, Tobirama didn't act on it immediately. During his confinement, he lived a rare, quiet life at home. Until one day, 2 of his students came to visit. Monkey, Danzo. It's you too. Sensei. Danzo spoke first. We heard from Takayuki that you haven't been able to leave the Senju clan recently, so we came to check on you. Are you sick? I'm not sick. Is that so? But you look. Danzo hesitated. Tobirama stood up and cracked his neck. That's enough, brat. I don't need you worrying about me. Since you're here, let me see how well you've been training. As my students, slacking off is not allowed. Yes, sensei. Flying Thunder God slash. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Half an hour later, Hiruzen and Danzo collapsed on the ground, exhausted and gasping for breath. They were completely no match for Tobirama. Danzo, you idiot. You even said the sensei was sick. Hiruzen struggled to get up. I think not only is he fine, he's even stronger than before. Was that really the case? Danzo lay on the ground but reached a different conclusion. He felt that Tobirama was tired. As a student, he should become stronger as soon as possible and help share his teacher's burden. The fighting spirit in his heart ignited, and he pushed himself up. Sensei, again. Oh. Tobirama snapped back to his senses and looked at him with slight surprise. Danzo, you seem quite energetic today. I'm in too. I can't lose to Danzo. Hiruzen got back up as well. The 2 boys exchanged a glance, then charged at Tobirama together. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Late at night. Toji had no idea that Tobirama had already set his sights on him, treating him as someone to pull over to his side. If he knew, he would probably laugh. At this moment, he sat on his bed with his eyes closed, resting quietly. The room was silent, with only the ticking of the clock echoing. Today was the last day of the month. It was also the day he and Yanagi had agreed on for the delivery. When the clock struck midnight, Toji slowly opened his eyes and spoke in a low voice. Earth Grudge Fear, clone. A slit opened across his back as black tendrils surged out, quickly forming a humanoid clone. Under his silent control, the clone slipped into the night, moving swiftly through the shadows of the forest of death toward the meeting point. Toji didn't know Yanagi's exact situation, but through the curse mark carved into her heart, he could sense that it was still beating steadily. She hadn't encountered any fatal danger. The moment her heart stopped, he would detonate the curse mark immediately, eliminating any risk of exposure. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The forest of death wasn't completely unguarded. Several ninja squads on missions were patrolling the vast area, but with Toji's sharp perception and prior intelligence, he avoided them easily. The Earth Grudge Fear clone moved as if through empty space, quickly arriving at the designated location, a hidden tree hollow. Yanagi was nowhere to be seen. Though her talent was average, she was cautious. She didn't linger after completing the task and had already left. Even with the information Toji gave her, she knew this wasn't a place to stay. Toji stepped deeper into the hollow. The light was dim, and he almost missed the 2 figures lying on the ground. He crouched down and noticed a note attached to them, listing their many crimes. This woman, is she playing some kind of hero? Toji let out a soft chuckle. 2 black tendrils extended, lifting the unconscious bodies. He quietly left the hollow and returned to the underground lab. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Back at the lab, Toji tied the 2 experimental subjects firmly to the operating tables and connected them to various instruments. A ninja's strength in battle couldn't simply be judged by rank alone, but in experiments, chakra quality and physical data could serve as a baseline. Looking at the readings, Toji felt a bit disappointed. 2 genin. The quality is lacking. Both of them were still under Yanagi's genjutsu, unconscious. Toji placed his hands on their faces and activated the mystical palm technique, correcting the disordered chakra in their brains. The one with better physical condition, a scar-faced man, woke up first. At first, he looked confused. Then panic filled his eyes as muffled cries escaped his mouth. Take a deep breath. Toji raised his hand, and several black threads slowly extended from his palm. Feeling dizzy is normal. In the next instant, the black threads pierced into the man's body. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 26, A Reckless Admiration. The black threads pierced through flesh and burrowed into the man's heart. This was the core of life, and also the source of chakra. Toji raised 2 fingers and placed them against his lips. Hidden Jutsu, Earth Grudge Parasitism. The Earth Grudge Fear that had taken root in the heart began to wriggle under the stimulation of chakra, and the scar-faced man's body started moving like a puppet on strings. Initially, it was stiff and awkward, but it gradually became smooth, almost no different from a normal person. At this moment, his body was completely under Toji's control. The man's lips curled into a strange smile. Looks like the parasitic jutsu suc. Before he could finish, everything changed. His eyes bulged, and his entire body convulsed violently. The instruments beside the table let out sharp alarms, and within moments, the man lost all signs of life. Toji stared at the scene, his face stiffening for a second before he took a deep breath and calmed himself. Failure was part of success. As long as he could find the problem, it had value. Test Subject 1. Lasted 30 seconds, where did it go wrong? Toji fell into thought. The development of Earth Grudge Fear was an unknown path. There was no reference to follow, so he could only rely on experiments and repeated trial and error. For now, he couldn't find the answer. He turned his head toward the second subject, the one-eyed man. At some point, the man had already woken up and was staring at him with fear and anger. Toji ignored the hostile gaze and spoke calmly, too many test subjects increase the risk. That's why only 2 are brought each time. Until the next batch arrives, your life still has some value. I'll try to keep you alive with medical ninjutsu. If you don't want to die, then hold on to your will to live. Survive my experiments. It had to be said, Yanagi had chosen her targets well. Both of them were bandits with blood on their hands, and using them as expendable material brought no guilt. Once, Toji had wanted to be a good person. But after struggling to survive in a place like Takigakure, he had long grown used to life and death, leaving morality behind. That was a luxury for peaceful times. As long as he had no moral burden, guilt would never control him. Not killing needlessly, and making full use of what he had, was the last bit of restraint he kept. Toji once again used Earth Grudge Fear, planting a curse mark into the one-eyed man's heart, then added the 5-element seal. After that, he turned and left the underground lab. Until he found the problem, he wouldn't start the next experiment. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. At Gospel Hospital, Wakako came to the director's office to submit her homework. While Toji reviewed it, she quietly flipped through the curse mark research notes he had given her. After reading for a while, she grew tired. She secretly looked up and glanced at Toji's side profile, her heart filled with admiration. I really want to become someone as gentle as Toji-sensei, he's probably never even scolded anyone. Wakako. Toji's voice made her heart jump. Yes. Focus on the notes. Don't get distracted. If there's something you don't understand, ask. Don't be shy. He spoke calmly without even looking at her. Yes. I understand. She had been caught sneaking a look. Wakako steadied her thoughts. She didn't let Toji down. In learning curse marks, her progress was fast. The research notes he gave her were already fully understood, far beyond expectations. Simply put, she was a genius in this field. Her lack of combat talent was completely made up for by her gift with curse marks. But in front of Toji, she deliberately hid that talent. She planned to wait for the right moment and give him a surprise. For that, she forced herself to make friends at the academy. Wakako's presence felt cold, and with the white snake always by her side, even with the glasses Toji gave her, she still wasn't well liked. It took a long time before she finally made 2 friends, one from the Yamanaka clan and one from the Hyuga clan. Making friends didn't matter much to Wakako. She had been alone since childhood and didn't need friendship to fill anything inside her. What she needed was recognition and a bit of warmth. And Toji was the first person to give her both. So his goal became her goal. That was also why she chose to make friends, because those 2 had exactly what she needed, the caged bird cursed seal, and the mind transfer jutsu. Curse marks were the foundation of major ninja clans. Toji was still seen as an outsider, and no matter what reason he used, trying to approach such secrets would raise suspicion. But Wakako believed she could do it. She was just a trainee ninja, a girl. People would be far less wary of her. Still, it was impossible to truly obtain those curse marks. Regardless of how close they became, no one would hand over such secrets. But observing them up close and listening to their experiences was still possible. There was only one condition: their friendship had to be strong enough for them to risk breaking clan rules and secretly show her the curse marks. Wakako knew using friendship like this was wrong. Getting close to others with hidden motives was selfish. But the admiration she felt for Toji pushed her forward without hesitation. Wakako's gaze was firm. This is my ninja way. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Does she really lack talent in curse marks? After this week's assessment, Toji couldn't help but wonder. Wakako's performance seemed average. Nothing stood out. It didn't meet his expectations. Looks like the effort I put into her will only pay off years later. Toji let the thought go and said, "Let's go, Wakako. Time for class at the academy." "Yes, sensei." Asterisk asterisk asterisk. At the ninja academy. Takayuki spoke up. "Toji-sensei is here." Behind him stood Hiruzen and Danzo. Danzo looked over. He and Hiruzen had never properly interacted with Toji. They had only seen him once during the entrance medical check. Everyone said he was an important figure in the village. But Danzo didn't agree. Just an outsider. In his eyes, Toji didn't deserve that level of respect. After all, he only came to Konoha 5 years after it was founded. No matter what, he was still not one of them. Only clans like Shimura and Sarutobi, who had been there from the beginning, could truly be called Konoha's people. Anyone not from their village was different, and should be monitored. Of course, Danzo kept those thoughts to himself. Right now, he was far too insignificant. He wasn't even a full-fledged ninja yet. He had no right to judge someone like that. If I could stand where Sensei stands, then I could speak my mind, Danzo thought. "Hiruzen, Danzo, I'm heading to class," Takayuki said before leaving. "All right," the young Hiruzen replied, then glanced at Danzo. "Aren't you going home?" "I still have something to do." "You go ahead." Danzo stayed by the academy gate, waiting. He had been given a secret task by Tobirama. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After a few hours, Danzo finally saw Toji walk out after class. He stepped forward and spoke in a low voice, "Toji-sama, Tobirama-sama invites you to the tea house for a talk. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 27, Don't Stain Me With Your Darkness. Oh, the future 6th Hokage candidate had arrived. Toji looked at the young Danzo in front of him. Spiky black hair, sharp shadowed eyes, an X-shaped scar on his chin. There was a fierce edge to him. One could call Danzo ruthless, but not mediocre. Among the youths of this era, he was one of the best. Toji gave a slight nod. "I know you. Tobirama's student." Danzo felt a surge of irritation. The term of address should have been Tobirama-sama. But he didn't dare show it. He only replied in a low voice, "Yes. I am Tobirama-sama's student." "You're not bad. Take me to him." Toji didn't refuse and followed along. It had already been over a month since Tobirama was confined, and he could barely remember the last time they spoke. Now that Edo Tensei had been sealed, this was a good chance to test the waters. Toji wanted to see whether that great inventor had truly given up, or if he still had any plans. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Toji was led to the tea house where Tobirama stayed. After bringing him inside, Danzo folded his arms behind his back and stood guard at the door in silence. Toji saw Tobirama again after a long while. The man looked thinner, but not worn out. The month of confinement hadn't dulled him. Rather, it had sharpened him inwardly, like a sword returned to its sheath, the edge hidden, yet more dangerous. Put simply, he had become more sinister. This wasn't a friendly meeting. Toji stayed alert. "Tobirama. It's been a while. You're here." Tobirama gestured for Toji to sit and personally poured him a cup of tea. He didn't go straight to the point. Instead, he asked, "Toji, what do you think of my student?" Toji spoke with a hint of amusement. "Danzo. Full of sharp spirit. If you ask me, he has the bearing of a Hokage." Tobirama paused for a moment, then continued as if nothing had happened. "Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura are both among the best in the Ninja Academy. In the future, they will become key pillars of the village. Even before the academy was founded, I noticed their potential and took them in to train personally." He first made his stance clear, then shifted the topic. "Toji, I heard you've also taken a student at the academy." "Yes. Her name is Wakako Matsumoto. I think she has potential. I'm teaching her medical ninjutsu. Toji, do you believe medicine can protect Konoha?" "Here it comes." Toji's expression stayed calm. Medical ninja ensure the wounded are treated. They reduce casualties and prevent avoidable deaths. So you also think medicine can only reduce death, not eliminate it? Right. Yes. In the end, ninjas must go to the battlefield, and on the battlefield, people will die. If we want true peace, we either need overwhelming power to protect our comrades, or a way to make sure they never die. Seeing Toji silent, Tobirama thought he was being persuaded and kept speaking. That day, my forbidden jutsu research was stopped by the Hokage. Do you know what kind of jutsu it was? I named it Edo Tensei. In my vision, this jutsu can summon the souls of dead ninjas back to this world and revive them in physical form. The stronger the jutsu, the greater the cost, Toji said calmly, his expression unchanged. So, what's the price? The development process requires human experimentation, which means people will die because of this jutsu. But those sacrifices are necessary. By sacrificing a few outsiders, we can protect our comrades and ensure their souls continue to exist. The current peace in the ninja world is only an illusion. Every force is expanding its strength and researching forbidden jutsus. They simply don't act because they fear my brother's power, but he is still human. One day, he will grow old. One day, the warring states period will return. To protect Konoha, to protect peace, I must continue researching forbidden jutsus. This is my ninja way. Toji understood his meaning. If others raised warriors while you only practiced healing, you would end up being the one taken advantage of. Tobirama no longer hid his intent. Join me, Toji. I need your power. This jutsu cannot be completed without you. You have talent in developing ninjutsu, and as the director of Gospel Hospital, you can easily obtain the human subjects needed for experiments. It's all for peace. Tobirama's voice echoed in the tea house, lingering in the air. For a long moment, there was silence. Then Toji set down his teacup. Tobirama, you're not wrong. Edo Tensei might truly become the final defense against death. It could even serve as a foundation for peace. Tobirama's eyes lit up. So you agree. But I refuse. The smile that had just appeared on Tobirama's face vanished. Why? What I seek is a peace built on mutual understanding between people. These hands of mine are meant to save lives, not to create terrifying forbidden jutsus or bring more killing into this world. Toji sat straight, leaving no room for compromise. What others choose to do is not my concern, but I will stay true to my own path. You want me to use my talent for researching forbidden jutsus. You want me to turn a hospital that brings hope into a place that supplies human subjects. That will never happen. As for today, I won't report you to the Hokage. I don't agree with your path, but I will defend your right to speak it. Don't use your darkness to stain the Hokage's ideals, or mine, Hashirama Senju. With that, Toji stood up and turned to leave. Behind him, Tobirama's final words came, both a warning and a plea. The ninja world won't improve because of idealists. It will only get worse because of ambitious people. Toji, you're too naive. One day, you'll understand me. You will regret this. Bang. The only answer was the sound of the door slamming shut as Toji's figure disappeared into the distance. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Danzo stood at the door. Inside, his teacher sat upright on the cushion, holding a cup of tea. His face showed no emotion. But, he looked more tired than before. Danzo slowly clenched his fists. He didn't know what had happened inside, but the atmosphere made it clear that the conversation had not gone well. At that moment, a thought formed in his mind. Konoha's current strength owed much to his teacher. If one day he could stand where his teacher stood, he would take on everything and share that burden. As a student, inheriting his teacher's will and easing his burden was his duty. And yet, that Toji had left his teacher looking like this. What a detestable man. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 28, One Who Advances Along a Path of Death. Toji left the tea house as light snow drifted down from the sky. On the way, he ran into Naori, and the two of them once again went to Ichiraku Ramen together. After spending so much time with him, she had grown used to reading his mood. With just one glance, she noticed something was different. Toji, you seem a bit happy today. Happy? Yeah. Something happened that's worth being happy about. Can you tell me? Even I have things I can't say. Toji took a small sip from his drink, his mood indeed lighter than usual. Tobirama had talked a lot, but at the core of it all was one idea, peace. For the sake of peace, any means could be used. Originally, Toji had planned to help him at the right moment to gain his trust, but then he changed his mind. Someone once said, those who do not understand true pain can never understand true peace. During his time in Konoha, life had been too comfortable. He had never truly faced pain. If he was swayed so easily by a few words, then his idea of peace would be too cheap. So he decided to wait. Wait for the right moment. Only after he personally experienced pain would he complete his transformation. Only then would his image as a kind idealist truly come full circle, perfect and without flaws. Even someone as suspicious as Tobirama would no longer doubt him. By that time, even if he joined the research of forbidden jutsus, others would see it as a change brought by suffering, not something he had intended from the start. And if he looked at it from another angle. Right now, my progress on Edo Tensei is already ahead of Tobirama. There's no need to cooperate yet. I'll solve most of the difficult parts first. Then I'll leave the hardest final steps to him. Once he works them out, I can use my earlier progress to complete the jutsu. Using the darkest thoughts, he had already calculated everything. A cold wind passed by, and Toji pulled his white haori tighter around himself. It was his best disguise. I feel like you're thinking about something bad, Naori said as she watched him. But if it's you, then your idea of something bad is probably just scaring patients at the hospital, saying they can't be saved, then curing them the next second. Am I really that bad? Toji smiled and smoothly changed the topic. After I walked you home last time, Miss Ayano mentioned something. She said the Uchiha have a rogue ninja named Yanagi. Any updates? This was clearly a sensitive topic. For most people, bringing it up in front of Naori would be asking for trouble. But he wasn't just anyone. To Naori, he was different. To his surprise, she nodded. There has been some progress. Can you tell me? I'm curious about what will happen to her, Toji asked casually, without showing anything on his face. After finally gaining control of a jonin who willingly worked for him, he wasn't ready to lose her. I've issued a clan mission, Naori replied. Special teams have been sent to track Yanagi. The last sighting placed her near the border of the land of rice fields. That place lies between the land of lightning and the land of fire. It's chaotic, with bandits and rogue ninja groups everywhere. It's hard to pinpoint her exact location. It will take time. Toji felt slightly reassured. He no longer had any intention of blaming Yanagi. The land of rice fields was far from Konoha. The fact that she could transport people from there to the forest of death while avoiding Uchiha pursuit teams already proved her ability. Aside from her near obsession with power and her occasional instability under certain triggers, her execution was solid. Toji thought for a moment, then spoke calmly. The land of rice fields is a very dangerous place. Naori, remind your clan members to be careful and not act recklessly. If they run into a strong enemy, retreat first. As long as they stay alive, I can find a way to treat them once they return to the village. Naori looked at him and sighed softly. Sometimes I feel like you're too gentle to be a ninja. I'm a doctor. No. She cut him off gently. You can heal ninjas, which means you carry their fate too. Naori paused, looking out at the falling snow, her tone turning distant as if recalling the Warring States period. I know very well what a ninja is. A ninja is someone who keeps moving forward on a path toward death. There's no way back. Or as most people would put it, a ninja is a tool meant to complete missions. So Toji, when you say my clan member should retreat and abandon a mission when things get dangerous, then return to the village to recover. I appreciate your kindness. But that's not acceptable. This concerns the honor of the Uchiha and our bloodline. The mission must be completed. All right. Seeing there was no way to persuade her, Toji shrugged. He was already planning to pass along a message again, warning Yanagi to be careful. He had seen no less death and killing than Naori. In the entire ninja world, only the 5 great nations could maintain a relatively stable peace. Everywhere else, in the small countries caught between them, chaos and bloodshed had never truly stopped. The hatred carried over from the Warring States period strangled generation after generation like chains tightening around their throats. The land of waterfalls was like this. The land of rice fields was no different. But there was no denying it. These smaller nations were the perfect refuge for ambitious people. Take the land of rice fields for example. Because of its disorder and lawlessness, obtaining human test subjects was incredibly easy. That was why, in the future, Orochimaru would choose it as his base after defecting. Yanagi had chosen well. Naori spoke again, her voice soft. Sometimes I wonder, someone as gentle as you, how did you survive the chaos of the Warring States period and make it safely to Konoha? Toji's hand paused slightly as he held his chopsticks. It seemed like his one flaw had been noticed. All this time, he had acted too kind, too soft. Someone like that shouldn't have survived in such a brutal era. Before he could respond, Naori had already given her own answer. Maybe, it was fate that brought you to me. To Konoha. She reached out and caught the falling snow drifting in from the window. I, Naori Uchiha, have killed countless people. The fact that I'm still alive, living such a peaceful life, is already a blessing. Toji, your medical ninjutsu. It feels like it exists so that beyond peace, there can also be happiness. And me, I will protect that peace and that happiness. That is my ninja way. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 29, The Origin of the Sage Curse Mark. Troubles just keep piling up this winter. Toji walked along the road back home, sighing to himself. First it was Tobirama, then Naori. One after another, they came to him to talk about their ninja way, as if he were some enlightened sage. Speaking to him felt like confessing their beliefs, as if sharing their thoughts with him could truly protect lasting peace. Unfortunately, Toji knew better than anyone. Peace was an illusion. Even in the future, when Naruto possessed overwhelming power, true peace only came after the Fourth Great Ninja War. Countless lives were lost, and only after defeating a common enemy was a brief calm achieved. When there was no enemy in the ninja world, one would come from space. War and conflict never truly end. If Hashirama and Madara of this era could reconcile, maybe things would be different. Maybe peace could actually last. But with the fate of reincarnated brothers binding them, that outcome was never going to happen. Toji had no such illusions. He only wanted one thing, to surpass the limits of the ninja world with a mortal body. Thinking back to his conversation with Naori, he suddenly caught onto something he had overlooked earlier. The land of rice fields. That land carried the legacy of sound-based jutsus. In the future, Orochimaru would gather those jutsus and establish the Hokage-sama. But that wasn't what interested Toji most. What truly caught his attention was something else, the origin of the Sage Transformation Curse Mark, Yugo. Yugo himself wouldn't exist in this era, but tracing back, his clan ancestors were very likely already living somewhere in the land of rice fields. This could be an opportunity. Placing a chess piece on the board now cost him nothing, yet it might bring great returns in the future. Subordinates only needed to follow orders, but as the one pulling the strings from behind, Toji had far more to consider. Next time we meet, I'll allocate some funds to Yanagi and have her set up a stable base in the land of rice fields. Besides transporting human test subjects, her second task will be to locate the clan of Yugo. *****. The last day of the month arrived. As time passed, the number of secret jutsus Toji was working on kept increasing. Earth Grudge Parasitism, Edo Tensei. As for the curse mark, he had temporarily put it on hold. He planned to wait until Wakako had a breakthrough, or until Yanagi sent back information about the Tenbin clan, before continuing. Since he didn't know the actual name of Yugo's clan, he simply labeled them as Tenbin for now. Whichever side made progress first would greatly speed up the research. Toji had no hesitation dumping all the pressure onto others, while he himself refused to carry even a fraction of it. After preparing everything, he walked into the underground laboratory again. Inside, the one-eyed man still looked fierce. His single remaining eye stared fixedly at the birdbeak mask on Toji's face. Toji paid him no mind and calmly continued making preparations. According to his plan, one experimental subject could be used twice. First, he would use Earth Grudge Fear to parasitize the body and activate the hidden jutsu. When the subject was close to death, he would use him as a sacrifice for Edo Tensei. The vessel would be the scar-faced man who died in the first experiment. Making full use of resources was one of Toji's virtues. Learning from the last failed experiment, he made 2 preparations this time. And those 2 preparations meant using both hands to perform the mystical palm technique at once. More than 10 Earth Grudge Fear threads split from his palms. While maintaining the healing jutsu, they precisely pierced into vital points across the one-eyed man's body, ready to perform emergency treatment at any moment. Hidden jutsu, Earth Grudge Parasitism. Toji released the jutsu again. Black tendrils silently wrapped around the man's heart, and this time, he was extremely careful. His chakra flowed slowly into the body like a drip, gradually eating away at the man's control. Move. At Toji's command, the man's eyes slowly turned hollow, but his body began to move smoothly, no different from a normal person. There were many jutsus in the ninja world that could control a body. A typical example was the mind transfer jutsu of the Yamanaka clan. But the biggest difference between those jutsus and Earth Grudge Parasitism was that the former directly controlled the target at a physical level, almost ignoring distance entirely, while the latter relied on mental control. If the target had strong willpower, the jutsu could fail or even be broken. Earth Grudge Parasitism was different. Unless the target possessed monstrous vitality like the Senju or Uzumaki clans, once parasitized, breaking free was nearly impossible. The one-eyed man lasted far longer than the first test subject's 30 seconds, and the tension in Toji's chest slowly eased. He controlled the man's body, made him refine chakra, then spoke. Fire style, flame bullet. The man opened his mouth and spat out a small fireball. He didn't know the jutsu himself, yet under Toji's control, the jutsu was released effortlessly through him. The blazing fireball slammed into the ground, scorching it black in an instant. Did it work? Just as Toji thought it had succeeded, something went wrong. The man's body began to convulse. Toji immediately activated the mystical palm technique, pouring medical chakra into him, but the man's life still declined beyond saving. He glanced at the data recorded by the instruments, then combined it with feedback from the Earth Grudge Fear tendrils, and finally understood the problem. Chakra was a mix of physical and mental energy. It could only be refined temporarily, not stored long-term. Right now, Earth Grudge Fear could draw out physical energy, but it couldn't make up for the lack of mental energy. If the host resisted, proper chakra refinement became impossible. Where was the core of a ninja's mental energy? Toji's first thought was the brain, but he quickly rejected it. The answer was still the heart. Sasori of the Red Sand had turned his entire body, even his brain, into a puppet, yet he retained his consciousness. The key was the chakra core in his chest. Toji let out a slow breath. The heart, really, is something else. Even though this attempt ended in failure, he felt lighter. He had found the right direction. Next, he needed to refine the control of Earth Grudge Fear further. It had to go beyond controlling the body and reach the mental level. He would use the tendrils to extract mental energy directly from the heart. Whether the host's soul agreed or not, they would become nothing more than his puppet. Earth Grudge Fear was an extension of Toji's own body. Once parasitized, it connected through chakra, allowing him to share the host's 5 senses. At that point, he could use the host's body to perform his own jutsus, or directly use the jutsus the host already knew. A different kind of Edo Tensei was being born ahead of time. The only limitation was that the parasite had to be stably implanted first. That meant, under normal conditions, it would be difficult to parasitize someone stronger than himself. I can have the host drink the hero water and launch a suicide attack on the target. After the enemy goes through all the trouble and finally kills the host, I'll revive it with Edo Tensei and send it in for round 2. A cycle of endless jutsu battles, heh. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 30, Talent for Spacetime. Toji seized the final moment before the one-eyed man's life slipped away. Edo Tensei. The summoning markings spread out, slowly covering the dying body. Using the living as a vessel for the dead, a portion of the revived person's flesh, a fragment of their personal information, a soul residing in the Pure Land. Toji's focus sharpened to the extreme. As the markings unfolded layer by layer, his chakra drained rapidly. At its core, summoning was a type of spacetime ninjutsu. The farther or more abstract the target, the greater the chakra required. And the Pure Land, it did not exist within the known ninja world. In Toji's understanding, it lay outside the world itself. To summon a soul from there was extremely difficult, requiring an immense amount of chakra just to sense the path beyond the world. Toji's body began to strain under the jutsu. It continuously converted both mental and physical energy into chakra, and his long quiet heart started pounding violently. It had been a long time since he had consumed this much chakra. At a moment like this, maybe I should chant something to set the mood. Descend from the Pure Land, guardian of salvation. Arise. Test subject number 1. Toji had been suppressing himself for too long. This was how he let off pressure when alone. It made the dull and cruel experiments feel a little less suffocating. Only like this could he keep wearing that mask in front of others, unchanged. Sweat soaked through Toji's back. And as the chant ended, somewhere beyond perception, he actually sensed the existence of the Pure Land outside the world. Even if it lasted only a moment, he confirmed it. He had talent for spacetime jutsus. He had the ability to develop Edo Tensei. At the same time, on the surface of the one-eyed man's body wrapped in the summoning markings, a paper talisman slowly floated up. Toji recognized it. A Pure Land talisman. When Kabuto used Edo Tensei on Yamanaka in the future, hundreds of these talismans wrapped around the vessel. When they peeled away, the dead would emerge again like breaking out of a cocoon. This was a sign of success. Snap. At last, Toji only managed to summon a single talisman. Right after that, under an unstoppable force, cracks spread across the one-eyed man's body. It began to collapse and scatter, turning into dust before his eyes. As both vessel and sacrifice, whether the jutsu succeeded or failed, the price was total destruction of the body. As for the summoned soul, once the vessel failed, it would return to the Pure Land. Toji carefully wrote down this conclusion in his experiment log, then added at the end. Second test subject. Survival time, 31 minutes. Looking at the now empty lab, Toji let out a long breath. Time flies. One batch of subjects is gone, and the next will arrive soon. He picked up a broom and swept together the dust left from the disintegrated body, carrying it outside to deal with it the next day. After finishing up, he clapped his hands and split off an Earth Grudge Fear clone, sending it toward the hollow tree in the forest of death. Elsewhere. Yanagi felt that the 2 genin she delivered last time didn't truly show her worth. She was a 3-tomo Sharingan user. How could her targets be mere genin? So this time, after careful selection, she set her sights on a rogue ninja group near the border of the land of rice fields. These groups were made up of missing nin and underground ninja. Murder, arson, and looting were their daily routine. At the same time, wiping them out was also a source of income for many ninja villages. If you gathered them all and blew them up with explosive tags, you might accidentally kill a few innocent ones. But if you skipped even one, you'd definitely let someone guilty escape. Yanagi was proud. She carried a strong sense of clan honor, and even after defecting, she would not stain its name. So her targets were always those who deserved to die, not ordinary ninja. After days of observation, she locked onto one group. Its lineup was quite strong, 2 chunin and 5 genin. 3 days before the delivery date, under the cover of night, Yanagi attacked. Facing the strength of nearly 2 standard ninja squads, she didn't take risks. Her 3-tomo Sharingan activated instantly. During the fight, she restrained herself and avoided killing with genjutsu. The village best at genjutsu in the ninja world was Konoha, and within Konoha, the Uchiha clan stood at the top. If traces of death by genjutsu were left behind, any pursuit team would easily connect it to her. So Yanagi relied only on widely used jutsus like fire release, kenjutsu, and taijutsu. This was where the true strength of the Sharingan showed. It didn't just grant talent for genjutsu. With its enhanced dynamic vision, skills like throwing weapons, swordsmanship, and hand-to-hand combat were all greatly improved. It was, in every sense, a natural weapon for battle. Inside the dark cave, the sinister glow of Yanagi's 3-tomo Sharingan shone through her mask, casting an eerie red light. Those eyes, that's an Uchiha. Damn it, why would an Uchiha monster appear here? This isn't what Shino-sama promised us. Screams and shouts of rage echoed one after another. In just a short while, the rogue ninja group was completely slaughtered. Yanagi used genjutsu to control the 2 leading chunin, preparing to deliver them as this month's experimental subjects to the forest of death. She casually sealed the remaining corpses into a scroll, planning to exchange them later at an underground bounty station. At that moment, she noticed something deeper in the dark cave. A wealthy merchant hostage, weak and barely breathing, seemed to be locked up there. After venting some of her battle urge with the 3-tomo Sharingan, Yanagi was in a fairly good mood. Walking forward, she cut open the cage with a kunai. You're lucky. You ran into me. You're safe now, no need to thank me. I'm just someone who acts on a whim. Before she could finish, the merchant suddenly dropped his pitiful act. His expression twisted as he started shouting, "You're an Uchiha ninja, right? Useless. Why didn't you come sooner? Do you know what I've been through these past few days?" He didn't get to finish either. A choking sound escaped his throat as a kunai pierced straight through it. Filthy rogue ninja, even pretending to be a hostage. Yanagi pulled out the blade without expression. With the 2 experimental subjects in tow, she turned and left the cave, sweeping the area with a burst of fire release before leaving, burning away all traces. Like a courier escorting cargo, Yanagi dragged the 2 ninja toward the forest of death to deliver them to Toji. Not long after she left, a group of masked ninja clad in purple armor silently appeared inside the cave. The middle-aged man leading them looked at the wreckage and the merchant's charred corpse. His face darkened as he spoke. He's completely dead. They dared touch our sky ninja and even killed our prize target too. Find them. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 31, New Year at Naka Shrine. On the night of delivery, Yanagi successfully brought the 2 test subjects into the tree hollow. Inside, she found something Toji had left for her. A scroll filled with 1 million ryo in cash, along with a new set of instructions. The contents were simple: build a long-term base in the land of rice fields and carry out further plans. Yanagi muttered under her breath, he really knows how to boss people around. Even so, she happily stored the money away. With this amount, she could eat and drink much better. Her quality of life would improve immediately. The land of rice fields was chaotic, and prices there were absurdly high. She turned to leave, climbed onto the tree trunk, then paused. For some reason, she looked back. In that direction stood Naka Shrine. Her roots. Her home. Tomorrow is New Year's. One day, I'll come back. She would gain power beyond Naori. Then she would return to Naka Shrine in glory, force that woman to her knees, and make every clan member understand that she was right and Naori was wrong. An Uchiha that bowed to the Senju was no different from a tamed beast. In the end, they would only become mediocre house pets. ****. Konoha Year 7, January 1st. Another peaceful year had passed, and as usual, villagers filled the streets, celebrating together. For once, Toji didn't have to go to the hospital. Last night's delivery had gone smoothly. The 2 new test subjects were already locked in the underground lab, lying quietly on the operating table. Yanagi had done well. On her second delivery, she brought back Chunin-level subjects. Better quality meant better results. 7 a.m. Toji's body clock woke him on time. He changed into casual clothes, took the dust collected from cleaning up yesterday's experimental remains, and headed to the clan garden to fertilize the soil. He also planned to tidy up the yard. Before he could begin, there was a sound at the gate. He walked over and opened it. Naori and Ayano stood outside, dressed in festive New Year clothing. Toji. Toji-sama. Happy New Year, Naori, Ayano. Toji greeted them. You're here early. What's the matter? Naori spoke. I thought since you're the only one in the Zenin clan, we should invite you over to the Uchiha clan. Everyone still remembers what you did last year. A New Year visit. Toji paused, a bit surprised. He hadn't expected this. He had planned to spend the whole day in the lab. But after a moment, he changed his mind. On a day like this, taking a break didn't seem so bad. It was one of the few connections he still had, both in this life and the last. All right. Toji readily agreed. But I need to clean up the clan grounds first and take care of the plants. Please wait a moment. We'll help. The 3 of them walked into the Zenin garden together. Ayano quietly stepped aside, leaving space for the 2 of them. Naori clasped her hands behind her back and walked through the snow-covered bamboo grove. Such a peaceful place. I didn't expect you to enjoy gardening. I'm not just a work machine. Toji straightened up and slowly scattered the powder made from remains onto the soil. I'm more surprised that the head of the Uchiha clan and the academy principal would lower herself to help me with this. I'm a ninja, but also just a villager. Don't put me on a pedestal. My cooking is pretty good too. By the way, what is this? Naori looked at the grayish-yellow powder in Toji's hand. This is a plant nutrient mix I made myself. It helps flowers and plants grow better, he explained calmly, without a change in expression. The plants would indeed grow better. Beneath their roots lay piles of buried corpses. The bamboo grove was quiet, with flowers and trees scattered in harmony. In this calm setting, Naori's mood slowly settled. She instinctively raised her hand and covered her right eye. Does it hurt? No. Naori shook her head. My eye power, it feels like it's gotten stronger. Toji fell silent for a moment. He had spent so much effort studying the Sharingan, using careful methods to improve Yanagi's eye power. Yet it still couldn't compare to Naori simply walking through a garden. In this world, the gap between bloodline and talent was suffocating. Well, congratulations. You've gotten stronger again. But I still stand by what I said before. Come to me regularly for checkups. Don't take risks. As long as you have those eyes, the risk of bloodline disease will always be there. Toji brought it up on his own. He wanted the Mangekyo Sharingan more than anything, but he couldn't show that desire openly. Regular checkups were the most reasonable excuse. It wouldn't raise suspicion. Thank you. Then I'll be counting on you from now on. Half an hour later. After finishing the garden work, Toji followed beside Naori as they headed toward the Uchiha clan. The 3 of them first arrived at Naka Shrine. On a day as important as New Year, it had naturally become the place where the Uchiha gathered and paid their respects. The deadly battle from last year still felt fresh. But this year, none of that tension remained. The atmosphere was peaceful. A lot had happened over the past year. Time had proven that the Ninja Academy was not a Senju conspiracy, and that Hashirama had not targeted the Uchiha after Madara left. He truly treated everyone equally. Uchiha children had received proper education and growth at the academy. The bloodshed from that night a year ago now felt meaningless. Toji-sama. Clan head. Hearing the second form of address, Toji was slightly surprised. You've officially become the clan head. Since midnight today. Naori replied calmly, though the faint curve of her lips gave her away. Congratulations. Suddenly, a mischievous child shouted from the crowd, Toji-sama, when are you going to marry the clan head? The nearby clan member quickly pulled the child away and apologized awkwardly. Naori-sama, Toji-sama, the kid doesn't know what he's saying. Please don't take it seriously. Heh. Toji glanced at the boy. The young boy had fluffy black hair, neat but lively. His presence felt bright and cheerful. Among the Uchiha, he was a rare kind. That's Kagami Uchiha, Naori explained softly. One of the most talented among the younger generation. His genjutsu talent is exceptional, even better than mine back then. I plan to take him as a student after he graduates. Kid, come greet Toji-sama. Ayano waved him over. The boy hurried forward and bowed respectfully. Toji-sama. Toji nodded slightly, then said, Kagami, this kid is good. He has the bearing of a Hokage. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 32, A Heavy Gift from the Senju, Ein Seal. Toji firmly believed in bloodline theory. In the ninja world, family and lineage decided a person's fate. Descendants inherited the talent of their ancestors, and a genius's forebear must also have been a genius. Only a few could break their limits through effort alone. There were many genjutsu in this world. Setting aside the infinite Tsukuyomi, people might argue over the second strongest illusion. But the strongest had only one answer. Koto Amatsukami. It was the unique ability of Shisui Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan. By following that logic backward, as Shisui's ancestor, Kagami Uchiha must also possess top-tier genjutsu talent. Just like Shisui in the future, Kagami would care deeply about the village and would eventually be chosen by Tobirama to join his guard. And putting all that aside, anyone with a superscript 1 in their name was never weak. This year, that ancestor stood before Toji, just a 10-year-old boy. Bearing of a Hokage, my son Kagami has the bearing of a Hokage. The Uchiha have produced a Hokage candidate. The surrounding clan members burst into smiles, their backs straightening without realizing it. To them, this was the best New Year blessing. Madara was gone, but life had to go on. The Hokage seat was still their goal. Everyone knew Toji was fair, with high character and great reputation. His words were seen as the most unbiased judgment in all of Konoha. I didn't expect you to rate him so highly, Naori said. Mostly because he has a teacher like you. Toji spoke seriously. If not for him, Naori might have died last year from her bloodline disease. Now her fate had changed, and she would become Kagami's mentor. With all these changes, the Uchiha clan might rise back to its peak. By then, there wouldn't be just 1 or 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. There might even be 3 pairs existing at the same time. What a sight that would be. Toji wanted those eyes badly. Kagami was also someone worth investing in. Asterisk. Afterward, Toji spent the afternoon walking around the Uchiha compound with Naori, and they treated him to dinner as well. As he was about to leave, Naka approached. With one eye gone, Naka looked even gloomier. He nodded slightly at Toji, then stepped in front of Naori, his remaining eye flicking toward Toji for a brief moment. Clan head. Naori glanced at Toji with a hint of apology. Toji understood and quietly stepped aside. Using the heightened senses from his Earth Grudge Fear, he listened in. What is it, Naka? After the new year, I want the clan to assign me to the mission of hunting Yanagi. The air froze. The warm New Year atmosphere seemed to split open, revealing its cold and cruel core. You don't have to push yourself this far, Naori advised seriously. I know her best. I understand her habits. I'm the most suitable person for this mission. I will bring her back, and if I fail, I'll kill her myself. Naka's voice was calm. She is my sister, but she is also an Uchiha. I cannot allow our bloodline to fall into the outside world. I've made my resolve. Just last year, he had tried to lead the clan into rebellion. But after being twisted by Izanami, he seemed to have accepted his fate. He had completely moved to the opposite side. He was even willing to kill his own sister. The Uchiha. Madness truly ran in their blood. You. Naori paused, then said slowly, wait 6 months. If she hasn't been captured by then, you will take over the mission. I trust your resolve. Bring her back alive. Tell her this. Whether it's me or the Hokage, we are willing to forgive her this once. Only this once. Yes. Asterisk. The second day of the new year. Toji received an invitation from the Senju clan. His current position was unusual. Caught between the Senju and the Uchiha. Though the two clans no longer clashed openly, they were still competing in the shadows. Each wanted to prove they were stronger, better, more worthy in the eyes of the village. And Toji had become the center of that silent rivalry. Fine wine, rich food, generous gifts, the Senju welcomed him with great enthusiasm. The reversal technique he had helped develop for them had saved many lives, and quite a few clan members owed their survival to it. Their respect for him ran deep. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. When Toji met Tobirama again, the men looked as calm as ever, as if nothing unpleasant had ever happened between them. That day's conflict had become an unspoken secret. Meanwhile, Hashirama's son, Takayuki, stood in the clan compound celebrating the new year with his fiancée. Not even an adult yet, does this mean Tsunade's birth is getting closer? Toji let his thoughts wander for a moment. Then, he saw Hashirama. The man still carried the carefree attitude, but in Toji's eyes, compared to 2 years ago, faint wrinkles had already appeared at the corners of his eyes. Even the god of shinobi would age. Hashirama was already 41. Yo, Toji. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Hashirama suddenly leaned in, his tone shifting. I heard you went to the Uchiha yesterday. How was it? Lively. Full of life. The Uchiha were all celebrating peace. I see. That's good. Hashirama nodded, then waved his hand. But that's not what I meant. Toji paused. Then. How are things between you and Naori now? Hashirama grinned, nudging Toji with his elbow. She's officially the clan head now. Power, status, she's at the top of the ninja world. You don't have any thoughts? You're about the same age, right? Toji felt a bit helpless. Getting pressured about marriage during New Year, some things never changed. He answered casually, my goal is to become the best doctor and end this chaotic era. The world hasn't reached true peace yet, and I haven't achieved my goal. I'm not thinking about personal matters right now. Those things don't conflict at all. Hashirama kept pushing, looking as if he wanted to arrange a marriage alliance between the Zenin and Uchiha on the spot. Before Toji could respond, Mito stepped in. She grabbed Hashirama by the ear and dragged him aside. Why are you meddling in young people's business like this? Let's talk about something serious. Hashirama cleared his throat, his face slightly red as he changed the topic. Toji, Mito told me you have talent for few ninjutsus. So I thought, on behalf of the Senju clan, we'd give you a few ninjutsu as a New Year gift. You mentioned before that the Zenin clan has a special constitution. Long lifespan, slow aging, so after discussing it, we decided to teach you the Yin seal. As for what the Yin seal actually does. Hashirama glanced to the side. Mito, you explain it. Note, is the Japanese word for mirror. It is associated with Mangekyo Sharingan and Itachi's Yata mirror. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 33, Longevity is a curse for you. Mito spoke calmly, the Yin seal places extremely high demands on the user. It requires precise chakra control, where you accumulate chakra over time and compress it into the diamond mark on your forehead. By releasing that stored chakra in small, controlled amounts, the Yin seal can maintain youth and keep the body in peak condition for a long time. She paused briefly before adding, this jutsu was originally designed based on the physiology of female ninja. Even if male ninja understand how it works, it's very difficult for them to use it. Toji already knew about the Yin seal. The mark on Mito's forehead was proof. As the only jutsu in the ninja world capable of storing chakra, its value was obvious. He had wanted it for a long time. With Earth Grudge Fear, his body was already close to immortal, but his chakra reserves had always been a limitation. With the Yin seal, that weakness could be greatly reduced. As for men being unable to use it, the Yin seal belonged to the medical sealing system. Later, Tsunade would even develop the creation rebirth, strength of 100 technique from it, and Toji's greatest talent lay in breaking down and rebuilding medical ninjutsu. If men couldn't use it, then he would modify it until they could. Toji put on a slightly confused yet grateful expression. So, men can't use it. Then. It's not for you. Hashirama cut in from the side. I originally wanted Mito to teach you something like the 4-symbol seal, but she felt you might need the Yin seal more. Your long lifespan, for you, that's probably more like a curse. No. I'm doing just fine. Toji replied silently in his mind, though he understood their intention. His gaze shifted toward Mito's face. Not out of disrespect, but he noticed the faint wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, just like Hashirama's. Traces of time. Logically, someone who had mastered the Yin seal shouldn't age like this. So why had she? The answer was obvious. Even the god of shinobi couldn't escape time, and Mito, who could live even longer than him, had chosen to give up the youth-preserving effect of the Yin seal. She kept only its basic function of storing chakra, choosing to grow old alongside him and walk to the end of life together. Toji's gaze flickered slightly. He understood it. But honestly, he felt nothing. If anything, it only showed how much she cared about Hashirama, no less than Madara did. Sensing Toji's gaze, Mito spoke again, her voice gentle. It's not just you. Your future children will also be troubled by this longevity. That's why I'm giving you the Ein seal. If you meet someone you truly love in the future, pass this jutsu to her, and then she can walk with you to the very end. Toji asked almost without thinking, even if she's an Uchiha. Even then, Hashirama answered openly. You can use the Ein seal however you want. Whether you give it to your future wife or your student, I trust you won't use it against the village. Watching Mito willingly give up longevity for Hashirama didn't move Toji. But Hashirama handing over full ownership and usage of the Ein seal, that almost made him laugh. In Konoha, and across the entire ninja world, there was an unspoken rule. Powerful hidden jutsus were never to be passed on without permission. That was easy to understand. Ninjutsu were killing techniques. Once they spread widely, if the enemy learned them, the blade would turn back on you. Even between master and student, passing them on had to be done with great caution. Having full ownership of the Ein seal meant Toji could teach it to anyone he wished. As for the 5-element seal Mito had taught him previously, it hadn't been stated outright, but it was understood that only he could use it. What a great boss. Thank you, Hashirama-sama. Mito-sama. Toji spoke sincerely. The Ein seal was meant for him. Combined with Earth Grudge parasitism, it would create astonishing results. No need to thank us. Hashirama waved it off casually. These past 2 years, we've seen everything you've done. You work too hard. You barely rest all year except during New Year. You're even busier than me, the Hokage. Sometimes, you should think about your own happiness too. This is what Konoha owes you. You deserve it. Toji had thought Hashirama just liked gossip and pushing people toward marriage. He didn't expect him to actually take action. After speaking seriously, Hashirama quickly returned to his usual carefree self. Ha ha ha. The Senju's gift won't lose to Madara's clan. Madara, Madara, Madara. That's all you ever talk about. Mito punched him hard, then turned back to Toji. Since you're here, stay for a meal. After that, I'll give you the Ein seal scroll. Understood. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The first 2 days of the new year passed just like that. By the 3rd day, other clans in the village began sending invitations. The Hyuga, Yamanaka, Nara, Akimichi, and more. Everyone wanted Toji to visit their clan grounds. On a festival like this, who wouldn't want the village's living saint to visit? It was like inviting good fortune into their home. But Toji declined all of them. That was just how he was. When he saw a treasure mountain, he wouldn't wait even a moment. He wanted to dig into it immediately. To him, the Ein seal was exactly that. Ein seal, Edo Tensei, Earth Grudge parasitism. Toji's time was once again torn apart by research. Only when completely exhausted would he go to Ichiraku Ramen to relax for a bit. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. On the last day of the holiday. While eating at Ichiraku Ramen, Toji casually glanced outside and spotted his student, Wakako. She was walking down the street with 2 girls around her age, holding an apple in her hand. Toji was a little surprised. He hadn't expected someone as withdrawn as her to have made friends. Young scholars in the ninja world should focus on study. Friendship. Bonds. How could they even sleep at night thinking about such things? Toji looked away and continued eating his noodles. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Wakako, passing by, didn't notice her teacher inside the shop. The group walked into a quiet park, and only then did she speak to her 2 friends. Koton, can I see your forehead? Koton Hyuga hesitated, looking troubled. Can I refuse? My forehead is ugly. Aren't we friends? I won't laugh at you. Wakako smiled, her voice soft, carrying a faint, almost hypnotic tone as she leaned in slightly. I'm just curious. Since we're friends, it should be fine, right? All right. Koton slowly removed her headband, revealing her forehead and the caged bird seal. So this is the curse mark. Wakako stared at the faint green pattern, her eyes gradually losing focus. This is what Sensei has always desired. She had taken her first step. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 34, Breakthrough in Experiment. In the blink of an eye, another half-year had passed. Night. At the Zenin clan underground chamber, Toji raised his hand and shot out a black thread. Hidden jutsu, Earth Grudge parasitism. Pitch-black tendrils burrowed into the body of experimental subject number 13. She was a beautiful female chunin with a striking figure, but when Toji looked at her, there was no emotion in his eyes. Calmly, he controlled the Earth Grudge Fear and planted a parasitic mark into her heart. Bringing his hands together in front of his lips, he began to wildly extract her physical and mental energy. Struggling, twisting, convulsing. The female ninja was tightly bound by restraints, her body thrashing violently, but it was all useless. After half a year of practice, Toji's extraction technique had become refined. A moment later, subject number 13 stopped struggling. Her eyes slowly turned empty. 10 minutes passed, and the instruments connected to her body showed no abnormal readings. It worked. Both Toji and the parasitized subject number 13 spoke at the same time. Toji did not have the Byakugan. If he did, he would be able to clearly see the flame rising from her heart. That was chakra. He had successfully used the Earth Grudge Fear's tendrils to extract mental energy from the host's heart, then combine it with physical energy to complete the full process of chakra refinement. Since he was refining chakra through a controlled puppet body, the efficiency was not high, but it marked a breakthrough from 0 to 1. From here, it was all about practice. Until Toji's speed could match refining chakra with his own body. Successfully controlling a host to refine chakra also meant that from now on, he could not only make the host perform simple movements, but directly control it in battle. The applications of chakra deployed this way were incredibly broad. Toji's gaze shifted to experimental subject number 14. Repeating the same method, he planted the Earth Grudge Fear into the heart and began refining chakra again. After splitting his focus into 3 tasks at once, even Toji, with his dual soul power, was starting to feel the strain. If the Earth Grudge parasitism was treated like a chip, then Toji, with his dual soul power, was like a processor with 2 cores. Once the number of hosts exceeded 2, efficiency would drop sharply. While maintaining my own consciousness, I can currently control at most 1 host and keep it at a decent combat level. Any more than that, and my mind gets too divided to fully control them. The Earth Grudge Fear itself has intelligence. If I hand everything over to it and don't interfere, it can only maintain basic movement and instinctive combat awareness. Its strength drops a lot. For now, I can place parasitic marks on up to 5 targets at the same time. Each one corresponds to one of my hearts. The Earth Grudge Fear, originally just a mass of black threads, had now completed its incarnation and taken on a humanoid form. Toji calmly evaluated his current state. Trying to handle too much at once would only backfire. Instead of splitting his attention across multiple incomplete puppets, it was better to focus on one host and let it reach close to its original strength. And if he wanted the host to use its full power, his main body had to clear all distractions and enter a meditative state. He had to fully connect with the Earth Grudge Fear, leaving no room for distraction. My in-release chakra won't improve anytime soon. If I want better control, I'll have to rely on proficiency. If the core performance couldn't change, then the only way forward was to increase threads to improve efficiency. For Toji, those threads were his mastery over the Earth Grudge Fear. The human experiments couldn't stop. He had to keep training day and night. Or, once I figure out how to increase my in-release chakra, this limit might be broken. Toji shifted his attention toward the 2 controlled chunin beside him. These were his first and second successful subjects. Calling them number 13 and number 14 felt careless and redundant. I'll call you 0 and 1. Toji's eyes swept over their light purple ninja uniforms as he casually tossed them a set of pre-designed organization uniforms and masks. Now, act as my eyes. Go to the land of rice fields and secretly support Yanagi. Yes, sir. 0 and 1 replied stiffly, their voices devoid of emotion. It might seem like chunins were everywhere, since Yanagi brought one almost every month. But in reality, at any time, chunins were the backbone of the ninja world. They had enough power to easily destroy a normal village. If these 2 announced themselves at an underground bounty exchange and formed a rogue ninja group, they could stir real trouble in the land of rice fields. Yanagi had been on the run for so long. Toji wanted to see just what kind of power she had built up there. As for the organization's name. He paused for a moment, then spoke. Passion. ****. The next day. Toji stood in front of the mirror and began changing his clothes. At the same time, he started his daily routine of self-reflection, reviewing the progress of all his current research projects and planning the day ahead. Currently, among the projects in Toji's hands, the Earth Grudge parasitism had made breakthrough progress. As for the Edo Tensei, he could now summon 10 talisman papers at once. He was getting closer to his goal of 100 talismans needed to summon the dead. The progress on the Ein seal, however, was much slower. It would likely take years to fully redesign. What Mito said was correct. When this Fuinjutsu was originally designed, it likely never considered male ninja at all. The entire structure was built around the female body's chakra flow and physical pathways. If the human body were compared to an android motherboard, then the Ein seal would be like an apple chip. Its main function was to store chakra and preserve youth. The problem was simple. An android board and an apple chip just didn't match. If Toji wanted to break the restriction that men can't use it, he had to modify the entire structure and redesign the jutsu so it could adapt to a male body. That said, it wasn't like there had been no progress. Toji stood before the mirror and raised 2 fingers in front of his lips. Ein seal, release. As his voice fell, black patterns began to form from his chest, spreading across his torso and limbs. With a slight shift of his thoughts, symmetrical markings slowly appeared on his face as well. Looking at his reflection, Toji showed a satisfied expression. For now, this Ein seal didn't have its energy storage function yet. It was more for appearance than practical use. Unlike the future markings of Tsunade, which resembled a simple seal on the forehead, Toji had deliberately redesigned his version. The new Ein seal patterns were inspired by the look of Sukuna, making them far more visually striking. Especially on the face. Toji believed that telling your opponent you had released the Ein seal and entered a second stage during battle was not a smart move. Having the markings appear on the torso or lower abdomen was far more discreet. It also made it easier to apply the seal to future hosts. So, he designed the facial markings to be optional. Only when he had absolute control in battle, when victory was certain, would the facial markings appear. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 35, Shimura. Offer your heart. Gospel Hospital. On the 4th floor, in the general ward corridor. Medical ninjas in white coats stood on both sides of the main door in neat order, their positions reflecting their experience, strength, and background. At the very end stood the trainee medical students from the Ninja Academy. After long, structured training, they had been assigned here for internships under Toji's orders. Led by Wakako, they lined up quietly. Click. The doors slowly opened. Everyone held their breath at once, their backs straightening and heads lowering slightly. A white Haori came into view first. Good morning, Director Toji. The unified greeting echoed through the corridor. Toji gave a slight nod, his tone calm. Everyone, begin your work. Inside Gospel Hospital, he was absolute authority. The medical system of Konoha, built and refined by his own hands, had been running smoothly for 2 years. Every year, countless injured people were treated here, greatly stabilizing Konoha's combat strength. At the same time, villagers could receive affordable and effective treatment for minor illnesses. The sense of safety and well-being among the villagers had risen sharply. To some extent, it also reduced the barriers between ninja clans and helped the village integrate more closely. Standing beside Toji was Yato Yakushi. This civilian-born medical ninja had earned his position through skill and reputation. Half a year ago, he had been promoted to chief physician, making him one of the hospital's core figures, second only to the director. The reason was simple. One day, Toji would step away from Gospel Hospital. As his foundation, its reputation could not fall apart. He needed capable people to manage it. And Yato was one of them. Even his surname carried a sense of familiarity. Director Toji, you have 7 surgeries today, Yato reported. One of them is an S-rank operation. The patient is Konoha Jonin, Heizo Shimura. He requires heart surgery. Medical ninja were still ninja. Performing surgery on ninja or important figures counted as completing missions, and their contributions would be recorded at the Hokage's office. In 2 years, Toji had completed 9 S-rank missions and 78 A-rank missions. As for B, C, and D ranks, they were too many to count. Today should have been just another normal day. But for him, who had successfully developed Earth Grudge parasitism, it was anything but ordinary. Heart surgery. A faint, unusual glint appeared in Toji's eyes. Leave it to me. Yato didn't notice anything strange and proceeded with the arrangements as usual. Asterisk. Inside the S-rank operating room, there was only Toji and Heizo, who had been put into a deep sleep with heavy anesthesia. Toji flipped through the medical file. The document read that Heizo had been attacked by Kiri ninjas while carrying out a mission in the Land of Water. His heart was severely injured, and although his teammates risked their lives to bring him back, by the time he arrived in Konoha, he had already fallen into a deep coma. Because of the critical condition, he had been sent to Gospel Hospital immediately and placed under Toji's care. The ninja file listed his relatives, stating that Heizo was the 3rd uncle of Danzo Shimura. At the same time, there was a special note: Heizo had signed an organ donation consent form. Shimura. Toji murmured inwardly. Offer your heart. He casually closed the file and walked to the operating table, raising his hand. Heavenly mercy threads. Black threads shot out from his palm, slicing open the chest as the damaged heart was exposed, faintly beating. Toji quietly stared at it. The Shimura clan was known throughout the ninja world for wind release. Almost all of its members possessed wind-attributed chakra, and the men before him was no exception. A genuine Jonin-level wind release heart, the temptation was hard to ignore. Right now, among the 5 heart slots in Toji's body, only one was filled with a fire release heart taken from a Uchiha Jonin. The rest still had plenty of room for improvement. He could simply stand by and let Heizo's life fade away, then walk out of the operating room and announce he had done his best. After that, the body would naturally be handled by Gospel Hospital. The Shimura clan would even thank him for it. But he didn't choose that. Ninja with heart injuries were rare. This was the perfect chance to plant a parasitic mark deep inside the heart. There would be many chances in the future to take a heart, but chances to complete a flawless parasitic implantation without leaving traces were extremely rare. The penetrating vision of the Byakugan wasn't absolute, but it could sometimes see the heavenly mercy threads inside a patient. This had already been confirmed repeatedly over 2 years of clinical practice. If a perfectly healthy heart suddenly showed abnormal chakra threads, it would stand out too much and easily raise suspicion. That was why choosing someone whose heart was already injured was the safest method. The wound, sutures, and parasitic mark would blend together. Even if seen by the Byakugan, it would just look like leftover medical chakra from surgery. With both Hashirama and Tobirama still alive, Toji acted with extreme caution. And once they were gone. With Toji's current prestige and authority in Konoha's medical system, even if he openly planted parasitic marks into injured patients in the future, even if the Hyuga clan noticed something strange and questioned him, it wouldn't shake his position at all. By then, the entire Gospel Hospital would become his living heart reserve. Toji pulled his thoughts back. First, he removed a small portion of Heizo's flesh. Then he wrapped the damaged heart with the heavenly mercy threads, performing deep suturing at a speed far beyond normal medical ninjutsu. Simultaneously, a tiny strand of black thread slipped quietly into the deepest part of the heart, perfectly sealed along with the wound and leaving no trace behind. Sensing the Earth Grudge Fear inside the heart, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Toji's lips. The parasitic implantation was complete. As long as he wished, all he had to do was inject chakra into the parasitic mark within Heizo. In an instant, the man would become his puppet. Even something like betraying the village would be decided by a single thought. A powerful Jonin in his prime, his future had just been cut off, reduced to a living explosive tag that could be triggered at any time. Heizo's breathing gradually steadied. His vital signs stabilized. Release. Forming a hand seal with one hand, Toji forced Heizo's eyes to roll back as he was awakened briefly. The hollow, cold gaze showed that his body had been taken over by the Earth Grudge Fear. After confirming the integrity of the parasite, Toji withdrew his chakra, and Heizo lay back down again. During the time of parasitic control, the host would lose consciousness. Toji turned and walked to the sink, calmly washing his hands. After finishing, he stepped out of the operating room, removed his mask, and announced to the waiting Shimura clan members, the surgery was successful. Jonin Heizo Shimura survived. He'll need at least a month to recover. Thank you so much, Toji-sama. At that moment, Yato approached. Director, your other surgeries this morning have been postponed. We'll handle them. The Hokage has summoned you to a meeting at the Hokage residence. Something had happened. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 36, Hashirama leaves the village, the origin of tragedy. Toji set aside his work and headed to the Hokage residence. *****. Inside a small meeting room, Hashirama, Tobirama, and Naori were already present, along with several heads of key departments. Seeing the lineup, Toji knew this was no ordinary matter. Toji is here. Hashirama said with a nod. Take a seat first. Naori quietly pulled out a chair for him. In the meeting room, Hashirama sat at the head. Tobirama was on his left, Naori on his right, and Toji took the second seat on the right. After sitting down, he glanced at Hashirama without drawing attention. Toji had once thought about it. In the future, when the battle at the Valley of the End broke out, after the fight, should he use the chance of treating the men to plant a parasitic mark? After thinking it through again and again, he gave up on the idea. The Earth Grudge parasitism wasn't all-powerful. Ninjas with strong yin-yang release, unique physiques, or those who had pushed taijutsu to the extreme were its natural enemies. If he failed, even someone like Hashirama would notice something was wrong. And once that happened, everything would be exposed. Better to wait until the man died, take his heart, and use Edo Tensei safely. At the head of the table, Hashirama saw that everyone had arrived and began, first, the most important matter. Everyone, I will be leaving the village for a period of time. The room stirred. Even Toji was slightly surprised. Why would Hashirama leave at a time like this? Had the battle at the Valley of the End happened earlier than expected? Sasuke quickly asked, Hokage-sama, where are you going? A very distant place for training. Hashirama answered seriously. If all goes well, I'll be back in 10 to 15 days. If something goes wrong, it might take half a year, maybe even longer. During my absence, Tobirama will act as Hokage and handle daily affairs. All other departments will continue as usual. As he spoke, his gaze shifted toward Toji. After explaining this major matter, he specifically emphasized that while he was away, Gospel Hospital and the Ninja Academy must continue running smoothly. One handled education. The other handled medical care. Both were the foundation of the villagers' well-being. Hashirama continued leading the meeting, settling the remaining details one by one. After it ended, he asked Toji to stay behind. The two began a private discussion behind closed doors. Hashirama spoke first. Toji, have you ever practiced senjutsu? While traveling the ninja world, I've heard some related legends, but I don't know the details. I see. Hashirama laughed heartily. I thought the Zenin clan's longevity might be related to senjutsu in some way. Seems like it's just a natural trait. Toji didn't pursue that topic further. Instead, he asked, Hokage-sama, deciding so suddenly to train in senjutsu, did something happen? By now, he had already realized that Hashirama was going to practice Sage Mode. And he had been mistaken all along. He had always thought that Hashirama, the god of shinobi, had mastered senjutsu long ago. But reality proved otherwise. This man, already past 40 and unmatched in the ninja world except for Madara, still hadn't reached his limit. He was still getting stronger. That thought reminded Toji of a line he once knew. You might be the protagonist of this story, but he is the protagonist of that era. As long as Hashirama was alive, he couldn't afford any other ambitions. There's nothing special, Hashirama replied casually. Honestly, I should have gone to learn senjutsu earlier. But the village needed me, so I kept putting it off. Now that things are stable, I finally have the time. After explaining, he continued, I called you here mainly because I want to ask you for a favor. About Tobirama. Toji guessed immediately. Hashirama nodded. Yes. After I taught him a lesson last time, he's been behaving better. But I know him well. When I'm around, he holds back a little. Once I'm gone, I'm afraid no one will be able to keep him in check. The second most powerful figure in Konoha, yet in Hashirama's eyes, Tobirama was still like a child. This time, the thing I'm most worried about is Tobirama. I'm afraid his old thoughts will resurface and he'll return to human experimentation. I know your character, Toji. You despise that kind of thing, so I want you to keep an eye on him, both openly and secretly. If he shows signs of it, then you. Hashirama paused, considering Toji's strength, then added, report it to Mito. No matter how reckless Tobirama gets, he still listens to her. Toji asked calmly, and if even Mito-sama can't stop him? Then I'll have Mito carry my orders and join forces with Naori to secretly restrain him. We'll deal with it when I return. Hashirama's expression turned serious. If it harms the village, even Tobirama won't be spared. The air in the room grew heavy. But Hashirama softened his tone, he's just too impatient. He sometimes ignores principles when acting. He's careful, though, and likes to do things in secret. That makes him hard to catch. If it weren't for you last time, I might still be in the dark, ha ha ha. As long as Mito and Naori step in, they can keep him in check. His talent should be used for the right path. Hashirama reached out and patted Toji's shoulder. I originally wanted to appoint you as acting Hokage, but Gospel Hospital can't function without you, and your experience is still lacking. So we'll put that aside for now. Toji showed a moved expression. Thank you for your trust, Hashirama-sama. All right. No need for formalities between us. Hashirama waved it off. Of course I trust you. ****. Only those from the Hokage lineage can become Hokage. As Toji walked out of the building, the emotion on his face disappeared. He didn't care about the Hokage position, but the thought still surfaced. As the Hokage's younger brother, even after forbidden human experiments were exposed, Tobirama could still become acting Hokage. If Hashirama had been a little harsher, if he had kept Tobirama as just an elite jonin and allowed someone else to become the second Hokage, then perhaps the future wouldn't have a weak third Hokage, or Danzo stirring chaos from the shadows. Many of Konoha's future tragedies might have been rewritten. But unfortunately, all those seeds of disaster had already been planted 60 years ago. Right now, every hardship and tragedy would one day be the price paid for naive ideals. Toji didn't try to persuade Hashirama. He simply let things unfold. During Hashirama's absence, he was tasked with monitoring the acting Hokage. From now on, he would play a role that was both ally and opponent to Tobirama, keeping a close watch on all his experiments while proving his own value. At the same time, he would plant the seeds for a future shift, letting Tobirama gain a false sense of victory. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 37, Shikatsu Forest and a New Prophecy. Tobirama, I'm leaving the position of acting Hokage to you. Don't disappoint me. Whatever happens, prioritize peace, stay cautious and restrained. No matter what, wait until I return. After saying his final words to his younger brother, Hashirama summoned slugs and used reverse summoning to transport himself to Shikatsu Forest. When Hashirama opened his eyes again, he found himself standing deep within the forest. The scale of the place was even more overwhelming than Konoha's Forest of Death. Towering trees stretched straight into the clouds, their branches bare and coated in sticky white fluid. Just looking at them gave the impression of a strange, pungent smell. That's the corrosive liquid secreted by slugs. Hashirama recognized it immediately. Despite the unpleasant appearance, the air was unexpectedly fresh and moist. In terms of air quality, even Konoha couldn't compare. With every breath, he could feel natural energy flowing through the air. A single deep inhale left him completely refreshed. Ah, Shikatsu Forest, truly worthy of being a sacred place for sage training. If only it could be moved to Konoha. Even now, Hashirama's thoughts returned to the village. At that moment, slugs of various sizes, blue and white in color, slowly peeked out and looked toward him. His life force is incredible. I've never seen anything like it. It's so warm. Being near him feels like basking in sunlight. Soon, a slightly larger slug approached and spoke gently, Hashirama-sama, you've arrived. Oh, Katsuyu. It's been a long time. About 10 years. It's 11 years, Hashirama-sama. Haha, things outside have kept me busy. I almost forgot. Hashirama scratched his head, then asked, by the way, what happened? Why call me here so urgently? The reason he came here was not as simple as he told others. Last night, he had sensed a message. The slug sage wanted to see him. It was something that had not happened in 11 years. So at daybreak, after arranging everything, he came here immediately. I'm not entirely sure, Katsuyu answered softly. The sage instructed me to summon you and inform you about learning senjutsu. The slug sage. Hashirama muttered to himself as he followed Katsuyu deeper into the cave. Inside the vast and magnificent cavern, directly across from the entrance, a massive slug rested. That was the slug sage. Every slug possessed its own consciousness, but in essence, they were all extensions of the slug sage, sharing perception. No one knew how long it had lived. The first time Hashirama came here, when he received the summoning contract from his father Butsuma, the slug sage had already looked exactly the same. Katsuyu bowed respectfully. Sage, I have brought Hashirama-sama. Oh, it's you, Hashirama, sorry, I dozed off. Slug sage, you summoned me so urgently. What exactly is it? A matter. Yes, there is. A new prophecy. Hashirama's expression turned serious. He understood the slug sage's abilities well. Back in the Warring States period, when he first met it, the sage had foretold that he would establish a village that would bring peace. Later, he truly founded Konoha. Just as ordinary people saw ninjutsu as something incredible, ninja viewed the power of sages with the same awe. The slug sage spoke slowly, Hashirama, starting today, you must train in senjutsu. Ah, senjutsu, sounds troublesome. What Hashirama told Toji was not a lie, but there was more to it. In his view, even without senjutsu, no one in the ninja world except Madara could match him. Most importantly, learning it would take time. This time is different, the slug sage continued. I foresee that you will face a great battle. In that battle, you will encounter an unprecedented enemy, and you will use senjutsu. A great battle. Hashirama quickly understood. It's Madara, right? The only one who could push me that far. I didn't expect that after leaving the village, he would grow even stronger. As expected of him. I saw you die. The sudden words froze the air. I die. Hashirama paused, then smiled calmly. Everyone dies eventually. I'm no exception. I've already accepted that. But, did I die fighting Madara, or at another time? I cannot see clearly, the slug sage replied. I only sense that our bond will disappear at some point in the future. I see. Hashirama scratched his head lightly. Then it's probably just old age. Madara has never beaten me. He then clapped his fist into his palm, full of energy. All right then. No matter what, if Madara has grown stronger, I have to keep up. From today on, I'll train in senjutsu seriously. At 40, he was still burning with passion. Don't rush, the slug sage said. There is another matter. It may also be related to the Senju clan. I dreamed that someone other than you used would release. Someone else can use would release. Hashirama was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Haha, sage, you must be mistaken. Anyone who can use would release must be from the Senju clan. After all, in the history of the Senju and even the entire ninja world, no one but me has ever had it. Who could it be? Hard to guess, could it be my future grandchild? Takayuki is doing well after all. Even if he didn't inherit my wood release, he passed it down to his child. The Senju clan is getting stronger and stronger, thriving. Hashirama was genuinely happy. This had always been a hidden concern of his. He knew how powerful his wood release was. If someone in the clan could inherit it, then both the Senju and Konoha could remain strong for generations. But his son Takayuki had not inherited it, nor had he inherited his physique. It almost felt like a sign that the peak of the Senju would end with him. That was why he wanted to resolve all conflicts within his lifetime and bring lasting peace. That way, even without him, the Senju could survive safely. Now, hearing that another wood release user might appear, how could he not feel relieved? With that excitement, Hashirama felt even more motivated to train. He allowed the slugs to cover his body with corrosive fluid. As his skin was eroded, his powerful body regenerated it at a visible speed. Closing his eyes, he focused and quietly sensed the natural energy around him. The slug sage, on the other hand, said nothing more. Although it could not clearly see the identity of the future would release user, it could sense something ominous about that presence. But to avoid interfering with the Senju clan's affairs, it chose to remain silent. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 38, Tobirama's Generous Gift. Half a month later. Konoha. Toji walked into the Hokage's office. Tobirama had already settled into his role as acting Hokage. He sat behind the desk, head lowered as he reviewed documents. Acting Hokage-sama, you were looking for me. All right, just call me Tobirama like before. Tobirama set aside the paper he was looking at and waved his hand casually. Did you give the Ein seal to Naori Uchiha? Toji replied seriously, I don't like discussing private matters like this inside the Hokage building. TCH. If you don't want to say it, forget it. After a brief pause, Tobirama spoke again. Toji, before my brother left, what exactly did he say to you? Toji didn't hide anything. The Hokage asked me to keep an eye on you, and make sure you don't keep making the same mistakes. So it really was like that. Tobirama let out a sigh, then asked the forbidden question. Toji, are you still unwilling to help me? Tobirama, I already answered that long ago. Toji's tone was calm, but there was no room for doubt. I will never allow anything that toys with life or desecrates souls. As he spoke, he looked straight into those red eyes without backing down. Tobirama withdrew his pressure first and said slowly, Toji, don't you want to see your dead clan members again? Even if it's not true resurrection, just seeing them once more, telling them that you're doing well now. He played the emotional card. But that approach was the least effective on Toji. Clan. He didn't have one at all. Still, he deliberately showed a moment of hesitation, then shook his head firmly. I don't. Stop thinking like that. A ninja must never cross the boundary between life and death. He then turned to leave. Wait. Tobirama called out. Toji stopped. What else? I have a jutsu here. You might find it useful. Toji frowned slightly. A jutsu. Don't tell me you've been doing human experiments again. Tobirama's face darkened. He pulled out a scroll from the drawer and tossed it over. Not all of my jutsus involve that. There's no need to be so wary of me. This is. Toji opened the scroll on the spot. After reading it, a trace of surprise crossed his eyes. What Tobirama gave him was the Shadow Clone Jutsu. It was a B-rank ninjutsu. By evenly distributing chakra, it created physical clones. Each clone had its own awareness and could carry out real attacks. Even the Byakugan couldn't distinguish them from the original. The most outrageous part was that when a clone disappeared, all its memories and experiences returned to the original. Training with shadow clones alongside the original could truly double the results with half the effort. That cunning white-haired man, using this to bribe him. Toji narrowed his eyes and asked, it's an impressive jutsu. But, why give it to me? The work at the Gospel Hospital keeps you busy. It takes up almost all your time. Tobirama spoke with certainty. You should need a jutsu that can free you from that workload. My brother and sister-in-law gave you the Ein seal. I'll give you the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Once you learn it, you'll have more personal time. Whether it's walking through Konoha and enjoying peaceful days, or going to meet Naori Uchiha, both would be good. Toji held the Shadow Clone Jutsu scroll in his hand, but still shook his head. I do need a jutsu like this. But Tobirama, this won't make me loosen my restrictions on you. It's just a gift. Tobirama didn't seem to care. If you need it, just take it. Toji, I only hope you understand my intentions. We're both working for Konoha. Our goals are the same. Thanks for the gift. I'll accept the Shadow Clone Jutsu. But, human experimentation is still off the table. With that, Toji left, taking the scroll with him. This time, Tobirama didn't stop him. He leaned back in his chair, fingers interlocked under his chin, watching the fading figure as he muttered softly, as expected, even you have something you long for deep down. For just a moment, you showed an opening, Toji. Your weakest point is your clan, isn't it? Whether it's seeing your dead clan members again, or being with Naori Uchiha, a woman who could become your family, as long as you show a flaw, you're not invincible. One day, you'll understand. Tobirama let out a long breath and fell into thought. His brother had set a strict ban, and Toji firmly stood on his brother's side. Even if he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do for now. Without experimental material, he could only work on theory, staying within the limits and avoiding human experiments. All he could do was hope that one day, his brother would lift the ban. Or that Toji, tempted by his gifts, would change his stance. My brother is too soft. If I were Hokage. *****. For the first time, Toji took leave from the Gospel Hospital. He put all his research aside and focused entirely on learning the Shadow Clone Jutsu. The Shadow Clone Jutsu was the foundation for the multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu. The more clones created, the weaker both the original and the clones would become due to chakra being split too thin. Once the clones were dispelled, all memories and experiences would return to the brain. Simultaneously, the pain and exhaustion would surge back to the heart, the source of chakra. Summoning too many at once could even lead to heart failure or mental breakdown. But none of these risks applied to Toji. His will was far stronger than ordinary people, and inside his body, he had 5 hearts. Die from exhaustion. Sudden death. He could just switch to another heart. During training, Toji also discovered something unexpected. Perhaps because he naturally possessed double the soul power than normal, a jutsu like this, which created another version of himself, was surprisingly easy for him to learn. In just 3 days, he had mastered the basics. *****. At the Zenin clan's training ground. Toji brought his index and middle fingers together, forming a cross-shaped hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Bang. A cloud of white smoke burst at his feet. As it cleared, a clone identical to him in both appearance and build stood quietly before him. At the same time, a feeling of weakness hit instantly as half his chakra was drained. Looking at the clone, Toji gave a faint smile. Heh, so this is another me. Even the Earth Grudge Fear in his 5 hearts were replicated. That wasn't surprising. After all, even Shuriken could be duplicated with this jutsu. Toji quickly adjusted to the weakness and activated the jutsu again with his remaining chakra. 1 became 3. Shadow Clone 1, you'll modify the Ein seal. Shadow Clone 2, you'll work on developing the Edo Tensei. As for the original, life continues as usual. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 39, your talent is relaxed, but your chakra is tight. The Shadow Clone Jutsu had one inconvenience. Unlike the parasitic marks of the Earth Grudge Fear, which allowed Toji to sense the host at all times, Shadow Clones didn't share real-time awareness. Their progress and experience would only return when the clones were dispelled. So Toji decided to use midnight as the cutoff. At that time each day, he would release all clones at once and collect the day's results. After leaving 2 shadow clones at home, Toji went to Naori's house to carry out her routine brain check. *****. Naori's house. While the examination was going on, the two chatted. Naka has already led a new investigation team to hunt down Yanagi, Naori said, sitting on the tatame. Hopefully this time, there will be a good result. Do you already have a lead? The last time you mentioned it was half a year ago. Naori gave a nod. The latest team sent back some information. Half a year ago, a wealthy merchant in the land of rice fields was kidnapped. The kidnappers demanded a ransom of 1 billion ryo. By the time the family gathered the money and arrived, both the kidnappers and the merchant had already been killed. The investigation team happened to be nearby and took over the case. After careful examination, traces at the scene showed signs typical of the Uchiha clan. Among those outside the village, only Yanagi fits that condition. For some reason, she's been hunting rogue ninja groups. Sometimes, she even kills the hostages along with them. In the past 6 months, several incidents with the same pattern have occurred. It's basically certain now. She's hiding somewhere in the land of rice fields and has no intention of leaving. Impressive. Toji praised it silently. The Uchiha really lived up to their reputation as the strongest clan. They managed to investigate this far even in another country. Still, sorry. Yanagi was a very useful piece in his hands. He couldn't let them take her back so easily. 0 and 1 would pass this information along. Naori, are you free these days? Toji suddenly asked. The unexpected question made her pause for a moment. After work at the academy each day, I don't have much going on. Why? He replied calmly, I've been thinking of learning fire release jutsus. Could you guide me? Naori didn't hesitate at all and answered right away, of course, no problem. The response was quick and firm. Toji smiled. That's great. I thought you might be busy. With someone as skilled in fire release as you teaching me, I should learn quickly. Even though she was the one being asked for help, the slight upward curve of Naori's lips gave away her mood. But, she asked curiously, why do you suddenly want to learn fire release? Toji bringing up learning ninjutsu now wasn't a sudden decision. After mastering the Earth Grudge Parasitism Jutsu and the Shadow Clone Jutsu, he suddenly had much more free time. He could use it to learn more ninjutsu and ensure he had enough combat ability when controlling his hosts. Even though his talent for ninjutsu was poor, he still had to learn. First, he would study fire release with Naori. After that, the other 4 nature transformations. He wouldn't skip any of them. You could say it's a way to relax. Toji spoke in an easy tone. That was the truth. For him, learning these basic jutsus wasn't a burden. It was actually a way to unwind. If he failed, there was no loss. If he succeeded, watching the grayed out skill tree light up one by one gave him a small sense of achievement. Unlike forbidden jutsus like the Edo Tensei or the Yin Seal. Those were extremely hard to master and required full proficiency. If his progress slowed, it would make him restless. That wasn't good for someone aiming for long life. Relax. I understand. Naori nodded. I'll teach you seriously. Thank you, Naori. Let's start now. After thinking for a moment, she said, we'll begin with the most basic one, the Great Fireball Jutsu. Asterisk. Toji's talent for ninjutsu wasn't great. Since he only had a short amount of free time each day, Naori took on a strict teacher's role while guiding him. After 3 days, he could barely spit out a weak flame. After 7 days, he could push the flame a bit farther from his mouth. It wasn't until half a month later that he finally formed a small fireball that could actually be launched. Asterisk. At the Uchiha clan training ground. Toji quickly formed hand seals, snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. A condensed, blazing fireball shot out. Flames surged forward and swallowed the wooden post ahead. The firelight reflected in Toji's eyes. After half a month of training, he had finally mastered this signature Uchiha Jutsu. From what he remembered, the Great Fireball Jutsu had a rather awkward record. It never seemed to actually defeat enemies in the main storyline. Every time, it was blocked, dodged, or absorbed in some way. But Toji didn't agree with that view. Among the 5 basic nature transformations, fire release should have the strongest destructive power. If an ordinary ninja was hit directly, their body would be burned and charred instantly. As for its lack of kills in the anime, that depended on the opponents. Kakashi, Pain, Pretapath, Killer Bee, Kabuto in Sage Mode, every one of them was elite among elites. The Great Fireball Jutsu itself was only a C-rank ninjutsu. Naturally, it wouldn't be enough against top-tier fighters. But against ordinary ninjas, especially rogue ones outside the major villages, its power was more than sufficient. Naori stood nearby with her arms crossed, watching the fireball. A hint of surprise appeared on her face. Toji, your talent for ninjutsu may be poor, but the quality of your fire release is unexpectedly high. That's pretty blunt. It stings a bit. Naori lowered her head slightly and spoke seriously. Sorry, but I'm not joking. Feeling the heat coming toward her, she continued, even compared to an average chunin, with the same amount of chakra, your fire release is stronger. The quality of your fire release is at least at the level of a jonin. Your relaxed talent is being compensated by your solid chakra quality. Overall, you could even be considered a talent in fire release. Hearing that, Toji wasn't surprised. After all, the talent for ninjutsu was his own. But the chakra used to activate the jutsu came from the heart inside his body, one taken from an Uchiha Jonin. When his physical and spiritual energy flowed through that heart, it was refined directly into high-level fire release chakra. A ninja's heart, after years of training, naturally produced higher quality chakra. If a jonin and a genin used the same amount of chakra to perform the same jutsu, the winner would always be the jonin. Of course, Konoha's genin were an exception. Thanks for the compliment. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 40, Konoha's Genius Ancestors. Naori didn't know where Toji's fire release talent came from, but she was in a good mood. Being able to help him relax made her genuinely happy. Do you want to keep learning? She asked. Thanks for your help. Naori didn't hold anything back. After thinking for a moment, she said, next, I'll teach you the Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Like the Great Fireball Jutsu, it's also a C-rank ninjutsu. Once you master it, learning the advanced B-rank Phoenix Flower Shuriken Jutsu will be much easier. But for this session. She paused and asked, I plan to have a few talented juniors join us. Their progress has reached this point as well, so it'll save time. Do you mind? I don't mind. Toji smiled. Training with younger ninjas can also push me forward. At the Uchiha training ground, Toji met the juniors Naori mentioned. Kagami Uchiha, Kenji Uchiha, and Sosuke Uchiha stood before him, all around 10 years old. Looking at the three kids in front of him, Toji was briefly lost in thought. Every one of them had a familiar look. Kenji's features closely resembled that of a future Uchiha clan leader, Fugaku. As for Sosuke, he looked strikingly similar to Obito. Come, greet Toji-sama. Toji-sama. Times. Naori introduced them from the side. Kenji is Naka's son. Like Sosuke, he awakened the Sharingan at the age of 10. Both are geniuses. I see. Toji nodded slightly. The bloodline theory in the ninja world was truly fascinating. Not only was talent passed down, often surpassing the previous generation, even appearances were similar. Was it because of chakra? Kenji was Naka's son, and also the father of Fugaku in the future. That meant the great aunt of Itachi and Sasuke was currently his subordinate. That really put him in a high seniority position. Do you have anything you want to say to them? Seeing the strange look on Toji's face, Naori blinked and asked. Something to say. Toji came back to himself. His gaze fell on the three young ninjas as he spoke slowly, a village exists because of its families. No matter what, you must first love your clan. When you grow up and build families of your own, pass this will on to your children. All three of their descendants will become traitors of the Uchiha. Toji didn't care what kind of ripple his casual words might cause in the future. With generations in between, too many things were uncertain. He was simply doing his part. At the very least, the future tragedies of Konoha's geniuses could be nudged slightly. His eyes subtly swept over their chests. The hearts of these talented ancestors looked quite appealing. Yes, Toji-sama. The three children's expressions differed, but they all responded in unison. To them, Toji's words carried weight like those of a sage. Family. Village. Different thoughts began to take shape in their minds. Kagami asked curiously, Toji-sama, why are you here today? To learn fire release with you. Toji picked up the conversation, clapped his hands with a sharp paw, and said, all right, no more unnecessary talk. Focus on training. He cleared his mind and followed Naori in practicing the Phoenix Flower Jutsu. ****. Another week passed, and Hashirama still hadn't returned from Shikatsu Forest. Meanwhile, news that Toji was learning fire release from the Uchiha spread quickly. The source was probably some loose-lipped Uchiha prodigy who mentioned it at the academy. From there, it reached the ears of bored adults. When people learned that Toji possessed all 5 chakra natures, the major clans began visiting the Zenin compound one after another. Toka came on behalf of the Senju clan and directly offered to teach him water and earth release, their signature styles. The Shimura clan and the Hyuga clan both expressed willingness to teach wind release. As for lightning release, instead of the expected Hatake clan, it was the Sarutobi clan that stepped forward. Compared to other villages where ninja specialties were more limited, Konoha at this time was overflowing with talent. Every nature transformation had clans skilled in it, along with numerous hidden jutsus and kekei genkais. Once again, Toji felt just how rich Konoha's resources were. Unlike someone like Kakuzu, who was still wandering the ninja world and had no clear way of learning such jutsus. Toji accepted all these offers without refusing. But his time was limited. Only a small part of each day could be used to learn elemental jutsus. Most of it still had to go into developing the Edo Tensei and the In Seal. So they had to line up. As for why these clans were so eager to hand over jutsus that were usually precious to ordinary ninja, the reason was simple. After Hashirama left the village, Tobirama took charge as acting Hokage. This was the first time Konoha had faced a Hokage transition. Every clan understood that Hokage was a position, and only someone widely recognized could sit in that seat. And Toji, right now, had the most flawless reputation and character among Konoha's ninja. Even though he always appeared indifferent to power, if he ever chose to speak in favor of a candidate, it could subtly influence public opinion. Even if the second Hokage was already decided, the third might not be. Each clan's goodwill was just laying groundwork for their own future. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Not a bad idea. Standing in his clan's training ground, Toji muttered softly, "The Hokage's seat belongs to you, and to the Senju, but in the end, it still belongs to the Senju." The moonlight was cold. In the next moment, the Earth Grudge Fear burst open from his back. 5 black tendrils spread out in the night. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Flames didn't just burst from his mouth. They also erupted from each tendril at the same time, scattering like countless fiery seeds. The blazing light spread across the entire training ground, covering every target. The fire reflected in his eyes, as if the whole ninja world was burning. Toji glanced sideways at the tendrils. This was another strength of the Earth Grudge Fear. Most ninjutsu were released from the mouth. But with this, he effectively had 5 casting points. In the same amount of time, he could unleash stronger, wider, saturated attacks. His firepower was doubled. The downside was that chakra consumption doubled as well. I need to speed up modifying the Ein seal. And also, the tailed beasts. Toji had been thinking about capturing a tailed beast and sealing it inside himself. Not infinite chakra, but at least it wouldn't run out so quickly. After obtaining the Ein seal, that idea grew even stronger. He evaluated it in his mind. If it was the weakest one, the one tail, he might barely manage it with his current strength. There were 2 main problems. First, he lacked the 4-symbol seal needed to create a Jinchuriki. Second, Hashirama and Madara were still alive. Both of them paid close attention to the tailed beasts. As long as they lived, he had no chance to act. Toji looked up at the night sky and spoke quietly, even though it's a bit inappropriate to think this way. "Hashirama, when are you finally going to clash with Madara? Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 41, The Akatsuki's Trademark. Gospel Hospital. Toji looked at the report in his hand. It showed that the number of injured patients admitted recently had increased noticeably. He saw through the surface. This rise meant the friction between Konoha and the surrounding ninja villages was getting worse. As for the reason, it was likely that news of Hashirama's disappearance had spread. Hashirama leaving the village was classified information. Everyone in that meeting had been high-ranking officials, so in theory, there should have been no leaks. But the problem was that he was too approachable. He often appeared on the streets of Konoha, and now that he hadn't shown up for nearly a month, rumors had naturally begun to spread. The 4 great nations noticed he was no longer in the village and could not sit still. Along the borders, small conflicts began to break out one after another. After finally ending the Warring States period and enjoying 7 years of peace, the moment Hashirama disappeared, those with ambition could no longer hold back. What made it worse was that even after he returned, he would not wake up to reality. Instead, he would still hold on to unrealistic hopes for peaceful negotiations. When he came back, the 4 great villages would temporarily hold back, making it look like peace had returned. Yanagi, on the other hand, had spent more than 20 years walking away from that same powerful place into the remote mountains of the land of rice fields. Yet looking at her expression and tone now, she held no dissatisfaction with this life. Instead, she seemed happy because of this hard-earned freedom. An Uchiha's life was not meant to be defined. Not bad, Toji commented. Forming a ninja group was a smart move. You didn't expose your Uchiha identity, right? No. I've been wearing a mask the whole time. Good. These sound release users can be trained well. In the future, they can become your foundation. Expanding the group into a full ninja village is not impossible. The land of rice fields is still undeveloped, and no ninja village has taken root there yet. Toji paused briefly, then added, keep searching for the Tenbin clan. Have the Akatsuki assist. Expand the search range. In Toji's vision, Passion was meant to stand on the same level as Akatsuki. Following the principle of quality over quantity, every member had to be elite. They would carry out dark tasks that he could not handle under his Konoha identity. But the problem was, he could not think of anyone in this era worth recruiting. Should he follow the usual path and recruit future Akatsuki members early? Sasori, Juzo, Kisame, Deidara, Konan, most of them were probably not even born yet. As for Kakuzu, he was too hard to track. More importantly, Toji did not want to meet that guy again so soon. Someone who knew his past and had similar abilities was a hidden danger. Currently, only one of his bodies, either the original or a parasitic host, could operate at full strength. So Passion could not even be called a ragtag group. At best, it was just a two-man act. Toji could only rely on words for now, painting a take too much at once, and it becomes life-threatening. Take it slowly over time, and it remains safe. This method was possible, but not guaranteed to awaken the Mangekyo. It would only increase the chances. Even so, Toji believed it was worth trying. Following this path, not only the Mangekyo, but even the normal Sharingan could be awakened this way. Uchiha who originally lacked the talent might still open their eyes. Let some awaken first, then use them to drive the next group forward. But even with this method lowering the difficulty, there is still a threshold. The one providing it must master the Ein seal. They also have to willingly cooperate in giving up their origin chakra. When they release the seal, I will use the Earth Grudge Fear threads to extract it completely. Toji sat in the chair, lost in thought. Neither condition was easy. Within Konoha, only Naori possessed the Mangekyo, and she did not even know he was researching it. On top of that, he had never used his threads for such a delicate operation before. It seems the time has come to teach her the Ein seal. Toji let out a long breath, his eyes turning firm. He had been waiting for the right opportunity to pass it on. He did nothing without benefit. He did not care for goodwill or trust. But if this could tie Naori to his artificial Mangekyo Sharingan plan, then it was worth it. One thing was certain, giving Naori the Ein seal would greatly increase her feelings toward him. It might even push her close to love. And a woman in love is not rational. Especially a woman from the Uchiha clan, known as the Clan of Love. Anything strange or questionable would be automatically beautified and ignored. That was exactly the opening Toji needed. Through this, he could make Naori cooperate and continue storing origin chakra. When the Ein seal was filled, he would use what she believed to be harmless, heavenly mercy threads, as cover and extract all that precious origin chakra. A flawless plan. Toji changed into surgical clothes and followed the schedule arranged by Yato as he walked toward the operating room. Today's patient was a jonin from the Sarutobi clan, Hidekatsu Sarutobi. Coincidentally, he was also the third uncle of Hiruzen. While carrying out a mission in the Land of Lightning, his heart had been injured. He barely survived using the reversal technique taught by the Senju before being rushed to Gospel Hospital. Fortunately, he lived. Unfortunately, his future was gone. With practiced ease, just like before, Toji planted a parasitic mark into Hidekatsu's heart. This time, he added an extra step to the surgery. From his palm, the heavenly mercy threads extended into the patient's heart. While it was still beating, he attempted to extract chakra. This was Toji's first time drawing chakra directly from a living heart. Unlike the Chunin test subjects from before, the one he would eventually operate on was Naori. To prepare, the practice subject had to be at least jonin level. Only then could he reduce the risk of mistakes later. And so, Toji had begun preparing for the artificial Mangekyo Sharingan experiment. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 43, Hashirama, Toji is truly a kind and honest man. Another month passed. Adding it all together, Hashirama had been away from the village for nearly 3 months. At last, after completing his training in Shikatsu Forest, he returned to Konoha. Inside the Hokage residence, he smiled as he announced. I'm back, everyone. Toji looked at Hashirama. It had only been a few months, yet the men seemed leaner, and the invisible pressure around him had grown even stronger. He simply stood there, without any trace of killing intent or hostility, but when that gaze swept over him, Toji felt as if his very soul was being scorched. Earth Grudge Fear was an evil creation born of yang release. By nature, it belonged to the same category as malevolent spirits. And Hashirama's yang release had reached its peak. With his sage body, and after absorbing immense natural energy in Shikatsu Forest, he was the natural enemy of such things. For Toji, who had fused with Earth Grudge Fear, the instinctive reaction ran deep. A powerful urge to flee surged up from within him. But with sheer willpower, he forced it down. He could not show any abnormality in front of Hashirama. Nor could he run. If he wanted to stand at the top of the ninja world, this was a hurdle he had to overcome. Toji lifted his teacup and took a small sip, keeping his expression calm. Everyone has worked hard. Tonight, I'll treat you all to dinner at Yakiniku-Q. After handling routine matters, Hashirama summoned Toji alone and asked about the village during his absence, whether anything unusual had happened. His words were tactful, but Hashirama was not someone who could hide things well. His expression gave him away instantly. What he really wanted to know was whether Tobarama had caused any trouble again. During the months you were away, everything in the village has been normal, Toji replied. Tobarama has not done anything out of line. That's good. Hashirama said instinctively, then quickly corrected himself with a laugh. Ahahaha, I was asking about the village, not Tobarama. I trust him. Toji was speechless. Before leaving, this same man had even prepared to have Mito join forces with Naori to restrain Tobarama in extreme situations. And now he was putting on this act. Who was he trying to fool? That carefree nature seemed to run in both the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Tobarama was clearly the odd one out. Toji did not dwell on the matter. Instead, he asked, Hokage-sama, how did your senjutsu training go? Senjutsu, huh? Of course I've mastered it. Hashirama's lips twitched slightly, as if recalling the painful experience of his skin being constantly corroded. But that feeling, even I don't want to go through it a second time. Oh right, speaking of that. Toji, let me tell you something. But you must not tell anyone else. Please go ahead. My Senju clan is about to gain another ninja with wood release. Hashirama lowered his voice mysteriously. It might even be Takayuki's future child. Toji paused for a moment. He wasn't surprised that Hashirama treated him like a friend and casually shared family secrets. But hearing would release and future, he immediately understood. This was likely a prophecy given by the slug sage. Tsunade. Nawaki. Would one of them inherit wood release? Toji rejected that guess at once. No one knew better than him that, in the future ninja world, anyone capable of using wood release would not be of the true Senju bloodline. If that was the case, then the new wood release user mentioned in the prophecy must be. Congratulations, Hashirama, Toji said with a smile, this time genuine. Even if I don't know where the news came from, it seems the Senju clan will prosper alongside Konoha. Things will only get better. To him, a sage's prophecy was a great source of encouragement. And with just a few words, he tied the prosperity of the Senju clan to the future of Konoha, making Hashirama beam with joy. Thanks for the kind words, Toji. When the child is born, you must come to the full-month celebration. Hashirama gave Toji's shoulder a firm pat and burst into laughter. He could clearly feel that the smile wasn't out of politeness. It came from the heart. To have a friend like this was truly fortunate. If only Madara had a calmer nature like Toji, with less obsession over winning, how great would that be? Perhaps because he was looking at his current friend, Toji, Hashirama suddenly thought of Madara. The joy in his heart faded a little. He had always been a ninja who disliked conflict and did not chase power. His original goal was simply to create a peaceful ninja world without war. Yet along the way, to defeat his closest friend Madara, he had no choice but to grow stronger and gain power close to that of a god. This trip to Shikatsu Forest to learn senjutsu was no exception. In the end, it was all preparation for the battle that would inevitably come between him and Madara. He might kill Madara in that battle, or Madara might kill him. Even a sage could not predict it. Still, the sacrifices of the older generation would inspire the younger generation to protect the village and safeguard peace. Hashirama firmly believed this. One day, he would die. But that future member of the Senju clan who would awaken would release would inherit his will and grow strong. The smile on his face slowly faded as he cleared his throat. Toji, you should think about yourself too. You're not young anymore. Find someone and settle down soon. Don't drag it out like Tobarama. And besides, didn't I already pass the Een seal to you? Still pushing him to marry. But it worked out well. Before Hashirama returned, Toji had already prepared a detailed plan for the artificial Mangekyo project. He put on a reserved expression and spoke slowly. I already have someone I like. Oh. Who is it? Hashirama's interest was instantly piqued, his eyes lighting up. Toji said nothing. A knowing grin appeared on Hashirama's face. Who could it be, let me guess. Could it be Naori? If Hokage-sama finds it amusing to tease an ordinary ninja, then please continue. Toji's tone remained flat, his expression unchanged. He hadn't admitted anything. Everything was just their own imagination. Cough, cough. Toji, you're not an ordinary ninja, and I wasn't teasing you. This is a serious matter. Hashirama tried to hold back his smile. He hadn't expected Toji to show such a human side. It made him feel more real. As expected, when it came to personal matters, no one could avoid it. So when do you plan to make it official? If you get married, I'll definitely be there in person to support you. This is a big event for Konoha, a grand occasion. Toji replied calmly, it's still too early to talk about that. I've already explained the reason before. For now, I plan to pass the Een seal to Naori soon. After that, we'll talk. TSK, you young people are always so awkward. Hashirama nodded, his tone full of anticipation. I'll be waiting for that day. Yeah, I'll be waiting for that day too. The day Hashirama awaited was the arrival of peace, and the birth of that would release successor. And what Toji was waiting for was. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 44, All Your Thoughts Are Correct. Shadow Clone Jutsu, Release. Bang. The two shadow clones placed in the underground lab vanished instantly, turning into puffs of white smoke. Toji slowly withdrew his gaze and began reviewing today's results. As expected of him, even his shadow clones were no less capable than the original when it came to research. They had already achieved a clear breakthrough. Een seal. Toji spoke in a low voice and formed hand seals. In the next moment, a diamond-shaped black mark appeared at the center of his chest. The core for storing chakra had been completed and was now slowly absorbing the physical energy leaking from his body. Only 2 steps remained. Storing mental energy, then combining both forms into chakra. Once done, he could officially activate his chakra reserve. Toji was 1 step closer to rewriting the Een seal and making it his own. This breakthrough was different from before. It was not just superficial. It had real energy storage effects. What did storing physical energy mean? It meant that while awake during the day, Toji could continuously collect the physical energy leaking from his body. When night came and fatigue set in, he could simply release the stored energy to restore his stamina. He could remove sleep from his daily routine. Has anyone ever seen Konoha at 4 in the morning? Toji probably would. With enhanced stamina, his available time each day increased again. With both the original body and shadow clones, while others had only 24 hours, he effectively had 48 or even 72. Too much time. Far more than he could ever use. Of course, maintaining this near-perpetual motion came at a cost. Researching the Een seal and Edo Tensei drained Toji constantly. The layered fatigue returned like waves, leaving his mind exhausted. Toji could clearly feel it. The weakest heart inside his body was being pushed to its limits under the strain. It was close to failing. A normal genin's heart had become a consumable for him. There was no way it would last until natural aging. No wonder ordinary ninja did not dare to use the shadow clone jutsu. Without a special physique, using shadow clones like this would kill them. If even shadow clone jutsu was this dangerous, then the advanced multiple shadow clone jutsu was likely something only someone like Naruto, with all his advantages, could use freely. But Toji had expected this. Heart failing. Then replace it. After personally cleaning up all traces of the underground lab, he returned to the surface and lay back on his bed. Physical energy was no longer a concern. The Een seal had already begun working. But the lack of mental energy was real. He still needed sleep to recover that part. Besides, unless necessary, deep down as a human, Toji had no intention of giving up sleep. It was one of the few moments where both body and mind could truly relax. Tomorrow, he needed to deceive Naori. He had to be fully rested. Toji closed his eyes. *****. The next evening. The setting sun dyed the stone slabs of the Uchiha training ground a warm orange, and the breeze carried a faint scent of burnt fire-style jutsus. In the corridor, Naori rested her cheek on one hand, her elbow on her knee as strands of purple hair swayed gently in the wind. Tilting her head, she looked at the men beside her. Today's fire release training is already over, Toji. Did you come to see me for something special? Based on how they usually interacted, he never came to find her outside of training or weekends. And he definitely wouldn't show up like this, with such an unusual look on his face. Toji stayed silent for a moment. That rare expression, something close to hesitation, appeared on his face. Then he said slowly, "Yeah, there is something I want to tell you. I have a jutsu I plan to teach you, Naori." A jutsu? The curiosity in Naori's eyes deepened. What kind of jutsu? Could it be medical ninjutsu? In her impression, everything Toji worked on was related to medical fields. It's not a medical ninjutsu. It's a fuinjutsu. As he spoke, Toji carefully took out a scroll and handed it to her. It's called the Een seal. Een seal. Naori's pupils shrank. As a veteran ninja who had followed Madara and Izuna through the chaotic warring states period until now, she naturally knew of it. She had even experienced it firsthand. It was the signature jutsu of their former enemy, Hashirama Senju's wife, Mito Uzumaki. A secret art of the Uzumaki clan. She didn't know its full mechanism or complete effects. But she would never forget it. During one battle, when Mito released the Een seal, an overwhelming surge of chakra poured out. It was terrifying. High-level jutsus were unleashed one after another as if chakra meant nothing. That relentless barrage completely suppressed her, who at the time only had a 3-tomo Sharingan, leaving her in a miserable state. Because of that, her impression of the Ein seal was unforgettable. "Toji, where did you get this jutsu?" Naori asked instinctively. But as soon as the words left her mouth, she realized how pointless the question was. She was too concerned and had forgotten something so basic. A hidden jutsu like the Ein seal, who else could have given it to him besides Mito? There was no way he stole or seized it. Even Madara wouldn't be able to do that in the Senju clan's territory. He'd be beaten down by that couple together. "It was given to you by Mito-sama." Naori took the scroll with both hands, her expression turning serious. Toji nodded slightly. "To be precise, it was decided by the Hokage and Mito-sama together to give it to me." "Then you must have a lot of questions. Before I answer them, take a look at the contents first." "All right." Naori slowly unrolled the scroll over her knees. The scroll was long. To keep the end from touching the ground, she naturally spread the other side across Toji's lap and lowered her head, reading carefully. The further she read, the more shocked she became. Ein seal, used to accumulate and store chakra. It can also maintain one's appearance and preserve youth. She noticed the part about maintaining youth first, and only then focused on its chakra storage ability. No woman could resist the idea of preserving her appearance and slowing aging. Then she suddenly remembered something Toji had once mentioned. The Zenin clan's naturally long lifespan. Thump, thump. The air grew so quiet it almost felt frozen. Naori could clearly hear her own heartbeat pounding. The last time she felt like this was when she awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. She started to connect the dots. At the same time, she realized how close the two of them were just to read the scroll. Naori's throat felt slightly dry. "Toji, you. Shoo." Toji raised a finger to his lips, his voice gentle. "All your thoughts are correct, but don't say it yet. The Ein seal is difficult to master. I don't want to put too much pressure on you." He paused slightly, then leaned closer, his voice lowering near Naori's ear. "Besides what you're thinking, I also need you to learn it. After that, I'll conduct some experiments on you and completely cure your bloodline disease." Naori could no longer hear anything else. In her mind, one sentence kept echoing again and again. "Your thoughts are correct. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 45, There are many geniuses, but even they call me a genius." Naori's emotions were still unsettled. She forced herself to calm down and suppress the faint stir in her heart before asking, "What kind of experiment are you talking about?" Toji lifted his eyes toward the floating clouds in the sky and answered calmly, "During your recent checkups, when I used the mystical palm technique, I noticed something. Your brain secretes a special kind of chakra. I suspect this is the root cause affecting the cerebellum and triggering your bloodline disease. After you master the Ein seal, I need you to slowly store this special chakra. When you've accumulated enough, you will release the Ein seal and let it all out at once. Then I'll find a way to extract that chakra from your body and use it as a research sample." He paused briefly, his voice softening as it drifted with the wind. "By then, your bloodline disease might be completely cured. It could even become the foundation for a standardized treatment." The most convincing lie always contained mostly truth, with only a small part hidden. The explanation sounded completely reasonable. Origin chakra was indeed closely related to the brain and might hold the key to curing bloodline diseases. But to Toji, that was only a side effect. His true goal was to use this justification to collect Mangekyo-level origin chakra and push forward his plan of creating artificial Mangekyo Sharingan. "I see." Naori instinctively felt something was off. The brain, or any organ in a ninja's body, was always a secret. Even during missions, if a teammate died, their body had to be destroyed to prevent enemies from uncovering anything. For clans like the Uchiha or Hyuga, who possessed Dojutsu Kekkai Genkai, this was even more important. Not just outsiders. Even members of the same clan could not casually touch this area. But Naori's trust in Toji made her ignore that unease. She reached out and gently took his hands, placing them against her temples. Her voice was soft. "The special chakra you mentioned, can you feel it now?" As she spoke, her pupils turned crimson, and 3 tomo appeared within them. "Yes, I can sense it." Toji's expression didn't change. When the eyes are activated, chakra flows from the heart to the brain, then transforms into this special chakra that activates the Sharingan. I call it origin chakra. While speaking, he activated the mystical palm technique and directed it into Naori's brain, dispersing the excess origin chakra so it would not flow back into her body. "Now, deactivate the Sharingan." The 3 tomo spun like a wheel of fate before fading away. Naori's eyes returned to their clear black state. This bold attempt allowed Toji to sense the origin chakra more clearly. He spoke gently, "Just now, when I used the mystical palm technique to counter it, did you feel any discomfort?" "No." Naori shook her head. "Honestly, if you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have even noticed that extra part." The conclusion was confirmed. This tiny amount of excess origin chakra could be removed without affecting the host. Being able to complete the experiment without hurting Naori was naturally the best outcome. If it required harming her, Toji would still proceed, but there might be some guilt left behind. Keeping one's mind and body stable was important. "That's great." Toji smiled sincerely. "I was worried extracting this chakra might put a burden on your body. That would make me feel bad." Naori's eyes flickered slightly. "Toji. However, this is also the troublesome part. After mastering the Ein seal, you'll need to activate your Sharingan once every day. Each time, you must store that excess origin chakra into the Ein seal. I know this is difficult, but this is an order." Toji placed both hands on her shoulders. "Naori, you can do it, right?" Naori's gaze turned firm. "I will do it." She steadied herself, her tone carrying the pride of a true Uchiha genius. "Don't underestimate me. During the Warring States period, there were many Uchiha geniuses, but even they called me a genius. Then let me see the brilliance of that genius. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ha 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 ha." Loud laughter echoed through the Zenin underground laboratory. Everything had gone exactly as Toji expected. Naori accepted the poisoned apple he handed her without any suspicion. He had done everything he needed to do. From here on, the pressure of researching the Sharingan would fall entirely on her. The moment Naori mastered the Ein seal would mark the beginning of the next stage. For example, if her origin chakra was used as a base to forcibly awaken the Mangekyo in another Uchiha, would that person be able to use its abilities? Would those abilities lean toward the mother source, or belong to the one who awakened them? These were many questions that still needed answers. Speaking of the Mangekyo. Even now, Toji still didn't fully understand Naori's abilities. She kept them strictly to herself. She had only once mentioned in casual conversation that she possessed a power that could make a target recognize reality from illusion. Based on that, and the battle at Naka Shrine that night, Toji concluded that one of her abilities was Izanami. She was the original creator of Izanami. The version passed down in later generations was likely a simplified form, with the cost being permanent blindness in one eye. As for her Mangekyo level Izanami, it could be used on multiple targets at once. The cost wasn't blindness, but the worsening of her bloodline disease. Regarding the ability of her other Mangekyo eye, she had never revealed anything. Ocular abilities were secrets. And for a mad scientist like Toji, the unknown held an irresistible pull. He would find out eventually. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Time passed. Under Naori's guidance, Toji learned 3 C-rank fire release jutsus. Great Fireball Jutsu, Phoenix Flower Jutsu, and Dragon Flame Jutsu. She wanted to continue teaching him higher-level B-rank fire jutsus, but he refused, saying it would slow you down. With his level of talent, learning B-rank jutsu would take significantly more time. It would not only delay him, but also slow her progress in mastering the Ein seal. That marked the end of Toji's fire release training. Next, he went to the Senju clan to begin learning water and earth release jutsus. After Hashirama returned, Tobirama stepped down as acting Hokage and resumed his intelligence missions. It was normal for him to be away for 10 days or even half a month. The one responsible for teaching Toji was Toka. To repay him for restoring her arms, she put great effort into teaching. On the occasional days when Tobirama returned, he personally guided Toji in water release. Among the jutsus he taught, the most iconic was the Water Dragon Jutsu, which he could perform with only 3 hand seals. Toji's original body followed a steady routine, learning ninjutsu step by step. Meanwhile, his 2 shadow clones remained in the underground laboratory, being pushed to their limits day and night as they continued developing the Edo Tensei and the Ein seal. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 46, The Rookie Nobodies of the Ninja Academy. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the 8th year of Konoha. It was still a peaceful and stable year. The liveliness of the new year slowly faded, but the village carried a different kind of energy compared to before. On January 15th, Year 6 of Konoha, the Ninja Academy held its first enrollment. 2 years later, on January 15th, Year 8, the first batch of students graduated. Since the first intake didn't strictly limit age, there were quite a few older students mixed in, most of them already around 12 or 13. Naori approved a group who passed the assessments to graduate early. Graduating in just 2 years. If this were the future, it would be like a crash course diploma. But as the very first graduates of Konoha's Ninja Academy, their value was beyond doubt. Many important figures of the village personally came to attend the ceremony. Toji was naturally among them. He even took a day off from the Gospel Hospital to accompany Naori to the graduation ceremony. This was already his third year in Konoha. Among the crowd, many parents had once been patients he treated back when he ran his small clinic. 3 years had passed, and they all looked noticeably older. When they saw him, they stepped forward with respect to greet him. One of them even said in surprise, "Toji-sama, 3 years have passed. How do you look even younger?" People in the ninja world matured early and aged early because of chakra. Yet after 3 years, Toji looked even younger than before. He simply smiled and nodded in response. Ever since he handed the Ein seal to Naori, the 5 hearts inside his body had begun to fail. Aside from the fire release heart taken from an Uchiha Jonin, the others, which came from Genin-level ninjas, had all gradually died from overuse. Toji replaced them with Chunin-level hearts sent by Yanagi. Not only were they more durable, they also brought new vitality into his body. He was in excellent health. Aside from that, after numerous lives had been used, Toji could now summon 50 talisman papers at once. He was getting closer to his goal of covering a sacrifice with 100 talismans to summon the dead. The modification of the Ein seal had also reached a crucial stage. The part related to storing mental energy was complete. Only the final step remained. Once he could precisely balance physical and mental energy, he would be able to store chakra in daily life. At this point, even if he didn't sleep, Toji could wake up at 4 in the morning and stare at the Hokage rock without feeling tired. Over the past half year, he had been moving between the Uchiha, Senju, Hyuga, and Sarutobi clans, learning from each of them. He had already mastered most of the 5 basic nature transformations. At the same time, he maintained friendly relationships with all of them. Wherever he went, he was treated as an honored guest. As for curse marks, Toji had to admit he had no talent for them. Wakako also showed average results. All he could do was hope that Orochimaru would be born soon, so he could work under his mother's guidance. Meanwhile, Yanagi, relying on his information, had escaped 5 separate attempts by the Uchiha investigation squad. She established a foothold in the land of rice fields, and her Akatsuki group had grown to more than 10 members, becoming a minor force. This was Toji's summary of the past year. After finishing his preparations, Toji put on the white haori that had accompanied him for 3 years. It still looked as clean as new. Once dressed in this familiar outfit, he set off for the Ninja Academy. Soon, he arrived at the principal's office and saw Naori. Just as she had said, she was a genius. During the New Year period, she successfully mastered the Ein seal. She now possessed the ability to store chakra and maintain her youth. A purple diamond-shaped mark rested on her forehead. The Ein seal demanded extremely precise chakra control. It had nothing to do with raw strength and depended entirely on talent. Even someone like Hashirama, known for overwhelming power, might not achieve such fine control. After several early attempts and failures, Naori found a method to store origin chakra. Every day, she activated her Sharingan at a fixed time and sealed the excess origin chakra into her forehead, slowly accumulating it. However, storing origin chakra consumed a great deal of mental energy. It could not share the same seal as normal chakra, and the two could not be balanced together. Because of this, Naori's Ein seal currently had only 2 functions: storing origin chakra and preserving her youthful appearance. Based on Toji's calculations, at the current rate, it would take about a year to accumulate enough origin chakra to meaningfully stimulate the brain. 1 year. Not too long, yet not short. Toji didn't know exactly when the final battle at the Valley of the End would happen. But with Hashirama already on the path to mastering Senjutsu, that day was not far off. Once that battle ended, the entire ninja world would accelerate rapidly. The distribution of tailed beasts, Hashirama's death, the great ninja wars. For those who sought peace, it would be hell. But for someone like Toji, it would be the perfect stage. He only needed to create a Mangekyo host as soon as possible so he could act freely when that stage arrived. "Toji, you're here." Naori stood up to greet him. Her eyes were filled with warmth when she looked at him. In her view, Toji was reserved and not good with words, but his actions had already shown how much he cared. Helping her maintain her youth, searching for a cure for her bloodline disease, that was his true intention. Toji glanced around. Where are the Hokage and the others? They're in the meeting room. What's coming next will probably give the Hokage a headache. Toji grew curious. What happened? It's about assigning instructors, Naori explained as she handed him the confidential graduation list. There were exactly 30 students graduating early in the first batch. Toji's eyes swept across the names. All of them were familiar. Takayuki Senju, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, Koharu Udatane, Hamura Mitokado, Kagami Uchiha, Kenji Uchiha. Wakako Matsumoto. Konoha's first group of rookie fighters had all graduated. The feeling of a changing era washed over Toji. Time really flies. They're already graduating. Yes. Naori nodded in agreement. Many clans still haven't fully adapted to the village system. They are sending jonin to compete for these students, hoping to become their instructors. It's probably old habits. They want to build connections, or they're worried their clan members might be influenced by outsiders, so they suggested having their own jonin teach their own juniors. The Hokage must have rejected that, right? Toji asked. Yes, he did. There are civilian ninjas and small clan ninjas among the graduates. Under that system, they wouldn't have anyone to guide them. The Hokage wants fairness. The current rule is that in each team, at most one student can belong to the same clan as the instructor. Naori looked relaxed as she finished, but that has nothing to do with me. My job was only to train them into qualified genin. As for team assignments and leadership, I won't trouble myself with it. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 47, What a Long Way Around. The meeting room of the Ninja Academy was already filled with smoke. Representatives from every major clan had gathered, arguing over the assignment of instructors for the 30 graduates until their faces turned red. The graduation ceremony was in the afternoon, yet even by morning, the team assignments were still undecided. This involved the interests of every clan, and no one was willing to step back. Alliances formed and broke, schemes were laid out, and attempts were made to draw in civilian ninjas. Every kind of calculation played out one after another. Toji wasn't inside, but the tension in that room could almost be imagined. Meanwhile, Hashirama couldn't stand this kind of atmosphere. He ignored the carefully prepared proposal from Tobirama and dismissed all the calculated suggestions from the clans before slamming his hand on the table. No need to argue. Let me say a few words. His tone was firm as he began assigning teams one by one. Team 1, Jonin Instructor Hidekatsu Sarutobi. Members Kenji Uchiha, Shin Senju, Koton Hyuga. Team 2, Jonin Instructor Heizo Shimura. Members Hamura Mitokado. Team 3, Jonin Instructor Ayano Uchiha. Members Kagami Uchiha. Team 7, Jonin Instructor Tobirama Senju. Members Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, Kohara Yudatane. Also, Takayuki Senju, Wakako Matsumoto, and the other medical class students will be assigned to the Gospel Hospital. They will focus on medical work and research. The specific arrangements will be handled by Toji Zenin. After hearing this arrangement, Tobirama couldn't help but sigh and rub his forehead. His original plan had been different. He intended to place Hiruzen and Danzo under Hidekatsu. Those two had already been learning under him before the academy even existed, so no matter who led them, they would still stand on his side. As for himself, he planned to take 3 students. Kagami Uchiha, Kenji Uchiha, and Sosuke Uchiha. If that worked, the young elite of the Uchiha clan could be guided properly under his control. But with his brother stepping in like this, all of those plans were gone. The most talented one, Kagami, had been assigned to Ayano. And Ayano was both a student and close guard of Naori. Anyone she taught would naturally fall under Naori's influence. Even though Tobirama had never openly opposed the Ein Seal matter. The jutsu had already been given to Toji. If he objected now, it would only make him look petty. He was not foolish. It was better to show goodwill and try to gain Toji's support. Still, deep down, he did not agree. The Uchiha had to be watched. That was his belief. He had seen it with his own eyes. After he killed Azuna, the power Madara unleashed nearly overwhelmed even his brother. To him, the Uchiha were a dangerous force. Unstable. They could be cooperated with if needed, but never fully trusted. But Hashirama was stubborn. Once he made a decision, nothing could change it. Tobirama could only accept it and take a roundabout path, placing his hopes on Toji. His eyes flickered as his thoughts deepened. Toji had strong principles. His character was beyond question. Before the new year, he had even given the Ein Seal to Naori. Even without a formal bond, their relationship already resembled that of a couple. Kagami was Ayano's student. Ayano was Naori's student. Naori and Toji were as close as partners. And Toji was a close friend of both Hashirama and himself. Following that chain, if he communicated more with Toji and ensured he stood firmly with the village, then through him, those ideas could gradually influence Naori, and from her, the younger Uchiha generation. Kagami, Kenji, and the rest. What a long way around. Hashirama was usually easygoing, joking with villagers and acting carefree. But when it came to the village, his presence became heavy and authoritative. Once he made a decision, no one dared to oppose him. The people in the meeting room looked at each other. In the end, they all accepted the arrangement. Each clan had jonin assigned as instructors. Overall, the benefits were balanced. No one truly lost, and no one truly won. The only real winners were Hashirama, and the Konoha village that had stood for 8 years. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. When the team assignment list was handed to Toji, he showed no surprise. He remained calm, like an outsider watching everything unfold. In his eyes, the current academy system had many flaws. For example, the instructor and students often had different chakra natures or specialties. What the teacher knew couldn't truly be passed down. If this continued, someone in each team would eventually fall behind, and the gap between teammates would only grow wider. The right teacher should guide the right student. Both Hashirama and Naori had noticed this, but for now, there was no better solution. If they strictly matched students based on compatibility, it would lead back to the same problem. Uneven distribution, not enough teachers, and endless disputes between clans. To bring the village together, Hashirama still pushed forward with this 1-to-3 team system. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The graduation ceremony began in the afternoon as scheduled. All 30 graduates were assigned to their teams and stood neatly behind their respective jonin instructors. At the same time, students from other grades were given the day off. They gathered at the training field to watch, to feel the atmosphere, and to motivate themselves. Outside the academy, the place was packed with villagers. Everyone came to witness this important moment for Konoha. Since it was a ceremony, there had to be a student speech and official remarks. As the top graduate, Hiruzen was chosen to speak. The young boy was clearly not used to such a large crowd. His face was red, and his voice stumbled at first, but the content of his speech was solid. His gaze swept across the front row. Because Tobirama stood with the jonin instructors, only 3 seats were placed in front. From left to right sat the Hokage, the director, and the principal, each with a different posture. Hiruzen's eyes passed over Toji, and at the end of his speech, as if guided by instinct, he suddenly raised his voice. I will dedicate my soul to the Konoha I love. I will dedicate my heart. The entire field fell silent. Very good. Hashirama was the first to shout in approval. Toji followed and started clapping. With those two taking the lead, the atmosphere quickly became lively. Next, Hashirama stepped up to speak. He wasn't nervous, but his speech skills were simple at best. I'll say it plainly. The Ninja Academy wouldn't be what it is today without everyone in the village. After that, it was Naori's turn. Her words were composed and sincere. Many people in the audience were deeply moved, some even brought to tears. Just as Toji thought the ceremony was about to end, she suddenly gestured toward him. The establishment of the Ninja Academy would not have been possible without one person's contribution. Next, please welcome the director of the Gospel Hospital, Toji Zenin, to say a few words to the graduates. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 48, The Chief Designer of the Will of Fire. Me. There's even a part for this. Toji instinctively glanced at Hashirama, only to see the men looking back at him with a playful grin. So I got set up. Toji didn't panic. Calm as ever, he walked onto the stage and stood beside Naori. After a brief pause to gather his thoughts, Toji began speaking in a steady voice, when the tree leaves dance, one shall find flames. The fire's shadow will illuminate the village, and once again, tree leaves shall bud anew. The opening words were the essence of the will of fire. The so-called will of fire, to put it plainly, was a spirit that praised selfless dedication. It was something the villagers of Konoha had created together through long years of struggle. Hashirama laid its foundation, Tobirama carried it forward, and in the future, it would be fully defined by Hiruzen. But in Toji's eyes, this whole explanation was long, empty, and dull. The will of fire was noble. Konoha was a place of unity. Everyone in the village was one big family. Family. Everyone knew that when people without blood ties kept calling each other family, nothing good ever came of it. Either they were after your wealth and life, or they wanted to use that identity to morally pressure you and tear you down with words. Just look at a day in the life of a future Konoha villager. Wake up and curse Naruto a couple of times to feel awake. At breakfast, compare the bacon on the table to Choji and throw in a few insults to build an appetite. At lunch, see tomatoes and think of Kushina, then curse again. During afternoon tea, notice Sakura and comment on her big forehead. Beating is affection, scolding is love. Clearly, the villagers had truly put this into practice. They treated each other like family, loving one another deeply. Since they liked it so much, Toji had no reason to reject it. He decided to personally become the chief designer of the Will of Fire. The Will of Fire. So this is it. That was said so well. Why didn't I think of it? Below the stage, Hashirama's eyes turned red. Tears streamed down his face as he muttered, "No one understands me better than Toji. This is exactly what I've been chasing." Even Tobirama, who was always serious, was moved. He hadn't expected Toji to say something so thought-provoking. Though he had touched forbidden lines, conducted human experiments, treated Konoha's prisoners as less than human, and never truly accepted the Uchiha, everything he did was for Konoha. And for that reason, he truly agreed with the will of fire. Toji wasn't the Hokage, yet in that moment, he spoke like one and carried himself like one. No one felt it was out of place. Instead, they admired him even more. The director of the Gospel Hospital had a great character and a spirit like gold. His resolve moved everyone present. Thinking back carefully, in the 3 years since Toji joined Konoha, he had been practicing the will of fire through his actions. From the moment he took the lead in signing that organ donation consent form, he had truly treated every villager here as family. Thunderous applause erupted across the field. Toji raised his hand slightly, signaling for calm, then stepped down quietly. He left as he had come, without seeking credit. But this day was bound to be remembered in Konoha's history. On January 15th, Year 8 of Konoha, the core belief of the village, the will of fire, was formally spoken and established for the first time by Toji Zenin, the first director of the Gospel Hospital. As Toji returned to his seat, Hashirama wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes and said with emotion, "Toji, that was incredible. How did you come up with that?" "I didn't think too much about it. It just came to me in the moment," Toji replied calmly. "But Hokage-sama, and you, Naori, if you wanted me to speak, you could have told me in advance. I wouldn't have refused. Doing it so suddenly caught me off guard." It sounded like a complaint, but in front of Hashirama, it quietly raised his own image. "I didn't even prepare anything. I just said what came to mind, and it turned out this pure. If you could open my chest, how sincere would that heart look?" Just as expected, Hashirama was even more moved. He immediately turned to Naori, who was sitting on Toji's right. "Starting next week, the Ninja Academy will add a new course, Will of Fire. Naori, arrange for someone to organize and compile everything Toji said today. It will be the official teaching material for this course. Also, for graduation exams, add a section related to the Will of Fire on top of the existing tests." "Yes, Hokage-sama." Naori accepted the order at once. It wasn't hard to imagine. Once this material was officially used, Toji would become a figure no one in Konoha's history could ignore. In the future, anyone who wanted to become a Konoha ninja would not only need to learn basic ninjutsu and the stories of past Hokage, but also understand his ideas and actions. Many powerful ninjas would fade away with time, forgotten in history. But being written into teaching materials meant Toji would achieve a different kind of immortality. Even though he already possessed long life, as long as Konoha stood, Toji's name would remain. Inside, Toji felt nothing. On the outside, he showed a touched expression. "Hokage-sama, I don't deserve such an honor." He didn't care about fame. Compared to being written into history, what he truly wanted were the forbidden jutsus in the Scroll of Seals, and the Fuinjutsu of the Uzumaki clan. "You deserve it." Hashirama patted Toji's shoulder heavily. Clearly, he didn't catch the hidden meaning in those words. "Forget it." Toji said nothing and looked away. With his current identity and position, he no longer had a good reason to directly ask for Fuinjutsus. For now, he could only suppress the thought and wait until after Hashirama's death. Then he would find a way to get them from Mito. He had already prepared a reason. To prevent an extreme situation where the tailed beasts are controlled again by the Uchiha, and the Uzumaki clan declines in an increasingly chaotic ninja world, leaving no successors. As someone with a long lifespan, Toji would need to master the power of the four-symbol seal and become the final line of defense for Konoha. "If anyone threatens the village, even if they are my wife's relatives, I will not spare them." The reasoning matched Hashirama's level of conviction. It would surely make Mito think of the bigger picture and hand over the four-symbol seal, one of the Uzumaki clan's most guarded jutsus. Toji snapped back to reality as the first graduation ceremony ended in a lively atmosphere. In high spirits, Hashirama waved his hand and announced a banquet. All academy teachers were invited to thank them for their hard work. The Jonin instructors were also invited, encouraging them to guide the next generation well. Everything seemed to be moving in a good direction. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Inside the banquet room, Toji was seated next to Naori. He took the cup she handed him, but his gaze drifted toward the table where the Jonin instructors were seated. "Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 49, Toji, who cares about his students' well-being. Just looking at the names on the list, Toji remembered them, but felt nothing in particular. Yet when he saw them gathered together, something deep within him stirred. A faint connection surfaced, bringing with it a sense of familiarity. Heizo Shimura, Hidekatsu Sarutobi, Hiroshi Nara. All three had been chosen as Jonin instructors, and they shared a hidden similarity. Each of them had once suffered severe heart injuries, and when Toji treated them, he had planted parasitic marks inside their bodies. At present, he could control at most 5 such marks. Excluding 0 and 1, who remained in the land of rice fields, the only hidden pieces he had planted in Konoha were the 3 sitting right in front of him. If Toji wanted, a single thought would be enough. On a quiet night, these respected Jonin would fall into darkness and become rogue ninja. Their clans and students would surely be heartbroken. But he would not use them lightly. Turning them into traitors for amusement brought no benefit. Some hidden pieces would live their entire lives without ever realizing what they were, dying without being used. But once activated, they had to bring either heavy damage or great gain. The Shimura and Sarutobi clans didn't have any special hidden jutsus, so he would wait and see. As for the Nara clan, they possessed shadow jutsus. If necessary, he would control Hiroshi, have him steal the clan's shadow jutsu scroll, and then defect. Through testing, Toji had confirmed he could make a host use normal ninjutsu, but hidden jutsus weren't guaranteed to work. There was a risk of knowing how it works, but not why it works, meaning only certain hosts could use those jutsus. So stealing the scroll and defecting was the safest option. Once the main body learned it, all hosts could use it. Unlike Kekkai Genkai's, hidden jutsus were not tied to the heart. They had to be learned. As for why he did not simply activate a host and have them bring the scroll back, the reason was simple. Activation was one time. Toji could not maintain control all day, and leaving things to Earth Grudge Fear for too long would expose flaws. On top of that, such scrolls would be heavily guarded. Strategically, he looked down on Konoha's villagers. Tactically, he remained cautious. Any jutsu that had been preserved for generations without leaking must have strict protections. Once a host was activated to steal it, they'd have to flee far away immediately. Naori's voice pulled him back. Toji, what are you thinking about so deeply? Me. Toji looked at her, then turned his gaze toward the moon outside the window. Raising his cup, he took a small sip. I was just thinking, the moon looks beautiful tonight. Though they were in the same room, their atmosphere felt completely different from the others. At another table, Hashirama, the king of gambling, held a cup in one hand and dice in the other, completely immersed in the game. Nearby, Tobarama, the king of singing, was singing a new song he created. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The night passed quietly. The celebration ended, and morning arrived as usual. Toji reached the Gospel Hospital on time. Today, a new group had joined. The first batch of 5 medical class students from the Ninja Academy had graduated, and instead of joining regular ninja teams, they were assigned here as trainees under his supervision. This helped ease the workload. Compared to the self-taught medical ninja of the Warring States period, these 5 had undergone 2 years of structured training. Though still inexperienced, their foundation was solid. Sitting at his desk, Toji recalled a rumor about the future of the Senju clan. They had not gone extinct. They had simply spread across key positions in Konoha. Hospitals, schools, their presence was everywhere. With his involvement, that rumor had already become reality. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After a busy morning, things finally slowed down. Once Toji finished assigning tasks, the medical team left to complete their onboarding procedures. Gospel Hospital had a strict rule. Every new medical ninja had to leave behind a blood sample. Patients admitted to the hospital also had to provide some body tissue for storage. Toji himself was no exception. As for why such a rule existed, collecting samples from staff was only a cover. The real goal was the patient's samples. For those selfish people who refused to sign organ donation forms, or for ninjas who died on the battlefield with no remains recovered, the Gospel Hospital would quietly become a massive reserve of materials. It would make things convenient for Toji later. Whoever he wanted to revive with the Edo Tensei, he could. As long as a strong ninja had once been treated here, they were already within his grasp. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Knock, knock. Come in. The door opened, and Wakako stepped in, holding a few books. 2 years had passed, yet she still wore the plain glasses Toji had given her. The purple eyeshadow at the corners of her eyes looked deeper now, and her aura felt darker. Only the white snake on her shoulder remained unchanged, flicking its tongue. It seemed that even after making friends, she hadn't really changed much. Ever since Toji realized she lacked talent in curse mark research, his attention toward her had gradually lessened. Aside from giving routine encouragement when collecting homework each week, he would only ask one extra question. Had she made any new friends? On the surface, it sounded like concern for her well-being. In reality, he was paying attention to her romantic situation. Wakako was already 14, yet showed no signs of being in a relationship. In the ninja world, that wasn't normal. Ninjas matured early because of chakra. At 3, they already had the mindset of an 8-year-old. At 8, they were like 16. By 10, they were essentially adults. Hashirama and Madara had made lifelong promises at 8. Even in the academy, rivalries over affection were common. Looking at Takayuki, in a few years he would marry the princess of the Land of Fire. Tsunade would be born after that. But on Wakako's side, there was nothing at all. Toji wasn't the type to gossip, but she was different. Her future child, Orochimaru, was an important part of his plan. There could be no mistakes. Wakako, you're here. Toji smiled slightly. You've spent the morning getting used to the hospital. How does it feel? I've adapted well, sensei. Wakako's voice was low. I interned here before the new year, so there's no problem. You don't need to worry. Good. Toji nodded. You're assigned to a secretary position now, taking over Yato's work. You'll handle my surgery schedule and coordinate with administration. It's not too heavy, but you still need to take it seriously. In your free time, you can continue working on the curse mark project. And, it would be better if you made more friends. He had deliberately placed her in the easiest role. There was nothing in the hospital that truly required her. But for his plans, she was essential. Yes, sensei, Wakako replied casually, clearly not taking the part about making friends seriously. Then she carefully took out a scroll from her arms and held it toward him. Sensei, I want to give this to you. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 50, The Power of the Curse Mark. As Toji looked at the scroll, a faint feeling rose in his heart. What is this? A small smile appeared on Wakako's pale face. The research notes you gave me. I actually mastered them a long time ago. I wanted to wait until graduation to surprise you, so I didn't say anything. Inside this is the prototype curse mark I developed. She hadn't disappointed Toji. Not only had she fully understood his research notes, she had gone far beyond expectations. She had even approached 2 friends, under a harmless appearance, playing the role of a deceiver. Using curiosity and observation as an excuse, she quietly drew knowledge related to curse marks from them. In the end, relying only on herself, she completed the design of the prototype curse mark. But she didn't tell Toji the story behind it. Results gained through deception, for someone like him with high morals, that would probably be unacceptable. If he found out, he would surely be disappointed. In Wakako's heart, her teacher was the kind of person who would sacrifice himself for the greater good without hesitation. So it was enough for him to be admired. All the darkness could be carried by her alone. Toji's expression showed no clear emotion as he spoke slowly. Wakako, you did well. I didn't misjudge your talent. You designed a prototype curse mark and brought it to me. That makes me very happy. But Wakako's heart tightened at that. You kept this from me. That makes me unhappy. Toji had already lowered his expectations for her, yet she had secretly completed the early stage of curse mark research. The surprise was real, but this feeling of losing control and going beyond his plan, he didn't like it. A reprimand was necessary. Wakako's face turned pale. She bowed deeply. I'm sorry, sensei. Hiding this from you all this time was my mistake. Stand straight. Toji's tone stayed calm. I'm not blaming you. As your teacher, I appreciate your talent. But I hope there is honesty between us. Otherwise, even good intentions can change their meaning. Yes. I understand. Toji gave a small nod and took the scroll. Let me see your results. He then opened the scroll. Dense writing and calculations filled the page. At the center was a hollow ring, surrounded by complex and tightly packed symbols. Toji's eyes narrowed slightly. This design felt familiar. It followed the same line as the curse mark style of Orochimaru in the future. As expected of mother and child, even their design ideas were similar. While Toji studied the diagram carefully, Wakako explained from the side, Sensei, this prototype doesn't have any real function yet. But the base framework is complete. As long as we fill it with the right effect formulas, the curse mark will start to work. Toji didn't question why she hadn't presented a finished product. For a 14-year-old girl to reach this stage already proved her worth. Even he admitted he couldn't have created such a prototype. This was almost a universal curse mark framework. With further development, it could lead to all kinds of curse marks. Binding seals, restriction marks, suppression talismans, even curse marks that absorb natural energy. Its uses were endless. Just thinking about it, Toji could already see its value and potential. But he also understood one thing. Potential, before it was fully realized, was still only potential. Without deeper development and refinement, this prototype curse mark was useless. It was easy to see what came next. Further development of the prototype curse mark would take a huge amount of time and effort. Progress would be measured in years. For an ordinary ninja, it almost meant giving up their future, abandoning combat ability to focus fully on research. And the person most suited to continue that work was standing right in front of him. Yet Toji felt no guilt at all. He chose to let his student take on this long and demanding task. Not bad. Very good. Extremely good. He exclaimed 3 times in a row. Wakako, I still underestimated your potential. This prototype curse mark may be even more valuable than you think. Your 2 years of research have, in some ways, surpassed what many clans have built over decades, even centuries. In all of Konoha, when it comes to curse mark development, I would call you the strongest. In this area, even I am no longer your match. Your direction is completely correct. From here on, you will handle the development yourself. Wakako was deeply moved. All the hardship and pressure from the past 2 years suddenly felt worth it. A strong drive reignited in her heart. This was the strength that came from being acknowledged by the person she admired. She would turn this prototype into something truly valuable. Sensei, what kind of curse mark do you want? Wakako asked. This. Toji didn't intend to treat her like a wish-granting machine. He had to leave her enough personal time. He also had to consider the difficulty of the research. Before finding the Tenbin clan, a sage transformation curse mark wasn't worth considering. It would cost too much time and effort. After thinking it through, he spoke slowly. First, a graph-type curse mark. Combine animal genes with the curse mark. Use chakra to activate it, allowing a ninja to gain the traits of that animal for a short time. Second, a control-type curse mark. It should restrain the target by force. Either prevent them from doing something, or make them carry out a specific action. You can try both. Then choose the one you're better at and focus on developing it. The first type Toji mentioned was similar to the animal cursed seal that Mizuki would later obtain from Orochimaru. Once activated, it granted the host the traits of a tiger. There were many animals in the ninja world. Even the tailed beasts, the strongest animals, could be considered. The potential uses were vast. It was perfect for creating large numbers of capable soldiers. The second type was similar to the restraint seal that Madara once placed on Rin. It was even more hidden than Earth Grudge Fear's control methods, forcing the target to follow a set path. For someone working behind the scenes like Toji, this kind of curse mark could be used to create conflict and chaos with great effect. Wakako, meanwhile, was a bit surprised. She had thought her teacher would guide her toward medical-type curse marks. But his choice must have deeper meaning. She only needed to give her all and turn his expectations into reality. There was no need to think too much. Wakako's eyes grew firm. Leave it to me, sensei. Toji reached into his drawer, took out a key, and handed it to her. This is the key to the laboratory on the second underground level of the Gospel Hospital. It's mainly used for medical research and is classified. You can use the equipment there for your curse mark development. But remember your limits. His tone turned meaningful. Many times, the line between medical research and forbidden practices is just a single thought away. I would rather not have this curse mark at all than see my student walk down the wrong path. Wakako, do you understand? Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 51, Wakako's Dream. Yes, sensei. I will remember your teachings. Wakako lowered her head deeply, hiding her expression from view. Good. That puts my mind at ease. Go take care of your work. Toji watched her leave while calmly pouring himself a cup of hot tea. The first underground floor of Gospel Hospital stored the corpses of Konoha ninjas, along with tissue samples collected from injured patients. The second underground floor was a classified yet fully legitimate medical laboratory. Hashirama also knew about it. Toji had never intentionally hidden its existence, and all the research conducted there followed proper medical regulations. Researching curse marks might make people suspicious of his motives, but compared to Tobarama's forbidden jutsus and human experiments, this place was practically righteous. With a laboratory like this openly acting as a target, most of the village's attention would naturally stay focused here. And the words he told Wakako were never meant to warn her away from forbidden knowledge. He was secretly reminding her instead, the shortcut was already right in front of her. For the sake of her teacher's wish, the choice was hers to make. As her teacher, Toji had already done his best to avoid tragedy. If his student could not resist temptation in the future and secretly touch the forbidden, then that would only be her own decision. How could Saint Toji of Konoha possibly make mistakes? There was no medicine for regret in the ninja world. If a student made a mistake, then as her teacher, he could only shed tears while cutting her down and personally seal away the forbidden results of her research. *****. Wakako passed through the first underground floor, her gaze briefly pausing on a cabinet labeled, Gospel Hospital Medical Ninja Blood Samples. All the medical ninja blood samples are stored here. Sensei should be here too, right, she quietly muttered. She did not stop for long and continued deeper inside. Soon, she arrived at the medical laboratory on the second underground floor. The surroundings were deathly silent. Not even a trace of sunlight from above could reach this place. Only the cold white lights overhead illuminated the lonely underground space. But Wakako liked this kind of environment. Without wasting a second, she began organizing the experimental equipment. Some resembled the teaching tools from the Ninja Academy, while many others were advanced precision devices she had never seen before. Cough, cough. She suddenly covered her mouth and coughed lightly twice. When she opened her palm again, several glaring crimson spots stained it. Wakako had been weak since childhood, her skin always carrying a sickly pale color. For the past 2 years, she had devoted herself day and night to researching the prototype curse mark, exhausting both her body and mind. Her physical and spiritual energy had already been drained dry. As a medical ninja, she understood her condition clearly. This was a bloodline disease that resembled a curse. The ninja world was truly a strange place. Some people possessed bodies like Hashirama's, capable of healing without hand seals. Others were born like Wakako, destined for an early death despite having no visible illness. Her mother had suffered from the same symptoms. It was said this bloodline disease only passed from mother to daughter, never to sons. Those born with it were naturally frail and short-lived. Once they overworked themselves excessively, their lifespan would decrease even faster. Current medical ninjutsu could only ease the symptoms. It could not cure it. Maybe. I should rest for a while. But when she thought of Toji's expectations, she immediately shook the idea away. I can't disappoint Sensei. But only by staying alive can I continue researching for him. I can only reduce the intensity a little. Wakako looked up at the lightless ceiling. Once, she had a dream. In that dream, she never met her teacher and was never accepted into the medical corps. After graduating from the Ninja Academy, she followed the ordinary path and married a normal ninja. Later, she gave birth to a son. When the child turned 3, war swept across the land. She left the White Snake, Shiro, with her son before heading to the battlefield together with her husband. After that, she died. Her life was plain and unremarkable. No great waves, no special moments. Just like most ninjas in the ninja world, her existence ended small and hurried. But reality was different. At the Ninja Academy, she met Toji. He discovered her talent in medical ninjutsu and scientific research. For the first time in her life, she received recognition and warmth. A ninja would die for the one who truly understood them. Deep down, Wakako knew very well that if she continued researching curse marks at this intensity, she probably would not even live as long as she did in that dream. At the end of the day, wars in the ninja world were battles over interests. Some people longed for peace, while some ninjas longed for war. It had nothing to do with hatred. It was purely for profit. During times of war and unrest, mission rewards skyrocketed. Naturally, there were people who welcomed war with open arms. Toji was one of them. And when it came to money, he was just as desperate. The various secret experiments he conducted burned through money like water. Just maintaining the experimental equipment every day was already an enormous expense. The ninja world outside Konoha was vast, and there were countless interesting ninjutsu, hidden jutsus, and kekkei genkais. Tsunagekyu's puppet jutsus, Kusagakure's dragon life reincarnation, Kirigakure's shikatsumiyaku. These things could not be bought with money. They could only be taken by force. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 52, The Experiment About to Begin. Due to his identity, Toji was destined to remain in Konoha to stabilize the foundation. He could not casually leave the village. Once he moved out, he had to strike like thunder, kill the target quickly, complete the strategic objective, and immediately return. In special operations, intelligence was an extremely important part. That was why he needed an organization dedicated to gathering intelligence for him. These matters had always been managed by Yanagi. The Akatsuki ninja group under her command was already beginning to take shape. But as the organization expanded, problems naturally followed. The biggest issue was funding. The 1 million Ryo Toji previously gave Yanagi as operational funds was nothing more than a drop in the bucket for building a mature underground organization. Food, clothing, shelter, territory expansion, intelligence networks. Every single thing required money. Even though Yanagi and her people earned extra funds through bounty work at underground exchange stations, there was still a massive financial gap in the end. And ultimately, Toji had to fill it himself. But the money he earned from the hospital. Basically, Konoha earned it and Konoha spent it. Not a single penny could be taken out of the village. It's time to make some money. Toji pulled out a napkin and wiped the corner of his mouth. Then he stood up and said to Naori, "I'm heading home first. If something important comes up this weekend, you can come find me." In other words, if it was not important, then do not bother him. *****. Through Earth Grudge Fear, Toji projected his 5 senses into Zero. Most of the time, Zero did not participate in Akatsuki's operations. Instead, she stayed alone in the capital of the land of rice fields. Near the outskirts of the city, she bought a storefront facing the street and opened a place called the Jujutsu Clinic. On the surface, it was a respectable medical clinic. But secretly, it served as an exclusive underground, black hospital for the hidden ninja world of the land of rice fields. At the same time, it also acted as Akatsuki's intelligence center. Medical ninjas were extremely valuable in the ninja world. The major ninja villages treated them like treasures, while small unstable countries like the land of rice fields had an enormous demand for medical treatment. Being treated by a medical ninja was equivalent to gaining a second life. The Jujutsu Clinic only opened during fixed hours every day. Only during this period would Toji remotely control Zero through Earth Grudge Fear. The rest of the time, Earth Grudge Fear simply maintained Zero's basic bodily functions through instinct alone. Yanagi walked out from the clinic's hidden chamber and immediately sensed the change in Zero. "You're here." She took out a treatment list and handed it to him. "This is today's schedule." Toji glanced over the records and quickly extracted the important details. 5 surgeries tonight. None too difficult. But the total payment came to 3 million Ryo. Equivalent to the reward for 3 S-rank missions. Medical treatment without the backing of a ninja village was truly expensive. Yanagi could not help complaining. "Seriously, if we're short on money, why not just let me lead people and rob others directly? Wouldn't that be much faster?" In her opinion, spreading advertisements across the underground ninja world to attract injured rogue ninjas and wealthy merchants with hidden problems to seek treatment was far too troublesome. Wearing masks and robbing people directly was much simpler. Robbing money is easy, of course. But south of the land of rice fields is Konoha. To the west is Iwagakure. To the east is Kimogakure. Toji calmly explained while washing his hands. In a place like this, once an organized band of robbers appears, bounty requests would reach the offices of the 3 Kages in no time. Before obtaining absolute power, making money had to follow the rules. If they robbed openly, everyone would unite against them. Using Zero's body, Toji prepared the medical tools needed for surgery. He deliberately avoided jutsus tied to his real body, such as heavenly mercy threads or mystical palm technique. Everything relied solely on the medical knowledge he accumulated back in Takigakure. TCH. You really think too much. Yanagi immediately deflated. Just dealing with the investigation squad led by Naka had already forced her to constantly hide and relocate. If the 3 great nations started targeting them, life would become even harder. The night surgeries quickly came to an end. Toji handed the freshly earned 3 million Ryo to Yanagi. Akatsuki's development needs to speed up. But member quality must be strictly controlled. I'd rather have fewer people than recruit ninjas with dirty backgrounds or loose morals. Akatsuki's role centered around intelligence work. Recruiting greedy ninjas like Kakuzu would indeed strengthen the organization rapidly, but it would also turn the group into a leaking sieve and destroy the purpose of intelligence gathering altogether. The first great ninja war could break out at any moment. Toji had to follow the tide of the era and prepare in advance so he could seize benefits from the coming war. The money invested now would eventually return to him in the form of Kekkai Genkais, hidden jutsus, and mystical tools, multiplied hundreds or even thousands of times over. Got it. Before leaving, Yanagi once again asked the question she cared about most. "So, when are you going to help me gain more power?" If she could obtain the power of the Mangekyo, she would no longer need to restrain herself like this. And this time, Toji finally gave her a clear answer. "On January 15th next year, I will arrange a trial for you. As for whether you'll awaken the power of the Mangekyo through it, that depends on your own resolve." Yanagi's heart suddenly tightened. She could clearly hear her own burning, rapid heartbeat. March. Toji successfully completed the final step in modifying the Ein seal. He could now use the Ein seal to gather his everyday chakra into the diamond-shaped mark near his chest, allowing him to preserve youth and store chakra. September. After repeated experiments and sacrificing the hearts of 3 Chunin, Toji successfully developed a new application for the Ein seal. Using Earth Grudge Fear, he could extract chakra from another person's body and temporarily store it inside the Ein seal. There were many jutsus in the ninja world capable of absorbing chakra. Compared to them, Earth Grudge Fear was actually among the weaker ones in that regard. The target had to completely lower their guard and actively refine chakra to cooperate with the extraction. The extraction speed was also extremely slow. It required 3 separate processes: extraction, conversion, and storage. In fact, it was even slower than refining chakra naturally, and enemies would never give him such an opportunity during battle. This application could only be used for research purposes. Unlike abilities such as would release or samahata, which possess direct chakra absorption properties and genuine combat value. *****. Konoha Year 9, January 1st, Naori completed the accumulation of origin chakra. The artificial Mangekyo experiment was about to begin. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 53, Resolve, Awakening, Mangekyo. A calm yet busy year passed in the blink of an eye. Konoha Year 9, January 10th. This marked Toji's 4th year in Konoha. The warmth of the New Year celebrations had already faded. At this moment, Naori sat cross-legged on the tatami floor while Toji sat across from her. Thin heavenly mercy threads extended from his palm and gently pierced into the center of her forehead, connecting to her chakra pathways. His movements were skilled and precise, causing almost no pain at all. Now, release the Ein seal. Naori trusted Toji completely, so without hesitation, she released the Ein seal. The next instant, as the seal opened, black markings spread across her cheeks. Massive amounts of origin chakra surged out from the purple diamond-shaped mark on her forehead, and stimulated by that chakra, her eyes also began changing uncontrollably. The 3 tomo evolved into Mangekyo Sharingan without the slightest resistance. This was not the first time Toji had seen Naori's Mangekyo Sharingan. But in Naori's eyes, it was his first time. So Toji deliberately showed a shocked expression before slowly coming to a realization. Take deep breaths. The next part may feel uncomfortable. Toji then began absorbing the origin chakra. The process was extremely slow. 10 minutes. 1 hour. A full hour passed before the red glow within Naori's Mangekyo Sharingan gradually faded until it finally devolved back into an ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan. Toji withdrew the heavenly mercy threads, and he himself also felt exhausted. People without Uchiha bloodlines had to bear a massive burden when forcefully touching Uchiha power. Because Kakashi possessed a Sharingan that was not originally his, he constantly suffered from chakra depletion and physical exhaustion. Toji also lacked Uchiha blood. This origin chakra not only gave him no benefits, but instead became a heavy burden that continuously pressured his heart. It had to be used on Yanagi as soon as possible. If too much time passed, the hearts inside his body would probably begin failing one after another under the cost of storage. The transfer is complete. Toji let out a long breath before continuing. Next, I'll begin researching this chakra. If there's any progress, I'll tell you immediately. All right. I'll leave it to you. Naori's eyelids drooped slightly, and she looked extremely weak. The process of creating an artificial Mangekyo really was similar to donating blood. Blood donors would remain weak for a period of time. Yet when blood was truly needed, the donor themselves often could not use it immediately. The same applied here. The origin chakra extracted from Naori's body would not be available to her first when needed. It was all going to Yanagi. Naori forced a faint smile onto her lips. The way I looked just now, did it scare you? What she cared about was obviously not the Ein seal markings on her face, but the Mangekyo Sharingan she had revealed before Toji. Most of the time, Uchiha power only brought fear and distance. Just like how the villagers of Konoha viewed Madara. No. Toji's voice was firm yet gentle. I don't care about your appearance. I only care about your heart. No matter how cold the chakra released by the Sharingan feels, it can never compare to the warmth of your soul. Then, as if finally realizing something, his expression turned serious. And now I finally understand why your bloodline disease is so severe. That wasn't an ordinary Sharingan just now, was it? Naori nodded lightly. That was the ultimate power gained after the Sharingan evolves. It's called the Mangekyo Sharingan. Its power far surpasses the normal Sharingan. Toji stared at her seriously. You didn't secretly use the power of the Mangekyo against my medical advice, did you? No. After awakening the Mangekyo, I almost never used it. Except 3 years ago, on that night at Naka Shrine. 3 years ago. No wonder your cerebellum was injured so badly that night. Promise me. For the sake of your health, never use the Mangekyo again. Okay. Toji paid close attention to her words. Almost never used it. That meant the Mangekyo ability hidden in Naori's other eye was very likely a forbidden jutsu similar to Kodo Emetsukami or Izanagi. Once activated, the lighter consequence would be a cooldown lasting 10 years. The worst case would be permanent blindness. Or perhaps it was something like Kagetsuchi, requiring Izanami to fully function. Toji stood up. Let's stop here for today. I'll head back and continue the research. If you feel any discomfort at all, come find me immediately. The meaning behind his words had changed. Before, it was, important matters. Now, it was, any discomfort. The speaker meant it sincerely, and the listener understood the meaning behind it. Warmth quietly filled Naori's heart. ****. January 15th. A dark and windy night. Cold, shivering. When Yanagi opened her eyes again, she realized she was already lying on that familiar operating table. The place where the dream had begun. Beside her, Toji stood wearing a plague doctor mask. You look excited. Of course. I've waited far too long for this day. Hurry up and start already. You seem to have misunderstood something. Toji's voice was calm and emotionless. Like a bucket of cold water, it poured directly onto Yanagi's burning excitement. This is not a gift. It's a trial. Only those who overcome their childish past and gain true resolve can obtain the heavenly eyes that see the truth of all of creation without obstruction. Yanagi hurriedly replied, I came here with exactly that resolve. Then let's begin. Toji accurately attached instrument patches onto her body. At the same time, he injected large amounts of special drugs into her system to weaken her rationality and intensify her emotions. For the sake of this experiment's safety, Toji prepared 3 layers of insurance. While Yanagi was unconscious, he placed another 5-element seal on her. He also deliberately erased one, who was far away in the land of rice fields, freeing up a parasitic mark and implanting it into her heart. Even the Earth Grudge cursed seal had been further upgraded and reinforced. The worst possible scenario was Yanagi awakening the Mangekyo and then attempting to betray him. But before these 3 safeguards, there was absolutely no chance she could escape his control. The moment rebellious thoughts arose in her mind, Toji would use the parasitic mark to control her. If that failed, the Earth Grudge cursed seal would instantly detonate her heart. And if she attempted to use Izanagi or another Mangekyo technique to reverse death itself, the 5-element seal would immediately disrupt her chakra. As for all that nonsense about resolve, that was only said to deceive Yanagi. This way, even if the experiment failed, she would only believe her resolve had been insufficient rather than suspecting Toji's techniques were flawed. Pitch-black tendrils from Earth Grudge Fear pierced through Yanagi's skin and drilled into both sides of her temples. Een seal, release. Toji released the Een seal. Origin chakra poured out from within and flowed through the black tendrils into Yanagi's body. MMGH. A painful groan escaped her throat. Increase the dosage. Massive amounts of origin chakra flooded into her body, causing her to convulse uncontrollably. Ayaha. A miserable scream echoed throughout the underground laboratory. The veins around Yanagi's eyes bulged violently as the 3 tomo spun crazily within her pupils. On the nearby instrument screens, the previously stable lines fluctuated wildly, showing that her spiritual energy had entered a completely berserk and unstable state. The process lasted 10 minutes. Gradually, the tomo in Yanagi's eyes melted into a red and black liquid. It squirmed inside her pupils as if trying to redraw the pattern of a Mangekyo. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 54, Flawed Mangekyo. Shock appeared on Toji's face. The ignorant truly feared nothing. Toji himself had never been as optimistic as Yanagi. If awakening the Mangekyo could succeed in one attempt, then the Mangekyo would never have been so rare. Failure itself was not frightening. Since he had already expected failure as a possibility, collecting complete experimental data and reviewing everything afterward to improve the next attempt was what truly mattered. He had entered this experiment fully expecting it to fail, yet signs of awakening had actually appeared. Toji's thoughts immediately became active. He briefly considered whether he should directly take Yanagi's eyes the moment her awakening completed. But he quickly rejected the idea. After all, she was still a fairly useful chess piece. As long as she did not openly rebel, Toji preferred keeping her alive and sending her back to the land of rice fields to continue working. If she possessed the Mangekyo, she would become even more capable. Most importantly, he currently had no suitable vessel capable of bearing the power of the Mangekyo. Forget the parasite bodies. Even if he transplanted those eyes into his real body, the burden alone would completely crush him. A pair of Mangekyo soaking inside preservation fluid was nothing more than a useless decoration. Only when placed inside the eye sockets of an Uchiha could they display their true value. For now, he would temporarily leave those eyes with Yanagi. Once he found another suitable person capable of taking over Akatsuki's intelligence operations, he would activate the parasitic mark inside her body. Or perhaps he could develop artificial human technology and cultivate an empty shell possessing Uchiha genes but lacking an independent soul. At that time, he would retrieve the eyes. Dark schemes flashed through Toji's mind in an instant. Meanwhile, the red and black liquid inside Yanagi's eyes had already reformed. A Mangekyo Sharingan took shape within her pupils. Its pattern resembled Obito's, though upon closer inspection it appeared cruder and simpler. Toji prepared himself to activate the parasitic mark at any moment. Yet Yanagi showed no unusual reaction at all. Her face twisted from pain as her eyes rolled backward, and she fainted on the spot. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Half an hour later, Yanagi slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was the cold plague doctor mask looming before her. Under the flickering candlelight, it looked eerie and terrifying. You're awake. The trial was a success. So this is the power of the Mangekyo. Yanagi supported herself as she slowly sat up. Turning toward the nearby mirror, she looked at her own reflection. She could clearly feel it. The power of the Mangekyo far surpassed the 3-tomo Sharingan by several times over. An overwhelming force continuously surged from deep within her eyes, causing her confidence and emotions to rapidly swell. Ahahaha. Mangekyo Sharingan. The strongest heavenly eyes that can see the truth of all of creation. Yanagi burst into wild laughter, her unrestrained voice echoing endlessly throughout the underground chamber. Toji did not interrupt her. After all, she was an Uchiha. Laughing crazily after gaining power was perfectly normal. Only after she had vented enough did Toji slowly speak. Calm yourself. Feel what your dojutsu is, then tell me. Dojutsu. Yanagi closed her eyes and focused her senses. A moment later, she suddenly opened them wide. The ultimate power dwelling within the Mangekyo. Susanoo. I can feel its existence. Even an artificial Mangekyo could use Susanoo. Toji silently recorded this information in his mind before continuing. What else? What else? What do you mean? Madara Uchiha, Izuna Uchiha, and Naori Uchiha. Aside from Susanoo, each of their Mangekyo possessed unique abilities in both the left and right eye. Yanagi froze as her face filled with confusion. There's something like that. I've never seen them use it before. She concentrated again. But gradually, her expression became ugly. I can't sense anything. Artificial Mangekyo did not possess unique dojutsus. Toji memorized this point as well. There was disappointment, but also relief. These eyes belonged to Yanagi, yet at the same time they belonged to him. In the end, they were still his. But without unique dojutsus, the upper limit of these Mangekyo became far lower. The differences between Mangekyo abilities were enormous. Whether it was Kamui, considered the strongest, or Amaterasu, often considered the weakest, having an ability was still far better than having none. What relieved him was Yanagi's personality. After gaining power, the first thing she would definitely want to do was storm Naka Shrine for revenge. But now, without unique dojutsus, she would at least recognize the gap between her own power and others. It would cool her inflated confidence and make her easier to control. Heh. Looks like you didn't completely pass the trial after all. A Mangekyo without unique dojutsus can only be considered a half-finished product. It felt as though a bucket of cold water had been dumped onto Yanagi's head. So, I didn't fully pass the trial. Before awakening, she only knew the Mangekyo was powerful, but she had no real understanding of how powerful it truly was. Only after personally experiencing this power did she realize how terrifying and overbearing the Mangekyo actually was. And if unique dojutsus were ultimate powers on the same level as Susanoo, then without them, she probably stood no chance against Naori. Power was something that demanded respect. Looking at her expression, Toji knew his words had worked. It seemed the 3 layers of insurance would not even be necessary anymore. Most Uchiha were still fairly normal. Not like Sasuke, whose confidence exploded the moment the weather cleared up. Now deactivate the Mangekyo, then activate it again. I need to perform a complete examination on your body. Yanagi obediently followed his instructions. After repeated testing, Toji confirmed something important. Yanagi's Mangekyo state was unstable. Out of 10 activation attempts, 1 failed and reverted to an ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan. She could not even maintain stable activation, let alone possess excess origin chakra reserves. The flaws objectively existed. Suddenly, Toji thought of a phrase: when T0 gets nerfed, it receives compensation. When T4 gets buffed, it comes with a price. Originally, the 2-tomo Sharingan had probably been the limit of Yanagi's natural talent. But through his forced intervention, he had dragged her all the way up to the level of the Mangekyo. The price for that unnatural leap was these flaws. Still, in Toji's eyes, compared to the power of the Mangekyo itself, these defects were completely acceptable. Yanagi's spiritual energy had nearly doubled. Any ability the three Tomo possessed, she also possessed. And above all, she could use Susanoo. Susanoo granted overwhelming defensive power capable of resisting kunai strikes, along with a terrifying destructive force powerful enough to split mountains. Roughly speaking, it was equivalent to half a Kage-level ninja. This laboratory is near the Forest of Death, right? Yanagi suddenly spoke up, excitement visible on her face. Knock me unconscious now and throw me into a tree hollow. Once I wake up, I'll head straight to Naka Shrine and test the destructive power of Susanoo. Don't worry. I'll escape immediately afterward. The Uchiha district is pretty far from Naka Shrine, so I'll definitely be able to retreat safely. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 55, You, Go Become the Demigod of the Ninja World. Returning home in glory was only natural. Otherwise, wearing fine clothes in the dark would be meaningless. Stop. Beneath the mask, Toji's face darkened as he quickly shut down Yanagi's suicidal idea. He took back what he had just said. Fundamentally, Yanagi was no different from Sasuke at all. Running to Naka Shrine to wreck the place and fleeing after one strike sounded low risk on the surface. But considering an Uchiha who had awakened the Mangekyo wandering around outside, even someone as kind as Hashirama probably would not sit back and ignore it. As for Tobirama, there was no need to even mention him. He would absolutely volunteer to pursue her personally. More importantly, it might even attract Madara's pursuit. What kind of place was Naka Shrine? To Madara, it was probably equivalent to Jerusalem itself. It was there, before the underground stone tablet, that he received Black Zetsu's guidance and stepped onto his future path. The consequences of destroying such a sacred place were obvious. A single-minded idiot trapped from both sides would release Susanoo, Flying Thunder God. Everything would come crashing down on her at once. That was simply asking for death. The Mangekyo Sharingan can grant you tremendous power. But the price is that it is unstable. Every time you use its abilities, your eyesight will deteriorate until you eventually go blind and lose even the most basic Sharingan. Unless you're facing a desperate situation, do not casually use Susanoo if you don't want to become useless so quickly. Toji did not threaten Yanagi with death. Instead, he pointed out the strain Susanoo placed on the eyes from her perspective. These Mangekyo eyes were the crystallization of Toji's biological technology. In a sense, they were her children. Yanagi might not care about herself, but she could not ignore her children. If she used Susanoo like Sasuke used it, casually throwing it out as a basic attack, she would go blind within days. A hesitant look appeared on Yanagi's face. It really gets that bad. Then when will I be able to freely use the power of the Mangekyo? Her voice carried unwillingness. She had finally obtained this power, only to learn she could not use it freely. That itself was torture. How greedy. She had only just awakened the Mangekyo, yet she was already coveting the eternal Mangekyo. If he really gave her eternal Mangekyo someday, Toji did not even dare imagine what she would want next. Still, her words immediately made him think of Naka from the investigation squad, who was also Yanagi's biological older brother. Since a blood relative existed, there was a possibility of awakening the eternal Mangekyo. At present, aside from Madara and Black Zetsu, probably only Toji himself knew the method for awakening eternal Mangekyo. Transplant the Mangekyo Sharingan of a blood relative. Or implant Hashirama cells. The second option was far too dangerous. The safer method was obviously the first. He could replicate the artificial Mangekyo experiment on Naka. But he could not do it under the identity of Toji. No matter how justified the reason sounded, extending his hands into the secrets of the Uchiha bloodline and conducting experiments to manufacture Mangekyo would never be tolerated by Tobirama. Even Naori herself would never accept her clansmen carrying such twisted power. Which meant, kidnapping was probably the only option. But relying on himself alone, Toji had no absolute confidence that he could silently capture a Jonin like Naka without alerting anyone. And this was not something he could casually leave to Yanagi either. No one could predict the power of something called family bonds. People always shouted about killing relatives to prove themselves, but when the moment truly arrived, nobody knew what choice they would make. Toji decided to keep Yanagi hanging for now. He would make her completely addicted to the power of the Mangekyo. Let her crave it desperately while remaining unable to fully obtain it, until merely hearing the word Mangekyo made her reveal an obsessed, starving expression. Only then would it become possible to have her kidnap Naka outside the village. Stealing the eyes of one's own blood relative. Those capable of awakening the Mangekyo normally could not bring themselves to do such a thing, and those capable of doing it often lacked the ability to awaken the Mangekyo in the first place. Even Toji could not determine what kind of feelings half-awakened Yanagi truly held toward her own family. This matter required long-term planning. For a very long time, there was no need to think about eternal Mangekyo yet. There will come a day for that. When that time comes, I'll notify you in advance just like this time. Until then, protect your eyes carefully. All right. Yanagi gradually calmed down from her initial excitement and deactivated the Mangekyo state. Her voice became sincere. Thank you. Masked Man. I know you have your own motives for helping me, but the fact remains that you gave me the power of the Mangekyo. I'll remember this favor. Toji silently listened without the slightest ripple in his heart. At this point, the relationship between him and Yanagi was no longer simple exploitation. Toji was more like a devil who believed in equivalent exchange, while Yanagi was a gambler who had signed a contract with that devil. Regardless of knowing that everything might one day be reclaimed, she still willingly traded everything she had in order to change her fate and break through the limits of the Mangekyo. She did not seek eternity. Only a moment brilliant enough to burn brightly. Still. In a way, she was lucky. Toji found himself pleased by his own mercy. As long as Yanagi continued being obedient and useful, perhaps he would allow her to safely use these Mangekyo eyes until the end of her lifespan before calmly taking them back. Words of gratitude mean nothing to me. Develop Akatsuki well in the land of rice fields and become the demigod of the ninja world. That will be the best way to repay me. Demigod. Yanagi immediately understood, and her heart burned with excitement. Madara and Hashirama were considered gods among ninjas. And she now possessed the same Mangekyo as Madara. That meant she truly had the bearing of a demigod. The demigod of the ninja world. How impressive did that sound? Suddenly, she asked, come to think of it, I still don't know your name. Since this is an organization, you should have some kind of codename, right? Codename. Toji also realized he had never actually told her one. That really was a problem. Should he use Suguru-geto? That had once been the identity he used while moving around the ninja world. But the thought was immediately rejected. Takigakure's bounty on him was still hanging in underground exchange stations. If Yanagi learned the codename, Suguru-geto, then whether intentionally or accidentally, once it spread around, the risk of exposure would increase. Perhaps someday, some interested party or organization would follow that clue all the way back to him. Toji believed he had erased nearly every trace perfectly, but accidental disasters and unpredictable twists always had to be guarded against. My codename is Diavolo. Between the two codenames carrying the meaning of duality, Sukuna and Diavolo, Toji ultimately chose the latter. Even the source of the name shifted completely from Japanese origins to Western ones, thoroughly severing all ties to his past. Diavolo. Yanagi quietly muttered after hearing that word, Passion. Diavolo. It sounds like the pronunciation used in the northern regions of the Land of Water. Masked Man, are you from the Land of Water? I think I've heard this word over there before. Diavolo symbolizes a devil. Toji was slightly surprised. He had not expected Yanagi to actually know the meaning behind the name. Did such a language really exist in the ninja world? But after thinking about the ethnic makeup of the Land of Water and the Land of Lightning, it no longer seemed strange. He did not dwell on it further and casually tossed her a ring engraved with the word Scarlet. This is your codename. Scarlet. Why this one? You resemble the previous holder of that title in certain ways. He's dead, so you inherited his codename. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 56, Madara approaches. Yanagi opened her eyes again inside the tree hollow within the Forest of Death. Leaping onto the treetops, she looked once more toward the direction of Naka Shrine. A year had passed, and she had finally obtained the power of the Mangekyo. But she still needed to endure and continue waiting until it stabilized before challenging Naori. This was not cowardice. It was a rational judgment based on reality. Anyway, first I'll become a demigod. Yanagi's figure flashed away and disappeared into the Forest of Death under the cover of night. *****. Rain fell beneath the skies of the Land of Lightning. Dark clouds covered the heavens as thunder roared endlessly. A man wearing crimson armor and carrying a flame-patterned war fan stepped into an underground exchange station while dragging a ninja corpse with one hand. When he emerged again, one hand held a heavy bag of money while the other gripped an intelligence scroll. That man was Madara Uchiha. Returning to the cave where he had been staying, he leaned half his body against the stone wall and slowly spread the scroll open on the ground. The scroll recorded recent movements and confidential reports from across the ninja world. Information in the ninja world was highly secretive and slow to circulate. Gathering it required enormous time and effort. Even someone as powerful as Madara could only purchase intelligence from underground exchange stations while traveling alone, and if he wanted detailed information regarding a specific country, he had to pay even more. Madara specifically spent extra money to purchase expanded intelligence regarding Konoha and the tailed beasts. After reading the contents of the scroll, he burst into laughter so hard tears almost formed in his eyes. Ha 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 ha. The Will of Fire. Hashirama, you've become more naive than ever. Designer Toji. A doctor. It seems Konoha has become more and more boring since I left. All this time, Madara had secretly paid attention to Konoha's development. The Gospel Hospital from several years ago. The Ninja Academy. And now, incorporating the Will of Fire into graduation examinations. Perhaps on some lonely late night, he had once hoped Hashirama would eventually change those naive ideas. But reality showed the opposite. Konoha was developing into exactly the kind of place he despised. Would a Konoha where everyone preached love and peace still have anyone willing to acknowledge his philosophy that power stood above all else? Madara's eyes gradually turned cold as he looked toward another intelligence scroll specifically concerning the tailed beasts. His gaze stopped on a single line, 9 tails, coordinates, land of lightning. Finally found you. A dangerous smile appeared on Madara's face as he slowly stood up while gripping his war fan. Before leaving Konoha, he had read the sage's message engraved on the stone tablet beneath Naka Shrine. When two opposing powers unite as one, all things in creation shall be attained. From that moment onward, the pieces of his plan had already begun falling into place. It had been 7 full years since he defected from the village. By now, he had nearly polished the power of his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to its peak and was finally preparing to wage war against Hashirama once again. But this time was different from before. No longer would there be fellow Uchiha clansmen standing beside him. This time, he alone would face Hashirama and the entirety of Konoha behind him. Madara was arrogant, but he was not stupid. In the entire ninja world, only Hashirama was someone he could not confidently defeat. Having learned from his defeat at the first Valley of the End battle, Madara decided to secure himself a helper this time. The strongest among the tailed beasts, the 9 tails. With the ocular power of his eternal Mangekyo now, controlling the 9 tails would take nothing more than a single glance. A perfect Susanoo combined with the 9 tails. If Hashirama had spent these past 7 years indulging himself in Konoha's development while neglecting his training, and his strength still remained at the level from the first Valley of the End battle, then he would absolutely not be Madara's opponent. Hashirama, it's been 7 years. I hope you can entertain me a little more this time. With that, Madara's figure flashed and vanished from the cave. The habitats of the tailed beasts were never fixed. Under constant pursuit and harassment from humans, they continuously migrated and changed hiding places. The 9 tails alone had taken Madara an extremely long time to track down, and only today had he finally obtained its exact location. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Deep within a remote mountain valley, the massive 9 tails, Kurama, rested quietly at the bottom of the gorge. Several years ago, a group of ant-like ninjas had attempted to capture it. With a single sweep of its tail, Kurama crushed them all to death. But among them were 2 especially disgusting humans. Taking advantage of the chaos, they crawled inside its body and bit into its chakra, remaining there for 2 entire weeks. Left with no other choice, Kurama eventually spat those 2 humans back out. Empowered by its chakra, their strength increased dramatically. They somehow survived its attacks and escaped alive. Kurama had wanted to hunt them down and erase both them and the forces behind them from the ninja world entirely. But the teachings of the Sage of 6 Paths had taught the 9 tails the meaning of kindness, so it chose restraint instead. After relocating to a more hidden habitat, no more troublesome pests came to disturb it. Suddenly, the sleeping 9 tails abruptly opened its eyes as a savage light filled its vertical pupils. It sensed an extremely evil chakra rapidly approaching, and the pressure carried within it was overwhelming. Kurama bared its fangs as its 9 tails stiffened, staring uneasily toward the source. Whoosh! A figure suddenly landed atop the mountain peak. Madara stood there with his arms crossed, coldly looking down at the 9 tails from above. This human carried the scent of an old acquaintance. Within Madara's chakra, Kurama sensed intense hostility along with a faint aura similar to the Sage of 6 Paths, so you're one of the old man's descendants. A strange mix of grief, betrayal, and fury surged through the 9 tails' heart. Its jaws suddenly opened wide as a dark purple-tailed beast bomb rapidly condensed. Beast, do you think you deserve to dance with me like Hashirama did? Madara spoke calmly, his tone overflowing with disdain. Fine. I'll use you to warm up to this power first. He raised 2 fingers before his lips and shouted in a low voice. Susanoo. The tomo within his eyes spun rapidly, intertwining into the pattern of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The next instant, a gigantic armored blue warrior manifested into existence and lifted Madara high into the air. Kurama's tailed beast bomb fired out explosively at the same moment the Susanoo swung its blade downward. The dazzling slash split apart the raging chakra blast, and the tailed beast bomb exploded violently in midair. The resulting storm swept through the valley. Before the violent winds even settled, the Susanu's sword pierced through the Ninetales' body and nailed it firmly to the ground, leaving it unable to move. Roar. Kurama roared wildly, but no matter how hard it struggled, it could not break free. Heh. Weak. Far too weak. Madara looked down from above with utter contempt in his voice. The farce is over. Serve me now. The moment his words fell, the Ninetales' eyes changed. Its pupils transformed into the pattern of a three-tomo Sharingan. After taking control of Kurama, Madara rapidly formed hand seals and forcibly established a summoning contract with it. With that contract in place, he would be able to summon the Ninetales instantly during the decisive battle and give Hashirama a devastating surprise. Once everything was complete, Madara did not immediately depart for Konoha. Instead, he temporarily rested within the valley. If he wished to defeat Hashirama, he had to ensure absolute perfection. The first thing he needed to do was push the power of his eternal Mangekyo to its peak. Then he would cloak the Ninetales itself in the power of Susanoo. Susanoo armor over the Ninetales. One man capable of destroying 4 nations. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 57, The Promise at the Valley of the End. When the sun rises, yesterday's matter should be forgotten. Toji still carried the same gentle and refined appearance as always. Half a year had already passed since obtaining the Mangekyo Sharingan. After using up an entire year's worth of origin chakra accumulated by Naori, he naturally needed to produce some experimental results as an explanation. Under the name of the Gospel Hospital Director, Toji proposed a unified medical examination for all public personnel in Konoha. The examination included blood draws, sample collection, and specimen preservation. Through this completely legitimate excuse, he quietly gathered a portion of Hashirama's cells. Afterward, he pulled an experimental subject from the underground laboratory and attempted a Hashirama cell fusion experiment. As expected, it failed. The road ahead was long, but Toji was not discouraged. After all, these were Hashirama cells. Whether it was curing blindness, strengthening the body, evolving the eternal Mangekyo, awakening the Rinnegan, or developing wood release, Hashirama cells possessed tremendous value. They were the highest grade fusion material in the ninja world. If their potential could be unlocked that easily, Toji would start wondering whether the Sage of Six Paths had already noticed him. Fortunately, both the artificial Mangekyo experiment and the Een Seal modification project had temporarily concluded. With more free time now available, Toji could calmly begin long-term preparations involving Hashirama cells. 10 years. That was the timeline he set for himself internally. Within 10 years, he intended to complete an advanced fusion experiment centered around Hashirama cells. And once Earth Grudge Fear could directly touch Hashirama's heart, the entire process would likely accelerate dramatically. As for curse mark development, Toji no longer interfered. His brainwashing of Wakako had already reached a sufficient level. He no longer needed to do anything further. Once the curse mark was completed, she herself would eagerly rush to hand it over to him first. There were also a few small developments during this time. The Ninja Academy completed a new round of enrollment, and the medical class accepted 7 new students. Following the example set by the previous graduating class, the villagers had finally begun to understand. Graduating from the medical class guaranteed direct placement into Gospel Hospital, with a stable job and clear future prospects. As a result, many parents consciously began sending children with suitable talent into the medical class. The composition of students gradually became more complicated as well. It was no longer limited to members of the Senju clan. Large clans such as the Sarutobi and the Kimichi had also started sending children possessing young release talent into Toji's medical class. But the one thing that surprised Toji most was the Hyuga clan. They sent over a branch family boy with young release talent named Jun Hyuga. Theoretically speaking, Hyuga clan members were actually the most suitable people to become medical ninjas. Because when used in medicine, the Byakugan functioned almost like CT scans, ultrasounds, and MRI machines combined. It could clearly observe a patient's injuries and chakra abnormalities. A genuine human medical device. But unfortunately, the rabbit goddess had opened one door for the Hyuga while closing another. Yang release chakra appeared to be extremely rare within the Hyuga clan, and the very core of medical ninjutsu happened to rely on Yang release chakra. Looking across 60 years of Hyuga history, it seemed only Hinata possessed Yang release chakra capable of using the mystical palm technique. Thus an absurd reality formed: the clan most suited to becoming medical ninjas was simultaneously the least suited to actually producing medical ninjas. And coincidentally, Hinata, who possessed Yang release chakra, was known as the Byakugan princess. This inevitably made Toji think deeper. Perhaps pure yang release combined with a pure Byakugan could produce unexpected results. There was no downside to placing such a bet anyway, so Toji casually made his move. Using the same method he once used on Wakako 3 years ago, he appointed the branch family boy, Jun, as the class leader of this generation's medical class while also giving him verbal recognition and encouragement. Deeply moved, Jun expressed his determination to devote his life in loyal service to Toji, who accepted with a smile. At this point, even the Hyuga clan had quietly become part of Toji's network. Although Jun was only from the branch family, the resentment and unwillingness the branch families had accumulated toward the main family for years only needed the slightest push from Toji before it would spread like wildfire. Toji patiently waited for things to develop on their own. Besides that, several newborns whom he vaguely recognized were also born one after another in Gospel Hospital's obstetrics department. Shinku Yui, Ikaku Yumano, Kowari Yumano, Kunugi Makyum. These people were all connected in one way or another to the future golden generations of Konoha's main cast. Toji casually encouraged their parents with a few words, praising their children and saying they would surely become excellent ninjas in the future. And just like that, subtle threads of fate were quietly planted. Toji himself did not care much about it. He casually sowed seeds without worrying what kind of fruit they would bear in the future. He simply sighed inwardly. As more and more ninjas from Konoha's older generations were born, the wheels of the era rolled forward once again. ******. In the blink of an eye, time reached the end of Konoha Year 9. Late at night, Hashirama suddenly jolted awake from his sleep and sat upright. This was no longer the first time he had awakened in the middle of the night recently. With his physique and physical condition, something like this should never have happened. He did not smoke. He only drank alcohol lightly. Every night, he went to bed before 11 o'clock and guaranteed himself at least 8 hours of sleep. Before sleeping, he would drink a cup of warm milk and spend 20 minutes practicing ninjutsu to relax his body. That way, he could sleep peacefully until dawn, like a baby, waking up without fatigue or stress. Even Toji himself had said during his physical examination that he was extremely healthy. Yet this situation was still happening. Looking at the bright moon outside the window, Hashirama's thoughts slowly drifted back 10 years ago, the year before Konoha was founded. Madara's younger brother, Izuna Uchiha, had been severely wounded by Tobirama's flying thunder god slash during battle and later died from his injuries. Longing for peace, Hashirama had offered a ceasefire agreement to the Uchiha clan. At that time, Madara, who was still the clan leader, had been consumed by hatred over his brother's death and challenged Hashirama to a duel. That became the first battle at the Valley of the End. And before that great battle erupted, Hashirama had experienced these same strange awakenings in the middle of the night. But too much time had passed, and with his naturally carefree personality, he only now suddenly remembered it. Hashirama, you're awake again. Mito also sat up and looked at her husband with concern. Did something happen? Hashirama scratched his head blankly. Maybe Madara's thinking about me. Madara. That's all you ever talk about. Why don't you just go sleep in the same room with him already? Thinking he was talking nonsense in his sleep, Mito glared at him irritably. No, I'm serious. Hashirama's expression gradually turned solemn. Mito, do you remember the last time Madara and I fought? You mean, the Valley of the End? Yeah. Hashirama nodded slowly. Madara has been gone from the village for 7 years now, and lately I've started waking up like this again. Gazing at the moonlight outside, his tone became heavy. I think Madara's will is calling out to me. Calling me to the Valley of the End. Don't go. Mito instinctively grabbed Hashirama's wrist tightly. Hashirama gently placed his hand over hers. For the sake of the village, I have to go. If I don't head to the Valley of the End, then Madara will come to Konoha to find me instead. Then I'll go with you. We'll bring Tobirama, Naori, and Toji too. If we all go together, it'll be safer. No. Hashirama shook his head and refused. This is between Madara and me. Outsiders cannot interfere. And besides, it's been 7 years. He'll only have grown stronger. If you all come with me, I'll only end up distracted trying to protect you instead. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 58, Hashirama, I'll keep this drink warm for you. The chakra of the strong could create connections that transcended time and space. Hashirama clearly felt it. Madara was coming. *****. Knowing that this battle to settle the past with Madara could not be avoided, Hashirama did not rush to depart immediately. In front of Katsuyu and Mito, he acted calm and confident, but honestly speaking, this time he did not have absolute confidence in defeating Madara effortlessly. Over the past 7 years, he had barely trained seriously at all. Most of his energy had gone into building the village, and whenever he had free time, he usually left with clones behind to handle village affairs while his real body snuck off to Tanzaka town to gamble. Madara, however, was different. Even now, Hashirama still felt chills whenever he remembered the words Madara spoke that night 7 years ago at Naka Shrine. Maybe Madara truly had changed. Preparing for the worst, Hashirama arranged his affairs before heading to the Valley of the End for the promised battle. First, he urgently recalled Tobirama, who was carrying out a mission in the Land of Lightning. Then he summoned Toji as well. The meeting place was set at Yakiniku-Q******. Konoha's food street was lively and crowded, filled everywhere with smoke from cooking and cheerful laughter. Looking at the scene before him, Hashirama sighed emotionally. How wonderful. Konoha is peaceful again today. Brother, why did you urgently call me back? Tobirama asked. Did something happen? Hashirama raised a hand to stop him. Instead of getting straight to the point, he picked up the sake bottle and filled all 3 cups with Kirin sake. Let's drink together first. I'll finish mine. You two can drink however you want. Cheers. Hashirama raised his cup high, and the 3 cups clinked together with a clear crisp sound. Hashirama and Tobirama tilted their heads back and emptied their drinks in one gulp. Only Toji merely raised the cup to his lips and took a light sip. Refreshing. After several cups in a row, Hashirama boldly wiped his mouth before finally speaking. Toji, we're friends, right? Yes. We're friends. Then get along well from now on. Hashirama suddenly said something completely out of nowhere. Then he placed one hand on Tobirama's wrist and the other on Toji's. Tobirama, place your left hand on Toji's right hand. Tobirama hesitated briefly, but still obeyed. The air instantly became tense. Toji narrowed his eyes slightly. At the same time, an intense excitement rose from deep within him, sending numbness all the way down his spine. Something big was coming. Then Hashirama spoke in a deep voice. After some time, I'll be leaving the village. Madara has returned, and he clearly comes with bad intentions. I must stop him outside the village. Madara. Tobirama's expression instantly changed. Brother, where did this intelligence come from? There are some things in the ninja world that don't require gathered intelligence to know, Tobirama. Hashirama gave a mysterious smile. In short, Madara has returned. I'll go with you. We'll bring sister-in-law and Toji too. The more people we have, the safer it'll be. Tobirama's thinking was exactly the same as Mito's. There was strength in numbers. Both he and Mito possessed Kage-level combat ability. With Toji, a ninja skilled in medical ninjutsu, present as well, immediate support and rescue would also be available. Tank. Mage. Assassin. Healer. The only difference was that Tobirama still remained wary of Naori. No. Hashirama's eyes turned sharp as he directly cut off Tobirama's words. I alone will go to this battle. No one is allowed to follow me. Absolutely no one. And I mean absolutely. His tone softened slightly afterward. The reason I called you both here is because there are some things I need to entrust to you. In my battle against Madara, I don't have absolute confidence in victory. But I probably won't lose either. The worst possible outcome would be both of us dying together. If I don't return alive. Tobirama, you will become the second Hokage. Hashirama calmly arranged the succession of the Hokage position as though discussing something trivial. Normally, the inheritance of the Hokage title required everyone's approval, meaning an official vote. But the situation was urgent. Hashirama no longer had time to organize a formal election and could only forcefully appoint his younger brother himself. Still, this was not entirely impulsive. Tobirama's strength, reputation, and leadership were all among the very best in Konoha. The only person whose reputation could rival his was Toji, but Toji's strength and qualifications were still insufficient to become the Kage of an entire village. The village is in your hands now, Tobirama. Don't say such unlucky things, brother. Tobirama's voice deepened. During the Warring States period, the Senju and Uchiha fought more than 50 battles large and small. You've never once lost to Madara. This time won't be an exception either. Ha ha ha. I already said that's just the worst-case scenario. Hashirama laughed as brightly as ever while patting Tobirama on the shoulder. Toji sighed inwardly with emotion. As expected of Hashirama and his sage body. Even after planting this many death flags, he could probably still return alive to Konoha. After settling the most important matter of succession, Hashirama turned toward Toji and spoke solemnly. Toji, if I don't come back, I want you to become the Hokage's advisor and one of Konoha's elders. Tobirama still has many immature aspects. He'll need your support beside him. Sorry. You're already busy enough as it is. But right now, there truly isn't anyone more suitable than you in Konoha. If things become too overwhelming, you can hand management of Gospel Hospital over to a medical ninja you trust. Clearly, Hashirama genuinely regarded Toji as both a friend and a trusted minister worthy of entrusting the future to. Director of Gospel Hospital, Hokage Advisor, Konoha Elder, his titles were becoming more and more numerous. Toji answered without the slightest hesitation, "My matters are insignificant. The Hokage's matters are what truly matter. Please fight without worry and leave the village to Tobirama and me. We'll wait for your return." Hashirama felt both moved and relieved as he nodded heavily. "With the village entrusted to you too, I no longer have any worries. Come, let's celebrate this. Konoha's future will only become better and better. Cheers." As he spoke, he once again reached for his cup, but Toji suddenly moved first and took it away. Hashirama froze. "Toji, what are you?" Toji formed hand seals with both hands. A small pale red flame flowed from his mouth and heated the bottom of the cup. Soon, white steam rose from the wheat liquor inside. Alcohol dulls the nerves and affects precise chakra control and refinement. I'll keep this drink warm for you first. Once you return safely, it still won't be too late to drink it. Hashirama scratched his head. Somehow, something about this felt strange. But he could clearly feel the sincerity in Toji's words. All right then. It's a promise. Keep this drink warm for me properly. When I return, we'll drink together as much as we want. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After returning home, Hashirama began making his final arrangements with Mito. Mito, if I don't come back, please take care of Takayuki and the princess's marriage. Their future child will likely inherit my wood release. And also, after Tobirama becomes the second Hokage, keep an eye on him for me too. There are some things Toji can't easily say himself, so you'll have to tell Tobirama instead. Tell him to treat the Uchiha clan more kindly. Everyone in Konoha just wants to live peaceful lives. And lastly, Hashirama thought for a moment before flashing his bright white smile. If you miss me someday, just look up at the Hokage rock. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 59, Madara. Hashirama. The old Hokage, covered head to toe in death flags, quietly left Konoha just like that. Aside from Mito, Tobirama, and Toji, not even his own son, Takayuki, knew why his father had suddenly disappeared. Hashirama had his reasons for this as well. If the villagers learned that he had gone to duel Madara and the news spread outside the country, then the hard-earned stability and peace they had finally achieved would likely collapse once again. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. When the sun rose the next morning, the villagers quickly noticed something unusual. The person seated in the Hokage's chair was no longer Hashirama. It was now Tobirama. Tobirama publicly announced that the first Hokage had temporarily left the village for special training and that during his absence, he would manage Hokage affairs as acting Hokage. At first, many private discussions spread throughout the village. How could someone casually become acting Hokage like this? What if there was some hidden truth behind it? Only after Toji personally stepped forward to confirm the matter did the spreading rumors finally quiet down. Toji's reputation and prestige within Konoha were unquestionable. In terms of trustworthiness, he was practically number one in the village. If even he confirmed it, then the first Hokage must truly have left such an order behind. Even without the first Hokage, the village continued operating as usual. Toji then requested 1 day of leave from Tobirama, saying that before formally taking over the role of Hokage advisor, he first needed to reorganize personnel within Gospel Hospital. Tobirama did not suspect anything and readily approved it. But in reality, Toji had already finished his preparations in the underground laboratory the previous night. Using a parasitic mark, he regained control over another Chunin experimental body. Then he projected his 5 senses onto it and quietly slipped out of Konoha under the cover of darkness. Where had Hashirama gone? Before leaving, Hashirama never directly said it aloud. But Tobirama was smart enough to guess, and Toji, knowing the future course of history, naturally knew as well. So Hashirama's secrecy was meaningless from the start. The place he went could only be the Valley of the End. Relying on the concealment and safety provided by the parasite body, Toji planned to prepare his own arrangements within the valley ahead of time. Not because he wanted to become some bloodthirsty spectator, but because he wanted to become the fisherman waiting to profit in the end. If history followed its original path, Hashirama would win the second battle of the Valley of the End. Afterward, Tobirama would clean the battlefield and secretly bring Madara's corpse back to a hidden laboratory somewhere in Konoha. But now, with Toji's butterfly wings already altering the world, no one could say for certain whether history would remain unchanged. Everything remained unknown. If Hashirama died, Madara would most likely give him a proper burial. If Madara died instead, then Toji would act according to the situation and see whether he could take Madara's eyes or steal his heart. Whoever lost, Toji intended to desecrate their corpse. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Toji split his focus into two tasks simultaneously. One side of him controlled the new one, silently heading toward the Valley of the End through stealth. On the other side, his real body remained inside Gospel Hospital, steadily carrying out personnel restructuring. Toji had long expected that someday he would be appointed to the roles of advisor and elder. As his status and authority rose higher and higher, some of the power he previously held tightly in his own hands could gradually be delegated downward. Performing surgery on injured patients was exhausting work. After completing the early stages of building his public image, there was naturally no need for him to personally handle ordinary surgeries anymore. From now on, he only intended to accept S-rank operations. And the reason he still accepted S-rank surgeries was not because Toji was kind-hearted. Rather, S-rank meant the patient's identity was special. Like opening a treasure chest, the people lying on the operating table were either jonin or influential nobles of the Land of Fire. All of them were useful materials that could be exploited. Toji decisively carried out the adjustment plan he had already prepared in advance within his heart. Toji promoted Yato to vice director. From this point onward, all the daily management and administrative affairs of Gospel Hospital would be handled entirely by him. Meanwhile, Toji himself stepped behind the scenes and transformed into the hidden controller of the hospital. He could already picture the future clearly. Decades later, vice directors of Gospel Hospital would come and go generation after generation, while only the position of director remained unchanged. Until one day, a group of hot-blooded protagonist types would storm through countless hospital defenses to save a companion or uncover some hidden truth. After finally meeting the legendary mysterious director, they would be utterly shocked. The hospital director who had ruled the institution for decades and whose medical skills bordered on godlike, would turn out to be nothing more than a handsome young man who looked barely 20 years old. A perfectly standard hidden boss setting. Lastly, there was one department inside Gospel Hospital that held immense importance for Toji. The Medical Research Department. Its offices were located on the underground first and second floors. Officially, the department handled the storage and study of pathological samples, blood samples from public service ninjas, and cadavers. Secretly, however, it served as Toji's central hub for exploring the mysteries of the ninja world. Until now, every matter within the research department had always been personally controlled by Toji himself. Outsiders were never allowed to interfere. But now that he would be moving to the Hokage residence, he could no longer remain stationed at Gospel Hospital every day. Naturally, this core department had to be entrusted to the person he trusted most. At present, there was only one candidate, Wakako. Although in the eyes of outsiders, her qualifications and reputation were nowhere near enough to justify becoming department head. But so what? She was Toji's student. Without the slightest hesitation, Toji casually wrote her name into the position of director of the medical research department. As the director of Gospel Hospital, his authority was absolute. With nothing more than a small whim, he elevated a commoner girl who had graduated from the Ninja Academy only 1 year ago and was merely 15 years old into one of the most influential figures within Gospel Hospital. And even if something truly went wrong later on, well, saints could make mistakes too. After finishing the remaining less important personnel changes, Toji sent out the official notices. Once everything was done, he returned to the meditation chamber within the Zenin clan compound. This meditation room had been built at enormous expense. The walls were constructed using special materials that provided soundproofing, heat insulation, and partial resistance against chakra detection. As for its greatest purpose, it allowed Toji to remain calmly hidden within one corner of Konoha while remotely controlling his parasite bodies to their fullest potential, stirring chaos and manipulating the situation throughout the ninja world. Toji closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his perspective had already shifted. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Toji's 5 senses descended into one's body. He looked around. It was evening now, and rain poured from the heavens. Violent lightning tore through the sky while massive raindrops smashed against the ground, splashing water high into the air. The valley trembled beneath the storm, yet the forest rooted among the cliffs radiated a strangely abnormal vitality, as though it completely ignored the raging winds and thunder. Sensing the lingering traces of chakra within the area, Toji immediately realized this was wood release left behind by Hashirama 10 years ago. At this time, the Valley of the End still did not fully resemble its future appearance. Most likely, it would be permanently transformed only after this battle. Toji quietly concealed himself among vines and rocks, suppressing his presence with the assassination techniques he had developed years ago in Takigakure. As an assassin, patience was the one thing he never lacked. Not long afterward. At the top of the distant waterfall within the Valley of the End, 2 crimson figures leapt downward and landed firmly upon the ground. Madara. Hashirama. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. P at Trian/Silver Shark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 60, Majestic Attire Susanoo, True Several Thousand Hands. Hashirama felt no joy at reuniting with his old friend. Madara, stop this. Your ambitions will only lead countless people to their deaths. So many people have died throughout these endless years of war. But who truly cared? Madara's wild laughter echoed throughout the valley. The greatest evil is often committed by those who firmly believe they're doing good. If you had agreed to join forces with me, this ninja world would have achieved peace long ago. But since you refused, then I can only walk my own path. Disappointment filled Hashirama's eyes. Madara, since you refuse to come to your senses, then I'll just have to beat reality back into you. The cliffs of the Valley of the End let out low groans beneath the raging wind. Hidden far away, Toji sensed terrifying chakra fluctuations spreading through the air, carrying an oppressive force powerful enough to make one's entire body tremble. Madara stood on the left side of the waterfall. His long black hair danced wildly in the wind as the Sharingan within his eyes transformed into the eternal Mangekyo. Crimson pupils locked onto Hashirama. Only these eyes of mine can see true reality. Madara's voice was deep and carried faint mockery as he slowly raised a hand. Let me see whether your power has weakened after 7 years. Summoning Jutsu. Boom. Countless black sealing marks instantly spread across the ground as thick white smoke exploded outward. Within it, an enormous shadow gradually emerged. As the smoke slowly dispersed, the horrifying and savage form of the Ninetales appeared beneath the moonlight. Holding a sickle in one hand and a war fan in the other, Madara leapt onto Kurama's head. The Ninetales. So you actually controlled it. Hashirama looked surprised at first, then immediately slammed his hands together. Wood-release vines burst from the earth and rushed toward the Ninetales, only to be smashed apart by a single swipe of its paw. They could not even get close. Hashirama took a deep breath and unrolled the massive scroll from his waist onto the ground while rapidly forming hand seals. Wood style, Wood Dragon Jutsu. Instantly, the earth shook violently. Countless giant trees erupted from cracks in the rocks and intertwined together, forming an enormous wooden dragon that lunged forward and tightly coiled itself around the Ninetales in a crushing bind. It let out a furious roar of pain, then opened its massive jaws wide as dark purple-black chakra rapidly gathered together. Tailed Beast Bomb. Wood style, Wood Golem Jutsu. A gigantic wooden figure resembling a Buddha emerged directly from the body of the wooden dragon. Its enormous right hand caught the incoming tailed beast bomb head-on before immediately preparing to hurl it straight back at Madara. Madara calmly watched the wooden golem appear. During the previous battle at the Valley of the End, his Susanoo had lost to this exact jutsu. At that time, it had been Hashirama's strongest ninjutsu. But this time, Madara had come prepared. He merely curled his lips into a disdainful smile as the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan glowed crimson. Majestic attire, Susanoo. Deep blue Susanoo chakra instantly covered the Ninetales' entire body, forcibly enduring the impact of the tailed beast bomb. Boom. 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 A massive explosion erupted across the Valley of the End, unleashing violent shockwaves everywhere. The surrounding wood-release structures were shredded into splinters. Countless giant trees throughout the valley were uprooted entirely while massive boulders flew through the air like scattered grains of sand. Even Toji, who had been hiding far away the entire time, could not steady himself and nearly got swept away by the storm. This was the pinnacle battle of the ninja world. Before power on this level, all schemes and calculations would simply be crushed into dust. Toji felt deeply shaken. At the same time, his desire for power burned hotter than ever before. As the smoke finally dispersed, the Ninetales stood clad in majestic attire Susanoo. Meanwhile, Hashirama had used Wood Expulsion Jutsu to block the point-blank explosion of the tailed beast bomb head-on without suffering a single injury. Wood style, Laughing Buddha Jutsu. One ran, the other chased. In order to prevent their battle from affecting nearby towns, Hashirama sprinted toward the coastline. Have you already lost the courage to fight, Hashirama? This isn't like you. Angered by Hashirama's apparent cowardice, Madara immediately controlled the Ninetales to unleash another attack while running. Tailed Beast Bomb. Summoning, 5-layer Rashomon. 5 gigantic gates instantly materialized. The tailed beast bomb pierced through all 5 one after another, but the gates successfully altered its trajectory and redirected it toward the opposite side of the sea. A blinding light exploded across the distant horizon. That's the land of water. Hashirama silently apologized to the people living there in his heart. Hashirama, you still have time to worry about others. Madara looked down from above and sneered coldly. You should understand by now that I'm no longer the same as before. If your strength remains at the level it was back then, you'll die. For perhaps the first time ever, Hashirama's expression became completely serious. Everything we've built until now, all our efforts, do you really want all of it to become meaningless, Madara? If we fight each other, there is nothing to gain from this battle. It will only hurt the village and the ninja world. It will only disgrace our brothers and comrades. You are lecturing me. Hashirama looked up at Madara from below. I don't want to kill you. So you're saying you could kill me whenever you wanted? No. I'm saying we're friends. Have you truly forgotten everything from the past? The past. You dare talk to me about the past? Those words seemed to stab directly into Madara. His killing intent instantly thickened into something almost tangible as he roared furiously, I've already crossed to the other side. Driven by his emotions, the armored Ninetales simultaneously threw back its head and unleashed a deafening roar. Then I have no choice. The final trace of warmth vanished from Hashirama's eyes as his hands slammed together. Sage art, wood style, true several thousand hands. Behind Hashirama appeared an enormous wooden statue resembling the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara. The gigantic construct towered hundreds of meters into the sky. Thousands upon thousands of arms spread outward like a true divine Buddha, each one carrying enough force to destroy heaven and earth itself. Standing atop the giant Buddha's head, Hashirama shouted. Top transformed Buddha. Countless gigantic arms swung forward simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of fists that instantly shattered the Susanoo armor covering the Ninetales, exposing Kurama's true body beneath. The next moment, the giant Buddha stretched out its hand and grabbed the Ninetales like a toy figurine, crushing it firmly within its palm. Ninetales, your power is too dangerous. Hokage-style 60-year-old jutsu, Kakuan entering society with bliss-bringing hands. Realizing the situation had turned bad, Madara immediately flashed away from the top of the Ninetales' head. An enormous wooden hand descended from above and pressed directly onto Kurama's skull. The instant it was touched, all the violent madness within Kurama's eyes faded away. Like a tame house cat, the Ninetales then quickly fell into deep sleep. Freed from both the eternal Mangekyo's control and the summoning contract, Kurama vanished from the battlefield with a loud poof. After completing all of this, even Hashirama finally began breathing heavily. Just as always, he still held a slight advantage over Madara. But only a slight one. After using top transformed Buddha, more than half the chakra in his body had already been exhausted. He no longer had enough remaining chakra to unleash large-scale jutsus again. Hashirama raised his samurai sword and turned toward Madara on the opposite side. The Ninetales has been dealt with. Now it's time for the battle between you and me. Madara. Hashirama. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 61, The One Who Pierces Your Heart from Behind Isn't Always Black Zetsu. The battle continued for an entire day and night. Heavy rain poured endlessly onto the two men as the battlefield eventually returned to the original Valley of the End. Hashirama's left arm hung limply at his side. Clear burn marks covered the flesh while newly grown tissue slowly replaced the dead skin. After fighting to this point, even his natural healing without hand seals had weakened drastically. Madara appeared to be in slightly better condition. Only the edges of his clothes were stained and dirty. But the Mangekyo in his eyes had already disappeared. He could not even activate the Sharingan anymore, leaving only a pair of ordinary black eyes. The two gods of the ninja world had gone from overwhelming ninjutsu battles to pure taijutsu combat. Both had reached their limits. This was the first time Madara had ever seen Hashirama look this weak. Gripping his war fan and sickle, he rushed forward across the water's surface. One slash. At the instant their figures crossed, the invincible god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, collapsed into the water. Madara stood with his back facing him and glanced sideways at the fallen figure. The one still standing is me. The exact opposite of the first time. Hashirama, you became stronger over these 7 years. But I became even stronger than you. The facts have proven it. I was right, and you were wrong. PSHK. The moment Madara finished speaking, a cold flash of steel suddenly appeared without warning. A blade pierced straight through the left side of his chest. The dull sound of metal entering flesh mixed with spraying blood as a crimson flower bloomed across his blue robes. Madara's pupils shook violently, and a disbelieving sound escaped his throat. Drip. Blood trickled down from the blade's tip as Madara turned his head with great difficulty. Only then did he realize the Hashirama who had fallen moments ago was merely a wood clone. I actually got stabbed in the back. You still had enough chakra left to create a wood clone. Hashirama stood behind him, his expression cold. I have to protect our village. No. My village. No matter what happens, I still firmly believe that protecting the village means protecting the people, protecting the ninjas, and protecting the children. Whether it's my friend, my brother, or even my own child, if anyone dares stand against the village, I will never forgive them. The usually gentle Hashirama now held nothing but icy coldness within his eyes. In the moment before striking, countless faces had flashed through his mind. Mito, Tobarama, Takayuki, Toji, and all the warm, lovable villagers of Konoha. To protect them, he had no choice but to personally kill the friend he once treasured most. You've changed, Hashirama. You've lost sight of what matters. One day, this will become the darkness of the village. As soon as those words fell, Madara suddenly moved like a dying flame burning one final time. He violently twisted his head and bit off a chunk of flesh from Hashirama's arm with all his strength. After that, he collapsed weakly onto the water's surface, and all light completely faded from his eyes. Madara Uchiha. Born in the year 32 before Konoha. Died in Konoha year 9. Hashirama stood silently atop the water, staring expressionlessly at Madara's corpse. His face was soaked completely wet. No one could tell whether it was rainwater or tears. Silence filled the valley for a full 3 minutes. Hashirama slowly crouched down and lifted Madara's body into his arms before walking toward a hidden location deep within the valley. Placing both hands on the ground, chakra surged outward. The muddy earth split apart, revealing a stone staircase leading underground. There was a reason he had deliberately not allowed Tobarama to follow him. First, he feared that if he lost the battle, Madara would never spare Tobarama, the man who killed younger brother. Second, if Madara died, Tobarama would absolutely covet his corpse. Given Tobarama's personality, Hashirama was aware he was fully capable of doing such a thing. Even if he did not do it openly, he would definitely do it in secret. To Hashirama, both Madara and Tobarama were the most important people in his life, so he chose to bear everything alone. Madara may have fallen into madness and stood against peace itself, but in the end, he was still his closest friend. Regardless of the fact that he died by Hashirama's own hands, he still deserved a proper burial. To avoid discovery by outsiders, Hashirama used the little chakra he had left to perform earth release and construct an underground tomb for Madara. As for the burial standard, he decided to follow noble funeral customs. Hashirama carefully placed Madara's body upon a stone platform and gave him one final look. I probably won't forget you for the rest of my life, Madara. After speaking, Hashirama dragged his battered and exhausted body out of the tomb chamber. He once again used earth release to completely seal the underground grave, leaving behind no traces whatsoever. Then he turned and left the Valley of the End, leaving behind the land that had shattered his heart. When he finally reached the valley entrance, Hashirama suddenly stopped and looked back once more. For just a brief instant, he thought he sensed a faint trace of chakra deep within the valley. Is Madara thinking about me? Hashirama laughed bitterly at himself, assuming it was merely an illusion caused by overwhelming grief, before turning around and leaving. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Further, just a little further. Toji silently calculated Hashirama's maximum sensory range in his mind. History truly had changed. Perhaps because Toji's real body remained in Konoha monitoring Tobarama, the latter never followed the battle to the Valley of the End. Without Tobarama secretly trailing behind, Madara's corpse would not be brought back to some hidden laboratory in Konoha. Instead, Hashirama buried him directly here in the Valley of the End. For Toji, this was an enormous advantage. Because it meant Madara's corpse could now be desecrated entirely at his leisure. That rich, succulent heart. Those fragrant eternal Mangekyo eyes. All of it belonged to him. Now, all he had to do was wait for Hashirama to move completely out of range before taking action. The time left for Toji was extremely limited. Because he knew Madara had activated Izanagi beforehand and could revive at any moment. Black Zetsu was also likely somewhere nearby and could appear at any time. And once Madara revived, even with his chakra exhausted, Toji still would not be capable of defeating him in taijutsu alone. Izanagi's duration worked based on time rather than usage count, and its active duration differed from person to person. For example, Danzo could maintain it for at most 1 minute. As for Madara, unknown. To avoid greed causing him to lose everything in the end, Toji set a strict time limit of 10 minutes for this operation. Hashirama stood in the valley for 3 minutes, and coming out of the underground tomb consumed another 3. Walking completely away took 3 more, which meant Toji only had 1 final minute remaining. The instant Hashirama's figure fully disappeared from sight, Toji burst into motion. His target had been clear from the very beginning, the underground tomb. He no longer cared whether Black Zetsu might be hiding nearby, nor did he care whether unexpected changes might occur during Izanagi's active duration. This was merely an attempt. Even if he failed, the only thing he would lose was a single parasite body. He would rather make mistakes than do nothing at all. Hashirama had deliberately hidden the underground tomb so thoroughly that nothing unusual could be seen from the surface, but Toji had already memorized the exact location. Pressing both hands against the earth, he decomposed the upper soil layer. People in the ninja world really were simple. Entering a tomb did not require strange treasure hunting techniques or secret formulas. The underground passage soon revealed itself before Toji's eyes, and without hesitation, he rushed straight into the depths of the tomb. Madara's corpse lay silently upon the stone platform. Hey, got you. With a quick step, Toji instantly appeared beside the platform and reached directly toward Madara's eye sockets. But the moment his fingertips touched Madara's eyes, a sudden change erupted. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 62, The Passionate Heart of the Uchiha Must Never Die. Two sealing curse marks suddenly appeared, and a curtain of blue chakra, hard as iron, instantly covered Madara's eyes. Toji's expression changed in shock. A seal. He had only seen similar traces before on the caged bird seal and Ao's barrier talisman, Armored Eye. These were clearly curse marks and fuinjutsu specifically designed to prevent one's eyes from being stolen. Madara had actually prepared such a backup measure. Toji did not hesitate. Blue chakra ignited around his fingers as he pressed his hand against Madara's eyes, attempting to break through the seal. 5-element seal. Crack, crack, crack. The iron curtain did not move in the slightest. A unique chakra fluctuation spread from within it, giving Toji a strange sense of familiarity. This is Mangekyo ocular power. Madara's Mangekyo ability activates after death, to prevent his eyes from being taken. The thought flashed through his mind instantly. No wonder Madara had confidently used Izanagi. With this backup in place, even if Tobirama had arrived, he still would not have been able to take Madara's eyes. Too sinister. Toji had no choice but to give up. If he knew the exact timing of Madara's revival, he might have been able to slowly grind away the iron curtain using the 5-element seal. Or if Naori had been present, she could perhaps have used Izanami to counter Izanagi and eliminate Madara's chance of revival entirely. But right now, neither condition existed. And less than a minute remained in his plan. He could not possibly leave empty-handed. Without hesitation, Toji pulled out a kunai and sliced off a chunk of Madara's flesh before removing the heart that had already stopped beating after being pierced by Hashirama's sword. As for Hashirama's flesh embedded within Madara's wound, Toji intentionally left it there. He still needed the future old Madara to awaken the Rinnegan. Immediately afterward, he turned and retreated without stopping for even a second. While escaping, Toji kept staring at the flesh and heart in his arms. Izanagi's effect was to transform all damage suffered by the user within a certain time period, even death itself, into an illusionary dream. At the same time, it could turn favorable outcomes, including the user's attacks, into reality. It was the ultimate genjutsu capable of freely manipulating the boundary between illusion and reality. Just like the Sage of Six Paths inscription beneath Naka Shrine, Izanagi's ability could be interpreted in many different ways. During the time Madara waited for revival, even Toji could not predict what changes might occur to the flesh taken from his body. A long time passed. Toji lowered his head again to look at the flesh and heart in his hands. They had not disappeared. Seeing this, Toji finally let out a sigh of relief. So much time had already passed. It was safe to assume Izanagi had not rewound Madara's heart and flesh. Regarding why this happened, Toji had a rough guess. Before the battle, Madara had already engraved Izanagi into his right eye using transcription seal. It would activate automatically after death once safety was confirmed. During the interval before revival, Izanagi lost the user's subjective judgment and could only operate mechanically according to preset rules. Transform all unfavorable outcomes into dreams. Transform all favorable outcomes into reality. Madara had probably considered that if he died, Tobirama might come during the revival interval and tamper with his corpse. For example, removing organs for human experimentation. The disappearance of certain organs would definitely alarm Tobirama. To ensure his fake death plan succeeded, Madara likely never intended to rewind missing body parts. He only restored the body's condition itself. As for his eyes, they were protected by his Mangekyo technique, so there was no need to worry about Izanagi failing due to eye removal. Unlike Hashirama's cells, Madara's cells did not possess unique properties. Even if someone took them away for research, it did not matter much. But what Madara never could have imagined was that the person targeting his corpse in the end would not be Tobirama, but the even more ruthless Toji. To ordinary ninjas, a dead heart held no value whatsoever. But for Toji, who possessed Earth Grudge Fear, it was an invaluable treasure. Through the pouring rain, Toji sprinted toward Konoha at full speed. The fresher a heart was, the more completely its power could be utilized after transplantation. The longer it remained dead, the weaker the chakra it could eventually produce would become. He needed to return to Konoha as quickly as possible and implant this heart into himself. *****. Black Zetsu, who had been hiding in the darkness observing everything, noticed Toji leaving. It wondered who this suddenly appearing random ninja was. Clearly, his chakra fluctuations were only at the level of a chunin, yet he gave off an extremely strange feeling. And the moment the battle ended, he immediately rushed into Madara's tomb as though he had come prepared from the beginning. Could it be a clone of Azura's reincarnation? Hashirama's younger brother, Tobirama. Black Zetsu could not say for certain. It did not rashly reveal itself to intercept him and expose its existence. Because so far, everything was still progressing according to plan. Nothing unexpected had occurred. Indra's reincarnation, Madara Uchiha, had predictably lost in the battle of destiny. But through that defeat, he had successfully obtained Hashirama's flesh and, using his Izanagi, achieved a successful fake death. At this point, he should already have revived. Black Zetsu sank underground and continued observing in secret. Madara revived. Supporting himself against the stone platform with both hands, he suddenly spat out the chunk of Hashirama's flesh from inside his body before gasping heavily for air. After finally catching his breath, Madara raised a hand to cover his right eye. The price of revival was the loss of vision in that eye. Madara looked around and discovered he was inside an underground tomb chamber. Ha 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 ha. Wild laughter echoed throughout the empty underground chamber. The victor is me, Madara Uchiha. Even with the Nine-Tails power added to his own, he still had failed to defeat Hashirama. That was the man he regarded as both his closest friend and greatest lifelong rival. But in the end, Madara still believed he had won. Because he had obtained Hashirama's flesh. At the level he and Hashirama had reached, true victory had never depended on the outcome of a single battle. What truly mattered was whose ideals would ultimately prevail in the world. The battle of ninja ways. It was never a sprint. It was a marathon lasting an entire lifetime. When two opposing powers unite as one, the sage's power will be born within. Madara stared at the chunk of Hashirama's flesh upon the stone platform and slowly exhaled. He had originally assumed that the sinister Tobirama would secretly follow Hashirama to the Valley of the End. And if Hashirama killed him, Tobirama would absolutely take the opportunity to tamper with his corpse somehow. But now, it seemed nothing had happened at all. Perhaps he had simply overthought things. At that moment, Madara sensed something strange. He raised a hand to his left eye and frowned. The Mangekyo ability of his left eye was Amano Iwato. It symbolized absolute defense. This technique was bound directly to his soul, permanently fixing it in its peak youthful state and maintaining abundant spiritual energy. That was the true source of confidence behind his battle against Hashirama. Simultaneously, it could place an unbreakable seal upon his eyes. Unless he willingly allowed it, no one could forcibly remove them. This was his final safeguard in case of defeat. Amano Iwato combined with Izanagi guaranteed successful revival. Before the battle, Madara had already sealed both Izanagi and the clone jutsu into his right eye using transcription seal. When Izanagi activated, the illusionary dream combined with the physical clone would replace any missing body parts while restoring his true body's condition. Such an absurdly complicated setup existed for only one purpose, to fake his death and escape without drawing anyone's attention. But Madara could clearly sense that while he waited for revival, Amano Iwato had been disturbed by some kind of fuinjutsu. Someone had attempted to steal his eyes. Hashirama. Was it you? A trace of disappointment flashed through Madara's heart. He never expected that even after death, his closest friend would covet his eyes. Well, forget it. After all, I did the same thing to you. The sadness vanished as quickly as it appeared. Madara pulled out a kunai and sliced open his palm, squeezing out fresh blood. Using it as a medium, he formed hand seals and cast the clone jutsu, creating a duplicate corpse of himself upon the stone platform. This false corpse would guide future discoverers into believing he was truly dead. Afterward, he collected Hashirama's flesh and turned to leave the underground tomb. Before departing, he glanced one final time toward the waterfall of the Valley of the End. I hope that several decades from now, we can fight once more. Then Madara disappeared into the torrential rain. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 63, Madara's Heart. Hashirama believed he had killed Madara with his own hands. Though filled with guilt, he protected the peace of Konoha in the end. He won. Madara faked his death and escaped unnoticed. He deceived Hashirama and obtained his flesh and blood. He also won. Black Zetsu watched Indra's reincarnation move exactly according to the script under its manipulation. It, too, was a winner. And Toji stole Madara's heart during the battle at the Valley of the End before returning with great rewards. He had won as well. That night, beneath the rain at the Valley of the End, not a single person lost. After running non-stop for an entire day, the parasite body finally returned to the forest of death just before dawn. The Earth Grudge Fear clone smoothly took over and carried the completely cold Madara's heart into the Zenin underground laboratory. Toji had already been waiting there for a long time. Judging by the timing, Hashirama was heavily injured and would need at least half a day to return to Konoha. By then, Toji would naturally have to treat him in his role as the Hokage's medical doctor. Before that, however, he planned to refine Madara's heart first. Madara's heart rested quietly on the experiment table. Watching the hole pierced through by Hashirama's blade, Toji felt a little regretful. That attack had reduced the heart's power by at least 30%. It was the same logic as animal fur. Once the quality dropped, the value fell greatly. The same applied to hearts. He controlled the Earth Grudge Fear threads and carefully stitched Madara's heart back together. Soon after, his back split open and the massive main body tendrils of Earth Grudge Fear extended outward, spitting out the heart of a wind-released chunin. Then he grabbed Madara's heart and refined it instantly. The refined heart began beating once more. Thump. 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 The strong and powerful heartbeat roared inside Toji's chest, and his flushed face said more than words ever could. His fire-release chakra surged instantly, rising wildly as it exploded with power. At this moment, Toji's presence became greater than ever before. Absolute dominance. Absolute madness. With such terrifying fire release, what in the ninja world could possibly stand against him? Under the influence of Madara's heart, Toji's face reddened uncontrollably. Only after a long while did it slowly calm down. He closed his eyes and felt the powerful rhythm inside his chest. Some ninjas were born with all 5 chakra natures, but Earth Grudge Fear could only steal and merge with one of them. Madara possessed 6 attributes, yet Toji only obtained his fire release chakra. Strong. Very strong. Incredibly strong. That was Toji's most direct feeling. The quality of Madara's heart far surpassed the other Uchiha Jonin heart inside his body. It was at least Kage level. But Toji also found it strange. A fire release heart of this quality was a huge boost for him, but for Madara, it should actually have been considered somewhat weak. An ordinary Kage level fire release heart should not have been enough for Madara to suppress the 5 Kage using fire release alone in the future, nor should it have allowed him to stand equally against Hashirama in pure ninjutsu clashes. Could Madara's other eye technique specifically strengthen fire release? Or maybe the chakra of Indra inside him enhanced it. Toji could not figure it out, so he stopped dwelling on it and continued sensing the heart's other traits instead. Aside from its violent fire release chakra, Madara's heart did not provide any additional life force. Normally, when Earth Grudge Fear replaced a heart, it would inherit part of the original owner's vitality to some degree. But this heart had none. Most likely, Madara had already exhausted his own life force during the deadly battle against Hashirama. A heart that had been completely drained naturally had no extra vitality left to give. The heart inside Hashirama's body was probably facing the same problem right now. The 2 supreme warriors had fought all the way to the end of the Valley of the End until even their life force was worn away. The only difference was that Madara used his Izanagi to restore his vitality at the end, while Hashirama relied on his overwhelming physique to hold on for a few more years. From the outcome of the battle alone, Hashirama won. But in the long run, he lost completely. Toji stopped thinking about it and pushed aside the lingering thoughts. From this moment onward, he had officially stepped into the ranks of Kage-level ninjas, though this Kage level was more like the bare minimum. First, he did not possess Madara's devastating high-level fire release jutsus. Second, he lacked the massive chakra reserves needed to continuously cast advanced ninjutsu. Madara's fire release chakra was extremely high quality. Naturally, the chakra consumption was equally terrifying. Toji silently calculated in his heart. If he ignored all costs and fully unleashed the power of this heart, he could only maintain his peak state for 3 minutes. That was his limit without releasing the Ein seal. During these 3 minutes, I am Kage level. If I still can't defeat the enemy after 3 minutes, then I'll have to release the Ein seal. Now that I have Kage level chakra, I also need matching ninjutsu. I'll slowly learn advanced fire release jutsus from Naori. Just one of Madara's hearts consumed this much chakra. If he really obtained Hashirama's heart in the future, then with his current reserves, he would probably be drained dry in seconds and become a true 3-second ninja, forced straight into close-range taijutsu combat. Though his taijutsu was already extremely strong. But if his chakra reserves were large enough. With one hand forming seals for Madara-level fire release and the other using Hashirama's wood release, he would not be much different from Edo Tensei Madara. His chakra reserves were still far too small. He could not neglect the training of the Ein seal. Toji then looked toward another item he had stolen, a small piece of Madara's flesh. He planned to use it for research. In the future, whether it was extracting Madara's cells to create artificial humans or using it as a medium for Edo Tensei, it would be incredibly useful. For now, he sealed it inside a storage scroll and planned to leave it there for 10 years before opening it again. Bang. 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 Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed through the corridor outside. Toji-sensei, are you inside? Takayuki's voice came from outside the door. I'm here. Toji quickly stored the sealing scroll away, put on his white haori, and opened the door. Takayuki. What happened? Takayuki looked extremely anxious and lost. Father has returned. His injuries are severe. Mother asked me to bring you over immediately. What? Hashirama, I'll go right away. Toji revealed a shocked expression, his usual calm demeanor vanishing instantly as he used the body flicker technique and leapt across the rooftops toward the Senju clan compound. Takayuki hurried after him and barely managed to keep up with his speed. Looking at the figure ahead of him, warmth filled his heart and he felt deeply moved. Toji-sensei really cares about father's safety. He's normally so calm, but this time he's actually this worried. *****. The two quickly arrived at the Senju clan compound. Currently, the atmosphere inside was grim and tense, and security was tighter than ever. The usually friendly clan members no longer carried smiles on their faces. They only gave Toji serious nods in greeting. When they arrived at Hashirama's residence, the person lying on the tatami was indeed Hashirama. His signature beautiful black hair was now filthy and completely disheveled. His bare upper body was tightly wrapped in layers of bandages, and his eyes remained shut as he lay motionless. Two Senju medical ninjas knelt beside him with green light flowing from their hands, continuously channeling mystical palm technique chakra into his body. Mito and Tobarama stood on either side, watching Hashirama with worried expressions. The moment Mito saw Toji, she hurriedly spoke. Toji, you're here. Quickly, come look at Hashirama's injuries. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 64, I Can Never Repay Sensei's Kindness. Before Mito could even finish speaking, Toji had already stepped forward on his own. He knelt beside Hashirama on one knee and began checking his condition. The two Senju medical ninjas nearby visibly relaxed the moment they saw him, as if they had finally found someone they could rely on. Toji simply placed a hand on Hashirama's body before speaking in a heavy tone. Hashirama's injuries are extremely severe. The medical conditions here are not enough. He must be transferred to Gospel Hospital immediately. Transferred? Tobarama's eyes immediately filled with hesitation. The news of his older brother's critical injuries was an absolute top secret. He had already ordered the entire clan into lockdown, and at the moment, only the few people present knew about it. If they transferred him to Gospel Hospital, too many people would see the process. And if the news leaked out, the situation inside and outside the village would definitely fall into chaos. As the acting Hokage, Tobarama instinctively viewed the issue from the village's perspective. Even though the thought felt cruel, he still waited silently in his heart. If his brother could not be saved, then perhaps sealing away the news completely and hiding it from the public would be the safer choice. Tobarama already possessed the mindset of a Hokage. What are you still standing around for? Toji completely dropped his usual gentle demeanor and sharply scolded him. I already said this place isn't enough. He must be sent to Gospel Hospital. Tobarama, do as he says. Mito also spoke coldly. The fewer the words, the more serious the matter. Their attitudes finally snapped Tobarama out of his inner struggle, and he suddenly felt ashamed of his own cold-hearted thinking. This was his real older brother. As long as there was even the slightest chance of survival, he should not have been weighing pros and cons. Even if there was a risk of exposure, they should still do everything possible to save him. Even Toji, an outsider, had this level of resolve. How could he fall behind? Tobarama immediately replied, I'll arrange it right away. *****. Hashirama's secret transfer quickly began. At this time, the Umbu had not yet been established, so operations like this could only be handled by the direct Senju bloodline. Clearing the area, silencing witnesses, setting up small barriers along the route, the transfer proceeded quietly. It already resembled the early form of the Umbu. Finally, under layers of strict protection, Hashirama was safely moved into the emergency room on the top floor of Gospel Hospital. This was the hospital's highest-level treatment area, equipped with the most advanced medical equipment and barrier techniques in the ninja world. Don't panic. Leave everything to me. Even amid the chaos, Toji's voice remained calm and steady. I will make sure the Hokage survives. Influenced by his composed presence, Mito and the others finally relaxed slightly. Tobarama looked like he wanted to say something, but in the end remained silent. What he truly wanted to say was not just saving his brother's life, but restoring him to his peak condition as much as possible. Konoha could not afford to lose the god of shinobi. At least not yet. But those words sounded far too utilitarian, as if he were treating his own brother like a tool. He could not bring himself to say them aloud. Takayuki, come inside with me. Everyone else waits outside. After changing into surgical clothes, Toji calmly issued precise instructions. Then he walked over to Hashirama's side and connected several instruments to his body before beginning a focused examination. The anxious appearance he showed earlier had all been an act. His goal was to create an atmosphere of panic so he could further highlight his own importance, because he knew very well that Hashirama would not die. But he had no plans to secretly make a move and kill Hashirama early. The current situation was far too sensitive. Any suspicious action would be endlessly magnified under scrutiny and only bring unnecessary trouble. Waiting naturally for Hashirama's lifespan to run out was the safest choice. That was why he deliberately allowed Takayuki to stay and witness the treatment process personally, removing all possible suspicion. After a careful examination, Toji confirmed that although Hashirama's injuries were severe, they were not yet fatal. The Hokage's condition is serious. Toji spoke in a heavy tone while pointing at the bandages wrapped around Hashirama. The bandages can't stop the bleeding. He's still losing blood. Ordinary mystical palm technique is already useless. I'm going to remove the bandages now, use heavenly mercy threads to stitch the wounds back together, then inject life force into the Hokage's body to stabilize his origin. Takayuki nodded repeatedly while memorizing every part of the treatment plan. But then worry appeared on his face. Inject life force? Then sensei, you. I'm fine. My life force is far greater than that of ordinary ninjas. Losing a little doesn't matter. Toji paused before continuing, and compared to me, Konoha needs the Hokage more. Still nothing but lies. Hashirama's regeneration ability had only weakened, not disappeared. The vitality within his body remained incredibly powerful. Toji simply wanted to use this opportunity to display his own greatness in front of the Hokage's son. Though technically, he was not lying entirely. Hashirama's yang release power was a natural enemy to Toji's Earth Grudge Fear. He was enduring massive physical discomfort while treating him. Don't tell outsiders about this. Not even your father. I don't want him to live burdened by guilt. Toji then began the treatment. Thin heavenly mercy threads extended from his palm and danced through the air like living creatures. They precisely stitched Hashirama's wounds together while stopping the bleeding and accelerating recovery at the same time. Takayuki quietly watched from the side, deeply engraving the scene into his heart. The heavenly mercy threads clearly carried a cold and ominous aura, yet Toji-sensei was using them to perform an act of salvation. That extreme contrast, along with his willingness to sacrifice himself, filled Takayuki with uncontrollable gratitude. Silently, he made a decision in his heart. He would not only remember today's kindness forever, but also pass it down to future generations of the Senju clan so their descendants would always remember the debt they owed Toji. He had already even thought up the story for future generations. In the 9th year of Konoha, the Senju clan leader suffered grave injuries at the hands of a powerful enemy. A man who should have died that very day was saved by a doctor who arrived in Konoha during his travels in the 5th year of Konoha. But Takayuki never noticed something else. While Toji used heavenly mercy threads to heal Hashirama, he secretly removed pieces of Hashirama's flesh from various parts of his body right in front of him. Then he wrapped them inside the threads and quietly stored them within himself. The wound bitten by Madara had originally lost about 2 fingers worth of flesh. But after Toji's little patchwork repairs, another finger's worth was quietly taken away. In total, Hashirama had lost roughly 3 fingers worth of flesh. Naturally, Toji did not take this flesh to devour it and gain Hashirama's power. He was preparing materials in advance for Edo Tensei in the future. After Hashirama died, his corpse would definitely be guarded heavily. Taking flesh later would become extremely difficult. A missing heart could still potentially be covered up, but if even a finger-sized chunk of flesh disappeared from the surface of the body, people would immediately notice something was wrong. Toji could not help laughing inwardly. Madara had fought Hashirama to the death at the Valley of the End and even sacrificed one of his eyes just to obtain the power of all creation, barely managing to acquire Hashirama cells in the process. Meanwhile, inside the material storage room of Gospel Hospital, Hashirama cells were practically available in endless supply. After finishing the basic treatment work, Toji seriously began observing Hashirama's condition. Many signs later proved that even after death, Hashirama's cells still possessed terrifying vitality. They could easily kill ordinary ninjas, and even Danzo could not resist the erosion of wood-release cells. So no matter how he looked at it, Hashirama clearly had not died from physical decline alone. As a scientist of the ninja world, Toji was very interested in Hashirama's cause of death. Perhaps through him, he might even touch upon the mysterious domain of chakra reincarnation. The closer one came to death, the closer one came to understanding the secrets of life. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 65, Hashirama Wakes Up. When a ninja is killed, they die. When chakra is completely exhausted, they also die. But this exhaustion did not refer to refined chakra itself. It referred to the body's original physical and spiritual energy that sustained life and generated chakra. Typical examples were the 8 gates and Takigakure's secret treasure, the hero water. Both burned away life itself as the price, forcefully drawing out the body's physical and spiritual energy before detonating it all at once like a bomb, releasing an enormous amount of chakra in an instant. Aside from such extreme methods, however, the body would normally recover on its own as long as one did not overuse it too severely at once. Even if it could not fully return to its peak state, it still would not lead to sudden death. Toji repeatedly checked and confirmed that Hashirama's physical energy remained abundant. Even after battling Madara for an entire day and relying on automatic regeneration to accelerate cell division and heal his injuries, he was still far from truly exhausting himself. It was obvious that Hashirama's future death was not caused by physical problems. The problem lay in his spirit. Spiritual energy was an extremely subjective and intangible force. Even Toji could not accurately judge how much spiritual energy Hashirama still had left, but he could roughly guess that Hashirama was not nearly as carefree as he appeared. He valued friendship, believed in bonds, and longed for people to truly understand one another. After personally killing his lifelong friend Madara, his spirit seemed to develop an incurable illness that slowly and irreversibly decayed. The illness was called love. Longing and guilt gnawed at Hashirama's heart day and night, slowly wearing away his spirit until he eventually died in sorrow. And because of that, when he was later revived through Edo Tensei, he showed such genuine excitement upon seeing Madara again. No matter how stubbornly he acted, no matter how much he claimed he would sacrifice everything for the village, that friendship had been real, and so was his guilt. He could not deceive himself. Yet for the sake of Konoha, even if given another chance, Hashirama would probably still stab his closest friend for the village's future. After understanding the truth behind everything, Toji sighed inwardly. Was Hashirama weak-willed? No. If anything, he was terrifyingly strong-willed. His obsession with peace had surpassed even the family and friendships most people cherished. That kind of resolve deserved respect. But only under one condition. That this choice truly came from Hashirama's own heart rather than being subtly guided, or even manipulated, by the chakra of Asura within him. Unfortunately, Toji could not sense any second presence inside Hashirama's chakra. Forget it. It has nothing to do with me. Whether Asura or Indra, both were like trapped birds fighting each other to the end, only to become pieces on Black Zetsu's board. And Toji viewed Black Zetsu as the praying mantis. He himself stood on the third layer. Once his thoughts settled, Toji withdrew the heavenly mercy threads back into his body. After finishing everything, he deliberately pretended to be exhausted and said to Takayuki, "It's over. The Hokage's injuries are no longer life-threatening. Next, transfer him to a recovery ward. You've worked hard, Toji-sensei." After the emergency treatment ended, Hashirama was moved into a monitored recovery room. Mito, Tobirama, and Toka immediately rushed inside. Mito sincerely thanked Toji. "Thank you, Toji." After speaking, she quickly walked to the bedside and stayed beside the steadily breathing Hashirama. Only in the afternoon did Hashirama slowly open his eyes. He stared at the unfamiliar ceiling before turning toward the family and friends gathered around him. Then he forced out a weak smile. "Ah. I'm awake. Feels like I've slept for a very, very long time." Hashirama. Big brother. Hokage. The three of them spoke at the same time. With Mito's support, Hashirama slowly leaned against the head of the bed. His emotions were low, and his eyes carried deep sorrow. "I killed Madara." "Really? That was truly wonderful news." Tobirama's eyes lit up instantly, and he forcefully held back the corners of his mouth to stop himself from smiling. "Big brother, what exactly happened these past 2 days?" "Madara, that guy was incredible." The power of his eyes became much stronger than 7 years ago. He even used them to control the 9 tails. Even my wood dragon wasn't its match. Tobirama looked shocked. The 9 tails. He actually controlled the 9 tails. Yes. He even signed a summoning contract with it. But I already used my jutsu to break the contract and sent the 9 tails back where it belonged. But even without the 9 tails, Madara was still very strong. Thankfully I mastered Senjutsu, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to barely defeat him. Tobirama immediately pressed further. "Big brother, are you certain you really killed Madara?" I pierced his heart with my sword and confirmed he was dead. Then his corpse. Hashirama's voice carried the calmness of someone whose heart had already died. "I decomposed it with wood release." Tobirama thoughtfully nodded. Hashirama understood what his younger brother was thinking. But no matter what, since Madara was already gone, it was better to let him rest in peace and allow his soul to return to the Pure Land. Speaking of the Pure Land. Just now, I think I had a very long dream. I dreamed that I was walking through an endless wilderness. I searched for Madara for a very, very long time but could never find him. Then I kept walking farther and farther without any destination. After that, I woke up. The speaker had no deeper intention, but the listener thought otherwise. After hearing Hashirama's words, Toji felt something strange in his heart. The ninja world truly did have the concept of reincarnation. Could it be that the Azura chakra inside Hashirama sensed Indra's death and directly went off to reincarnate, which eventually caused Hashirama's early death? Toji silently listened from the side without exposing the truth that Hashirama did not have much time left. Medical ninjas could only reasonably sense physical energy. If he suddenly brought up irreversible damage to spiritual energy, it would only make it seem like he paid far too much attention to the relationship between Hashirama and Madara, which would naturally arouse suspicion. There was no need for him to do anything. He only needed to quietly wait for Hashirama to eventually die naturally. To further solidify his role as an outsider, Toji took the initiative to speak up. Hashirama, the injuries from your battle with Madara Uchiha were extremely severe. But your physique is special. During this period, rest properly and avoid participating in battle. Slowly, you'll recover. Is that so? Hashirama did not seem particularly concerned. Then I'm relieved. On the surface, he appeared relaxed. Even Tobirama failed to notice anything unusual. Only Mito, the woman who shared his bed, caught the subtle change in her husband's expression. Meanwhile, Tobirama's attention remained completely focused on the 9 tails Hashirama mentioned. He muttered to himself, a few years ago, while gathering intelligence in the Land of Lightning, I discovered that Konohagakure had already started targeting the tailed beasts. They tried to get both the 9 tails and the 8 tails. As for Sunagakure in the Land of Wind, our intelligence reports show that an elite Jonin named Shaman has been attempting to make contact with the 1-tail Shikaku. Even you struggled so much against the 9 tails, big brother. If other villages obtain the power of tailed beasts. Hashirama did not correct Tobirama's misunderstanding. The difficult opponent was not the 9 tails itself, but the armored Susanoo wrapped around it. He looked at his younger brother and revealed a gratified smile. Tobirama, you truly think like a Hokage. You're right. The power of the tailed beasts is far too dangerous for ordinary ninjas. So I've been thinking. Halfway through speaking, Hashirama suddenly stopped. Tobirama frowned impatiently beside him. Big brother, what exactly are you thinking about? I haven't fully figured it out yet. I'll talk about it after I sort things out. Ah. Hashirama scratched his head and let out his signature foolish laugh. Let's leave it at that for now. Tobirama, you'll continue handling the Hokage's duties during this period. Tobirama, Toji, you two can go back to your work now. Mito staying here with me is enough. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 66, 9 Tails Jinchuriki. Toji followed behind Tobirama toward the Hokage residence. Hashirama had completely baited Tobirama's curiosity, leaving him irritated the entire way, but Toji remained unaffected because he knew exactly what Hashirama wanted to do. Distribute the tailed beasts. From the perspective of a modern person, Toji could actually understand Hashirama's thinking. The power of a tailed beast bomb was enormous. Even Konoha would not survive taking a direct hit. They were essentially nuclear deterrents. Once every major ninja village possessed that kind of power, they would fear one another and become less willing to start wars recklessly. Instead, they would sit down and resolve issues through peaceful negotiations. People eventually died, but tailed beasts did not. This deterrence would not disappear with the rise and fall of villages. There was another issue too. Jinchuriki consumed enormous resources, and even Konoha lacked the ability to raise 9 Jinchuriki at the same time within one era. As long as Hashirama was alive, things were manageable. One use of his Hokage-style 60-year-old technique, Kakuan entering society with bliss-bringing hands, and the tailed beasts would obediently calm down. But what if he died? Neither Tobirama nor Mito possessed the ability to suppress all 9 tailed beasts alone. These, nuclear weapons, might not even be used against enemies before exploding out of control within Konoha itself. And even if they did not explode, as long as Konoha monopolized all 9 tailed beasts, the other 4 great nations would inevitably unite against them. Hashirama could not bring himself to become like Madara, using absolute force to suppress the entire ninja world through fear. At the same time, he clearly understood that after his death, future generations would lack the ability to control all the tailed beasts. After thinking it through repeatedly, the only solution was to personally subdue all 9 tailed beasts while he was still alive, keep only the 9 tails in Konoha, and fairly sell the remaining beasts to the major ninja villages before the situation spiraled out of control. The money earned would greatly support Konoha's economy, and once the villages reached a balance of power, wars would become less likely to break out. In a way, this strategy would even weaken the other villages. In the future, every village would sacrifice large numbers of elite ninjas simply trying to suppress the chaos caused by their own tailed beasts. The tailed beasts held enormous strategic deterrence value, but they were not as overwhelmingly important as people imagined. There were smart people in the ninja world too. For example, the first Kazekage, Reto. He openly stated that he did not want a tailed beast. Instead, he wanted territory as prosperous as Konoha's, along with 1/3 of the profits from selling a tailed beast. Who said Hashirama was stupid? The man was incredibly clever. Even Toji was not fully certain whether his interpretation was correct. Maybe he was overthinking things. Perhaps Hashirama really was just naive and genuinely wanted to give away the tailed beasts to show his desire for peace. Tailed beasts. Toji's eyes flickered slightly. The tailed beasts were also among his targets. Once Hashirama sold them off, and once Hashirama eventually died, it would be time for him to begin implementing his own beast-catching plan. But he remained very clear-headed and would not grow greedy. Taking one first would be enough. At his current level, he still lacked the ability to absorb all 9 tailed beasts. Taking too many would only bring disaster upon himself. For now, he might as well let the various ninja villages temporarily keep them safe. When the right time came, he would make his move. At Gospel Hospital, only Mito and Hashirama remained inside the hospital room. Mito quietly looked at him and spoke expressionlessly. Hashirama, you lied earlier. Ah, nothing really gets past you, does it, Mito? Hashirama scratched his head and gave a bitter smile. What exactly is going on? Hashirama turned his head and looked toward the Hokage rock through the window. I probably don't have many years left to live. What did you say? Mito's face changed instantly as shock filled her eyes. Toji clearly said your body would slowly recover. I'll go call him right now. Don't go. Hashirama grabbed her wrist and shook his head. Don't tell Toji, and don't tell Tobirama either. They're both smart people. I don't want them distracted or worrying about me. The village needs smart people like them to stay focused. I understand my own body better than anyone. My strength hasn't weakened, but the loss of my life force can't be recovered anymore. Don't let others feel sad for me while I'm still alive. Having only you accompany me through the last part of my life is enough. Hearing those words, Mito's fingers trembled uncontrollably, and deep sorrow appeared in her eyes. Her voice shook slightly as she asked, Hashirama, how long do you still have? If it's long, maybe 7 or 8 years. If shorter, at least 4 or 5 years. Mito became even more heartbroken. Is there really no other way? The ninja world is so vast. Maybe somewhere there exists a jutsu that can reverse lost vitality. Mito, a ninja's life and death are already decided. Through my long life, I've learned one thing. The more people try to cross the boundary between life and death, the more unimaginable disaster they bring upon themselves. Hashirama accepted his approaching death surprisingly well and even sounded optimistic about it. It's not that bad. Watching the village rapidly develop and seeing Takayuki and the princess start their own family. I don't really have any regrets left. If I had to name one last wish, I guess it'd be seeing my granddaughter born with my own eyes. Ha. When I fell asleep earlier today, I even dreamed about her. She was a chubby little girl with fair skin. Her personality skipped a generation and turned out just like mine. Not serious at all like Takayuki. Like an ordinary old man, Hashirama rambled on about his views on life and death before suddenly changing the subject. Mito, there's something I want to ask of you. Mito said nothing and simply listened quietly. Hashirama continued on his own. The tailed beasts possess power far beyond ordinary ninjas. The Nine Tails is the strongest among them. I'm afraid someone might control and use it again in the future. So I want to ask you to become its Jinchuriki and seal the Nine Tails inside your body. The Uzumaki clan's bloodline and Fuinjutsus are the natural enemy of tailed beasts. Your lifespan is long. As long as you can seal the Nine Tails, then even after I'm gone in a few years, you'll still be able to protect Konoha in my place. It's just, the days afterward may become very painful. The Nine Tails chakra is filled with violent and negative emotions. Hashirama's expression became extremely complicated. If there was one person he owed the most in this life, it used to be Madara. But the moment he made this decision, that person became Mito. A Jinchuriki was, in other words, Konoha's living guardian spirit. Once the Nine Tails was sealed inside her, Mito would no longer truly be an ordinary person. The joys of normal human life would never fully belong to her again. The Nine Tails chakra would grow increasingly violent within her heart, bringing endless suffering. Faced with Hashirama's request, Mito showed no resistance. Only gentleness and determination remained in her eyes. Leave it to me. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 67, The plan to distribute the tailed beasts was decided by that man. The woman of the god of shinobi was naturally not as weak as ordinary ninjas. Even knowing that becoming a Jinchuriki meant enduring the torment of the Nine-Tails' violent chakra, Mito still accepted it without hesitation for the sake of the Konoha her husband dreamed of. Perhaps this was the unique charm possessed by every reincarnation of Asura. There would always be people around them moved by that sincerity. Drawn in by admiration and genuine feelings, they willingly threw themselves forward without regret. When will we begin? Mito asked. There's no rush. Hashirama shook his head. I left a mark on the Nine-Tails using my jutsu. I can sense its location anytime, so we can move whenever we want. Besides, I plan to capture all the tailed beasts. After that, Hashirama explained his tailed beast distribution plan. Once she finished listening, Mito nodded in approval. Selling the tailed beasts to the other villages really could balance the strength between them and prevent wars from breaking out. It would also make the village wealthier. Not to mention, the other ninja villages don't possess the Uzumaki clan's bloodline or fuinjutsus. The meaning behind her words was obvious. Even if other villages obtained tailed beasts, they would still need to sacrifice enormous manpower just to seal them inside Jinchuriki. And if they could not manage it themselves, they could always hire Hokage-sama through official missions. The Uzumaki clan was not the only group in the ninja world with fuinjutsus, but their sealing arts were the strongest, safest, and most stable. Hashirama, after this battle you've gotten smarter. Ahahaha. He scratched his head awkwardly. Is that really true? I didn't think that deeply about it. I just felt this would let the other villages see Konoha's sincere desire for peace. Mito thought quietly for a moment before slowly speaking again. In that case, Hashirama, I also have an idea. Let's hear it. Have Konoha and Hokage officially sign an alliance treaty? Hashirama froze briefly, but without thinking too much, he immediately agreed. All right. Since the Warring States period, the Senju and Uzumaki clans had always been close allies. But after entering the era of ninja villages, the Senju founded Konoha while the Uzumaki founded Hokage-sama. Even now, they still had not signed an official alliance treaty. But why suddenly bring this up, he asked. The Uzumaki clan's fuinjutsus are extremely important for Jinchuriki. Once the alliance treaty is signed, even after my lifespan ends in the future, other Uzumaki clan members can still come to Konoha and become Jinchuriki. And by becoming allies with Konoha, Hokage-sama's safety will also be guaranteed. I see. Hashirama suddenly understood. I'll discuss these matters with Tobirama and Toji in a few days. By the time Toji returned to the Zenin clan compound, it was already night. The first thing he did was head straight to the underground laboratory. He then removed his white haori and hung it to the side, revealing his firm and muscular upper body. The skin on his back slowly split open. Wrapped layer after layer in Earth Grudge Fear threads, the finger-sized piece of Hashirama's flesh hidden inside his body was carefully removed and placed onto a sealing scroll. Only after finishing did Toji finally let out a long breath. Untreated Hashirama cells were basically deadly poison to ordinary ninjas. Even the slightest contact would allow the cells to invade a person's physical energy until they eventually became little more than living plants. Even with Earth Grudge Fear acting as a barrier and buffer, keeping the flesh buried inside his body still caused him some pain. What a dangerous power. Smack. Toji clapped his hands together and sealed the finger-sized piece of Hashirama's flesh into the scroll. He carefully stored it away separately from the scroll containing Madara's flesh, placing them in different hidden compartments. At this point, he had successfully completed the containment of both Hashirama cells and Madara's cells. As the new year approached, the Hokage residence became increasingly busy. Everyone was preparing for the upcoming 10th year of Konoha. Early in the morning, Toji arrived at the elder's office. As he passed by, he saw Hashirama already wearing the Hokage robe again and sitting firmly behind his desk. The moment he reappeared, the anxiety quietly spreading throughout the village vanished along with it. The villagers believed that as long as Hashirama was there, Konoha would safely welcome its 10th peaceful new year. No matter the era, the god of shinobi was always Konoha's stabilizing pillar. Toji-sama, the Hokage requests your presence for a meeting. Understood. I'll head over now. Toji put down the documents in his hands. As an elder, he now mainly oversaw medical and educational matters, which conveniently aligned with his own expertise. Hashirama had intentionally arranged it this way. Knowing Toji devoted himself entirely to work, he simply allowed him to naturally interact with Naori through their duties as well. In a sense, he had become Naori's direct superior. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Inside the Hokage's office, only Hashirama and Tobirama were present. After the Valley of the End battle, Hashirama had specifically kept Tobirama inside the Hokage residence to assist with government affairs. By now, Tobirama had essentially already become the acting second Hokage. Hokage-sama, has your body fully recovered? Thanks to your treatment, Toji, I'm mostly fine now. Though I still can't drink warm sake for the time being. Mito won't allow it. Alcohol isn't suitable after surgery. You'll be able to drink again anytime later. As he spoke, Toji casually glanced at Tobirama. Tobirama had not mentioned anything to Hashirama about Madara's corpse. Either Madara's clone had successfully deceived Tobirama, or Tobirama truly listened obediently and never searched for the body. It was good that no further trouble appeared. After some brief conversation, Hashirama lightly coughed and went straight to the main topic. He fully explained the tailed beast capture and distribution plan he had been preparing for a long time. Both men showed surprised expressions. Tobirama did not object. Instead, he muttered thoughtfully, this really is a good method. The major ninja villages won't stop trying to capture tailed beasts anyway. In that case, we might as well sell them ourselves and profit from it. Right. Receiving approval from his younger brother greatly encouraged Hashirama, and he quickly turned toward Toji. Toji, what do you think? The plan itself is certainly good. But compared to the plan, I'm more worried about your health. If you fight the tailed beasts. Toji revealed just the right amount of concern on his face. And according to the plan, Mito-sama will become the first Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, correct? Hashirama felt warmth in his heart and waved his hand. I already discussed it with Mito beforehand. You don't need to worry about us. Since everyone approves of this plan. Hashirama immediately began assigning tasks. Tobirama, you'll be responsible for gathering intelligence on all the tailed beasts except the Nine Tails. Determine their locations and habits. Understood. With his extensive intelligence experience, Tobirama immediately accepted the task. Hashirama then looked toward Toji. As for you, Toji, you'll be responsible for planning which villages should receive the 8-tailed beasts besides the 9 tails. In Hashirama's eyes, Toji was just like Tobirama, a highly intelligent man skilled in advanced medical ninjutsu and jutsu development. Someone like him would definitely possess unique insight when handling complicated planning matters like this. Perhaps members of the Nara clan were also good at strategy and calculation, but this matter required more than intelligence alone. It required genuine compassion and a true desire for peace. After filtering through all those conditions, Toji became the obvious choice. Hearing Hashirama's arrangement, Toji was stunned. Me. Distributing the tailed beasts. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 68, Counterterrorism needs a list of names, tailed beasts only need coordinates. That's right. I'm leaving it to you, Toji. Tobirama glanced at him but said nothing, while the corner of Toji's mouth twitched slightly. At this moment, the situation felt strangely absurd, the 5 hearts inside his body all began beating faster at the same time from the sudden shock. Being personally entrusted by Hashirama to fully design the tailed beast distribution plan was completely beyond his expectations. What did this mean? It meant Hashirama had personally handed him the file used to carve up the entire ninja world. The distribution of tailed beasts would determine the future balance of power throughout the ninja world. Toji suddenly remembered a phrase. Cracking down on gangs requires evidence. Fighting terrorism requires a target list. Suppressing rebellion only needs coordinates. The future Akatsuki formed by Nagato was like an anti-gang task force. They struggled endlessly to slowly gather all 9-tailed beasts from the major ninja villages one by one. But compared to the inexperienced Nagato, Hashirama existed on an entirely different level. If Hashirama wanted to collect the tailed beasts, he would not need to recruit rogue ninjas, secretly investigate, or steal them while enduring pressure from the 5 great nations like Nagato did. Behind Hashirama stood the entire Konoha intelligence network. Right now, the tailed beasts were ownerless creatures. The strongest would claim them first. Tobirama, the intelligence master, only needed to provide accurate information. Once they obtained exact coordinates, Hashirama's strength alone would allow him to speedrun all 9-tailed beasts in a single night. That overwhelming feeling of ignoring all resistance and forcefully taking tailed beasts as long as he had coordinates. Toji found it strangely satisfying. I understand. He forcibly calmed himself down before continuing, leave this matter to me. Good. Hashirama glanced at the calendar and spoke gently. This matter isn't urgent. We'll start after the new year. There's still nearly a month left. Take your time. No need to rush, but make sure everything is done carefully. Figure out how to sell them, who to sell them to, and how much to charge. Come up with a complete plan. Although the tailed beasts are currently ownerless, conflicts with nearby ninja villages during capture are unavoidable. So when we move, it has to be swift and decisive. That makes accurate intelligence and proper allocation extremely important. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After returning to his office, Toji immediately requested all current tailed beast intelligence reports from Tobirama's intelligence division. Looking through the reports, his gaze deepened as he placed small flags representing each tailed beast across the ninja world map spread before him. 1 tail Shikaku, within the deserts of the land of wind. 7 tails Komiai, around the land of waterfalls. 2 tails Matatabi, 8 tails Gyuki, 9 tails Karama, within the land of lightning. 3 tails Isabu, 6 tails Saiken, within the land of water. 4 tails Son Goku, 5 tails Kokuo, within the land of earth. The distribution pattern of the tailed beasts across the ninja world became immediately clear. The 9 small flags scattered across the map perfectly formed a ring of tailed beasts surrounding Konoha. Aside from the land of fire where Konoha stood, neighboring nations like wind, earth, water, lightning, and waterfalls all contained traces of tailed beasts. So peaceful Konoha was actually the real bandit all along. In the future, Konoha's final tailed beast distribution plan would keep only the 9 tails within the village while selling the other 8 beasts to the nations where they originally resided. Naturally, there was nothing wrong with such a plan. But under Toji's control, the tailed beast distribution plan had to be reshaped into something most beneficial to him. Like taking kickbacks, the selling price did not necessarily need to be the highest, but the hidden profit absolutely had to be enormous. What did Toji lack most? Chakra. His small chakra reserves had always troubled him. The Een seal was essentially just a dam. It could conserve chakra but not truly increase its source. So the best solution was naturally obtaining a tailed beast as a living battery. For someone operating behind the scenes, the more tailed beasts under his control, the better. 1 was never too few. 9 were never too many. Originally, Toji had planned to slowly carry out his tailed beast collection plan after Hashirama's death. But now that he had obtained the authority to distribute the tailed beasts, the difficulty of the entire process would decrease greatly. The tailed beasts being distributed now would all eventually return to his hands one by one. Still, obtaining tailed beasts could never avoid one thing: battle. 1 tailed beast could be taken through schemes, but 9 tailed beasts could only be taken through force. To obtain a wild-tailed beast meant fighting the beast itself. To obtain a tailed beast with an owner meant fighting the Jinchuriki and the ninja village behind them. That also meant selling tailed beasts to powerful nations like Earth, Lightning, and Water would only make Toji's future collection plans more troublesome. Once the plan truly began, if things went well, it would become like Nagato's Akatsuki, secretly hunting and harvesting targets one by one. If things went badly, his identity would be exposed and he would end up facing the righteous combined assault of all 5 great nations. Toji had never liked direct confrontation. This cautious personality came from his early experiences in Takigakure. In chaotic times, ordinary people struggled just to survive. Fight head-on. That was something only true monsters did. And Toji didn't consider himself one of those monsters. From the very beginning, he specialized in dirty methods, relying on assassination and schemes to climb step by step until today. The highest form of warfare is to defeat the enemy through strategy, followed by diplomacy, then military force, with direct siege warfare being the worst option of all. In Toji's eyes, openly battling the 5 great nations over tailed beasts was the lowest possible choice. The best method was obtaining the tailed beasts without shedding blood. To accomplish that, distributing the tailed beasts among weak small nations would benefit him the most. Later, when harvesting the Jinchuriki, even if his operations were exposed and direct conflict became unavoidable, attacking small ninja villages would be vastly easier than fighting great nations. So what defined large and small nations? Theoretically, every nation outside the 5 great nations counted as a small nation. Even among the great nations, however, there were ranks. The upper 3 were fire, earth, and lightning. The lower 2 were wind and water. And among small nations, there were also clear differences in strength. Villages like Takigakure and Kusagakure possessed solid foundations and counted among the stronger small nations. Meanwhile, villages like Yugakure, where Haiden would later come from, or Otogakure established by Orochimaru in the future, were tiny nations among tiny nations. Their power was weak and they possessed almost no ability to resist powerful ninjas. After considering all these factors together, the distribution method that best suited Toji's interests became obvious. Distribute the tailed beasts among weaker nations, ensure the 4 great nations received the weakest beasts possible, and make sure they could still accept the arrangement. With that, the final distribution plan became clear. Toji picked up his pen and began drawing across the ninja world map, creating a completely new plan. Kirigakure, 1 tail Shikaku. Kusagakure, 2 tails Matatabi. Sunagakure, 3 tails Isabu. 4 tails Son Goku. Iwagakure, 5 tails Kokuo. Yugakure, 6 tails Saiken. Takigakure, 7 tails Komiai. Kumogakure, 8 tails Gyuki. This was the distribution plan in Toji's mind. The number of tailed beasts possessed by the lands of lightning, earth, and water would each be reduced to only 1. Most importantly, the tailed beast of the desert would be stolen away and given to Kirigakure, a nation surrounded by ocean. On the other hand, the tailed beast of the water would be assigned to Sunagakure in the middle of the desert. As a result, the power of both the 1 tail and 3 tails would be weakened to the extreme due to environmental incompatibility. Saiken, who specialized in lava release and water release, would also be handed to the weak Yugakure. Naturally, this plan would trigger opposition from the 4 great nations, but Toji had already prepared arguments to persuade them. As for the blacked-out village name, that was the kickback he reserved for himself. A method to obtain a tailed beast without shedding blood. Thank you for reading. If you'd like access to extra chapters and want to support my work, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon/Silvershark. Vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters.